you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And today we are discussing shadow people.
What the hell is shadow people?
We'll get into that. These paranormal entities. Some people think they're ghosts. Some people think they're aliens. Another explanation is that they are interdimensional travelers from other planes of existence.
You love interdimensional because that always comes from you. Like,
well, is it that I love it, or is it that it's an explanation that might fit an objective logical analysis might prove that might be one of the most likely explanations if
possible.
If these people are telling the truth, which is always a big if. And here on MINDSHOCK, we are not peddling anything as true or not true. We are simply examining theories.
But I find that interesting anyway. Like different dimensions, like coming in and out. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, you know what? The other thing that's kind of crazy is that in the past, like a few decades ago, there was a lot of the so-called mainstream illogical sheep who they always just kind of scoffed at any kind of interdimensional talk, called it unscientific. In more recent decades, it's kind of become more accepted in the scientific community because they're researching all of these other dimensions. So it's just kind of interesting how modern science is slowly starting to catch up with the wisdom of the ancients. So once again, if you like our podcast, make sure you subscribe to our channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And you can check us out on Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Make sure you like our Facebook page, and Twitter. Also, if you appreciate the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal as well. Just check the link in the description. So let's go through the basics. So you don't know anything about shadow people, Maxwell?
No. Shadow people. Huh.
So basically, these are entities, usually humanoid figures, interpreted by some who experience this phenomena as paranormal or supernatural. Basically, the presence of some kind of entity, possibly a ghost or demon, possibly interdimensional, possibly just a figment of their imagination, which is what the so-called skeptics will say. Just a quick aside on skeptics. You know what's kind of funny? Like they proclaim to be skeptics. Like, I mean, I'm a skeptic. I'm a true skeptic. I believe nothing. I'm not going to believe it's a ghost or it's not a ghost. Like, whereas the so-called skeptics, they're not really skeptical of the mainstream propaganda positions. They're skeptical of any kind of critical thinking that goes against that. Sometimes it's warranted, like if it's a crazy person that just expects them to believe their story. But in other cases, where there's multiple witnesses, where there's video evidence, where there's physical evidence, the so-called skeptics, their cognitive dissonance will dismiss all of that outright. And they will only maintain their position of dogmatic thinking, which in another 100 years will be outdated and viewed upon as a silly notion, as we have learned from history. So, but to jump into specifically shadow people, once again, going into folklore, legends, and mythology, shadowy creatures or entities have been discussed since the dawn of man. So these are, some of them are spiritual. Most of these descriptions are spiritual in nature. Usually, these are nefarious entities, but some of them are simply described as entities from the underworld or shadowy creatures, which may or may not be nefarious. Some of them are kind of viewed as similarly to some kind of animals, where they just exist in these parallel dimensions or in between dimensions. There are some interesting theories that shadow people are not necessarily creatures from another dimension, but they're stuck in between dimensions or for whatever reason. Or while they're traveling between dimensions, you can catch glimpses of them as they travel through ours. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
So they're stuck in between dimensions?
Or, well, that's what I said like a minute ago. Or when people see shadow people, they're just catching glimpses of these entities as they're passing in between dimensions. So when they pass through ours, we can see them very briefly. And usually it's out of the corner of one's eye. So we will be examining this peripheral vision phenomena and whether or
Man, I love that. That's creepy as hell.
yeah, well,
Because
wait.
because everyone had that experience where like you're walking down or you're in the dark and like you're convinced that there was something that moved there or
Yeah,
something.
we're going to go into that pretty deeply because it is fascinating. I think most people will admit that they have seen shadowy figures out of the corner of their eyes, and then when you look at it with the middle of your eye, you can't see it. And then sometimes when you look away, you could see it again. Or sometimes when you're walking or moving, you can catch a glimpse of it real quick, and then you can't see it again, and then you're second guessing yourself. Did you see something? Did you not? And then usually if you're a illogical thinker, your cognitive dissonance will immediately dismiss it as, oh, it must have just been some kind of black spot and it's nothing. Because most people are too mentally uncomfortable to confront even the possibility that maybe these are interdimensional entities, and it's kind of creepy. So a lot of people don't want to think about that. But how insane is it if let's say a large percentage of the population, maybe over 90%, is capable of seeing these entities, and they just cognitive dissonance just prevents them from ever really confronting it. So your whole life you see all these entities and you don't think anything of it. I mean, that's pretty creepy. Once again, I'm not saying that's what it is. Maybe it really is just tricks of light in peripheral vision. We don't know. That's why we are examining all of these topics. So let's go back to the history of shadow people. So the theories on these range from just lost souls or entities from the underworld coming back to haunt, or it could just be a ghost, just a regular ghost that appears as a shadow for whatever reason. So shadow people kind of was brought back into the mainstream, the so-called mainstream, on April 12th, 2001 on Coast to Coast AM. Some people have actually compared MINDSHOCK to Coast AM, which I take as a pretty big compliment because that was a paranormal radio show. It was a late night radio talk show where, I mean, you've heard of it, right?
Actually, no. No, I haven't.
Man, Maxwell's been living under a rock for many, many, many decades. Now, of course, you've heard about it. Remember that Area 51 caller that was all over the place? It was on a bunch of documentaries. Well, I'm sure you've heard of the show. You just don't remember because of clips or whatnot. I remember listening to some of these clips with you, so. But anyway, Art Bell, the host, he interviewed Thunder Strikes, a Native American elder, and they talked about shadow people. And a lot of people actually drew their impressions of what they saw, these paranormal entities, supposedly paranormal entities, and they were shared publicly on websites. Heidi Hollis published her first book on shadow people in October 2001. And she described shadow people as dark silhouettes with human shapes and profiles that flicker in and out of peripheral vision, and claims that people have reported the figures attempting to jump on their chest and choke them. So this phenomena is also linked with sleep paralysis, with the Hat Man, with the old hag syndrome, where you feel like you can't breathe, and even extraterrestrial activity and extraterrestrial abductions. We're not going to focus too much on those because I think that they're relatively distinct phenomena that are not necessarily associated with shadow people. For example, if shadow people are kind of interdimensional entities, these other things could be interdimensional entities as well, but it could only be one entity. Whereas a shadow person, there could be dozens or hundreds or millions or billions, we have no idea, infinite shadow creatures. If there are infinite dimensions, there would be infinite shadow creatures, if shadow creatures exist. So yeah, we're not going to focus specifically on those topics. Those need their own dedicated podcasts. But have you ever had sleep paralysis, Maxwell?
Yes, I've experienced a few of them, but someone explained to me that it's some it some it happens in part of a sleep cycle, like maybe you're having a REM sleep and suddenly your eyes open So, but your body is not like connected to the mind, like as far as like motor control. So, like, so you wake up while you're in REM sleep or something, or your eyes open while you're in a REM sleep, but you're still dreaming, but you're perceiving these visions. I mean these
Well,
visual.
you know what I found interesting because I've had it in the past before, but I think it's related to diet as well. Because some really healthy people like raw vegans or some of these other really healthy eaters, generally I haven't really found that they have sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is experienced usually by people with a poorer diet because, like you said, there's non optimal cell function between your physical motor abilities and certain regions of the brain. But I have had sleep paralysis before, and when I was reading theories, once again by these so called skeptics, these illogical thinkers, or illogical people, not really thinkers, some people, I'm not talking about all of them, I'm talking about unique people who specifically say all alien abductions are simply cases of sleep paralysis or hallucinations. These are the people I'm targeting. Because once again, I don't necessarily believe in alien abductions, and I don't not believe either because I don't know. I didn't witness. I wasn't at these locations. I don't know what happened. I'm not going to pretend that I do. We're just exploring different theories and different possibilities. So when I had sleep paralysis, I didn't see any figures or beings. I just simply was awake, couldn't move. It is sort of like a panic induced state because you're not 100% sure what's going on, but you can't move. I'm not sure why that would be linked to alien abductions because it has nothing to do with aliens. And at the time, I was doing heavy research into extraterrestrials and alien abductions. So my mind, there were definitely thoughts in my mind of aliens. So, but what's interesting is that when you have so many cases that have nothing to do with aliens or the Hat Man or the old hag syndrome or shadow people, there's just simply you can't move your body. Were there any other entities when you experienced sleep paralysis?
No, no. But I remember it vaguely. I just remember like not being able to move. But there's sometimes like I won't be able to move for like a few minutes, and then 5 minutes later I'm able to. So I don't know. I
But
guess that's part of
you
it.
have sleep paralysis often?
Now, I've experienced it probably like 5 times in my life, or
Oh.
maybe I only remember five of it. Maybe it happened like
And so
thirty.
in all five cases there were no other entities of any kind there.
No,
Yeah, so I think that's most people's explanation or experience as well. So when there are other entities, once again, these are black and white fallacies because let's say you're experiencing sleep paralysis and there really is a shadow person there. And then there's a person who doesn't experience sleep paralysis, and there's a shadow person there. The shadow person isn't really linked to the sleep paralysis. These like false dichotomies and all these other fallacies, they're kind of weird. So you're looking at people just attempting to discredit for the sake of discrediting to just because of their cognitive dissonance and their dogma. Very strange. But on MindShock, we don't do that. So we're going to look at every single aspect of every single topic. So Hollis also, like many paranormal researchers, she believes that these shadow people are negative alien beings, but that they can be repelled by various means, including invoking the name of Jesus. Now, what do you think about that, Maxwell? Like all these demonic exorcisms and a lot of this paranormal activity, supposedly, like even a vampire not liking the sight of a cross, supposedly invoking the name of Jesus somehow repels these entities. The only theory that I've come up with, and once again, this deems its own podcast, is that in general, the nature of Jesus as percepted by people involved, by witnesses, by victims of these phenomena, is that Jesus is a loving, good being. So is it that energy, that positive energy of love that these negative entities, they're allergic to this positive energy? So is it the energy associated with the name of Jesus that is repelling them? Because why would they be repelled just by a name?
I don't know.
No thoughts at all, Maxwell.
Uh, I don't know what to think of that.
All right, so let's move on to there's quite a bit of people who believe in a wide range of shadow people intentions. So some believe they are evil, some believe they are benevolent, others believe that they are neutral and that they are simply extra dimensional inhabitants of another universe. And there actually have been shadow people recorded on video and photographed. So exactly what is in this evidence, we will examine on our next Shadow People podcast. This one's just the background of what are they and theories. We'll go into specific accounts, encounters, and physical evidence in the next podcast. But yeah, I think it's interesting. And I also think it's interesting how there are these groups of people. I mean, they sort of kind of form camps. Oh, shadow people are aliens. Oh, shadow people are ghosts. So all of these black and white fallacies, I really try to avoid them because they're illogical. In an infinite universe where we know very little and everything we know could be wrong because we don't know from just learning from history all of the different aspects of knowledge that humans acquired, a lot of times it turns out to be false. Like our whole perception of how the universe works could be completely wrong. We don't know. So who's to say, why would we trap ourselves into this thinking of, well, if shadow people are real, they have to be only ghosts and they can't be aliens. Or if shadow people are real, they can only be ghosts and not interdimensional creatures. Is that kind of weird?
Not weird. It's just how people think. I mean, people generalize in general.
Most people are fallacious thinkers. Yes, yes, I agree
Uh,
with you there. But that's why MindShock exists, so we can go over all of this. But same thing. So it's kind of like with ghosts. Are most ghosts evil? Even if that's true, even if 90% of ghosts are evil, that doesn't mean that there's not 5% that are good, 5% that are neutral, right? Some of them might just be entities that are just hanging out. They're not good
just
or evil.
hanging out. They don't even know they're ghosts or something.
Yeah, or if these shadow, let's say you're a shadow person, or let's say you're a squirrel. Do you know you're a squirrel and exactly
Yeah.
your place in the animal kingdom and
Yeah.
how humans relate to you?
Yeah,
You don't-
you're just looking for acorns.
Yeah, exactly. You're just going about your squirrel business. You're just jumping from branch to branch, having fun. So these shadow people could just be cruising dimension.
I'm curious about the photographs that you mentioned earlier that people actually took them.
Well, there's
Were they
video.
actually looking for shadow people, or were they kind of accidental, or what?
Well, both. So some of the paranormal investigators specifically were looking to get them, and then there's other. It's just like ghosts, you know. Some people photograph ghosts by accident. They might not even believe it's a ghost. They just have an anomaly, and they leave it up to the viewer to decide what it is. So briefly, so scientific, obviously so-called scientific explanations range from sleep paralysis to hallucinations, which again, it's so strange how people immediately jump to it. I mean, yes, it's possible. And even if we say 90% are hallucinations, well, what about the other 10%? Like it's just so weird to dismiss 100% of everything. That kind of fallacious thinking is just it's weird. So, I mean, there's even so-called scientific experts who just wash away 100% of shadow people sightings as simply a person experiencing heightened emotion, like walking alone in the dark, would think that any patch of shadow is an attacker. I mean, there's actually people out there that's how they think. Also, what's interesting is that certain drug addicts, they report a lot of shadow people after not sleeping for certain periods, for long periods of time. But you know what's kind of weird about that is even in the once again, not to ascribe a black and white fallacy, are drug addicts or people that are kind of encompassed in negative energy, if demons or ghosts and all these things, if they're real, wouldn't people who are experiencing high negative emotions and negative energy in their life, wouldn't they be more susceptible, not less? So wouldn't it make sense that drug addicts would be more susceptible to this paranormal activity if they're real? Wouldn't that make more sense? How do people, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you have altered state of consciousness, and I think, yeah, I can see if demons exist or whatever, like they can see someone in an altered state of consciousness to be more susceptible to their hijacking.
Yeah, especially if they're in a highly negative state, and if you believe in souls, your soul might be weakened at that point and unable to fight off more of these demonic negative entities. Similarly to how when immune system is compromised, you're more susceptible to attack from viruses or pathogens of various kinds, or fungus and bacteria. It's around everywhere, and just people with weakened immune systems are more susceptible to it. So if this paranormal phenomena exists all around us, people in negative states would be more susceptible to it. That doesn't it's just so fallacious to think that that constitutes whether or not the paranormal phenomena exists or not. That's like saying if a bunch of people have strong immune systems, they're not going to get a cold. That must mean that these colds or flus don't exist. Now, that doesn't mean that at all. That just means certain people would be more susceptible if they exist. That's the only point I was making there. All right, so let me read an article from bustle.com. It's pretty interesting. What are shadow people? These supernatural entities are scarier than any horror movie. This was written by Nina Khan, October 14th, 2018. The fear of the dark, it's a common one. One of the reasons darkness can be so scary is that our eyes tend to play tricks on us when the lights are low. A jacket hanging on the door can easily morph into what looks like a person, or a pillow stuffed under your blankets can appear as someone lurking in your bed. Sometimes it's easy to debunk these visions as your imagination. Thank goodness. But what if you saw something shadowy that wasn't a trick of the light? Dark, shadowy humanoid figures like these are actually known as shadow people. And to the many people who have studied them or experienced them firsthand, they are very real and extremely terrifying. Ever had the experience of reading or watching TV when suddenly, from the periphery of your vision, you see what appears to be a shadowy figure moving in the room, even for a moment? Again, it's easy to chalk up these experiences to your eyes playing tricks on you, or the reflection of a passing car. But countless people around the world have reported eerily similar sightings, some of them highly specific. Thus, the mystery of shadow people has captivated the minds of paranormal fiends everywhere. So, what exactly are shadow people, and how real can they possibly be? The term used to describe these alleged beings was apparently coined by author Heidi Hollis, who has penned several books on paranormal phenomena. Shadow people have been around since the beginning of time and are a dark influence upon society, Hollis said in an interview with radio show Coast to Coast AM. And it appears that these beings have, in fact, been around throughout history, as descriptions of shadowy human like figures have appeared in folklore dating back to ancient times. For example, the Quran mentions pitch black sapient beings that aren't entirely spiritual or physical. And people in ancient Europe reportedly believed that shadow beings, quote, desired blood and without it couldn't be reborn, end quote. That sounds very demonic. And in modern times, reports from people claiming to have seen these beings themselves come from all over the world. Most of these shadow creatures appear through our periphery vision, and people who see them are often unable to describe in details the features of these mystical entities, apart from their human like forms and occasional reports of fiery red eyes, explained Beyond Science TV. Similarly, in Hollis's book about shadow people titled The Secret War, she describes them as, quote, dark silhouettes with human shapes and profiles that flicker in and out of peripheral vision, end quote. But it appears that people have begun to see shadow people in more detail in recent times, perhaps because the beings are, for whatever horrifying reasons, making themselves seen. More and more people are beginning to see them straight on and for longer periods of time, explained ThoughtCo on its website, which also notes the appearance of red eyes on the shadow beings being prevalent. There are, of course, many theories about where shadow people come from and whether or not they're even real. Skeptics note that seeing shadow people could simply be chalked up to sleep paralysis, which is straight up terrifying in its own right. I don't care how much people explain it away. Heightened emotional states, or sleep deprivation, as people who have experienced these psychological conditions have noted a correlation. Although, if I might add, that still doesn't fully explain why they're all seeing the same creepy kind of thing, right? And of course, there's always the explanation that your peripheral vision is basically guaranteed to play tricks on you because it's designed to detect motion and movement, not detail. It's likely what you could make mountains out of molehills, or in this case, shadow people out of shadows, if you were in the right mindset. And here's my quick aside on that. Once again, it's just like the negative emotional states being more susceptible to demonic activity. If your peripheral vision is specifically designed to see movement, if these paranormal entities are real, you would be more likely to see them out of your periphery. So once again, when people try to explain it away or so-called debunk it by saying it's designed to see movement, well, if there are paranormal entities moving, wouldn't your periphery spot them easier than the middle of your eye?
Exactly.
Yeah, so interesting. Okay, back to the article. But then there are the paranormal theories, the ones that seem to resonate more with the people who have actually lived through the terrifying encounters and feel strongly that shadow people are more than just imaginary. Another quick aside that I feel is necessary is how much stock do you put in people's intuition? Because the people sitting on the sidelines who have never had these experiences, it's kind of weird how these people object, supposedly they're saying they're being objective, which is true since they weren't the subject, they're not subjective. But at the same time, does being objective in this particular case, is that more likely or less likely to move you to the truth? Because someone who experienced it themselves, if you put stock in their own intuition and they're saying it wasn't of this world or there was something weird about it, how much stock do you put in people's intuition?
Um, yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know. I guess you just get a lot of samples with the same experience, and then you can base it on that.
Well, isn't it kind of interesting how the people who experience it usually point to the paranormal, and then the people that are armchair quarterbacking the analysis, they put it not in the paranormal, almost as if to suit their cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they're trying to be so-called scientific, I guess, and they're trying to put everything in that box, and they can't.
Well, yeah, and the irony is in trying to be scientific, they're being unscientific because they're not recognizing their own dissonance or dogmatic thinking, the inside the box thinking. All right, so back to the article. But then there are paranormal theories, yes, the ones that seem to resonate more with the people who have actually lived through the terrifying encounters and feel strongly that shadow people are more than just imaginary. Hollis, through her research and experience, apparently believes that shadow people are extraterrestrial in origin. In other words, they're aliens. Author and leading paranormal expert Rosemary Ellen Guiley appears to have seen an alien connection. I discovered that many shadow people experiencers are also ET experiencers, especially abductees, Guiley told Psychology Today in an interview. So perhaps these beings are alien in origin, but others believe that they may be ghosts, demons, or other kinds of interdimensional beings. According to Natalia Kuna, a psychic medium, shadow people are said to be conscious, intelligent, interdimensional beings that can shapeshift into various forms and figurations and move back and forth between dimensions. That sounds okay, right? But not so fast. I'm going to do another aside because I just thought of another possible explanation. If these are extraterrestrials, you know how like humans send mini robots or whatnot to explore certain areas that might be too dangerous to explore, or the tunnels are too small? Like under the pyramids or through pyramid tunnels, they've actually put robots, mechanical robots, and things like that with cameras. What if shadow people are some kind of an advanced technology that an extraterrestrial or even interdimensional, if an extraterrestrial is sitting up in their spaceship, it might be too dangerous for them to go down. So what if they can do some kind of semi-physical projection that can gather intel? What do you think about that?
That's awesome. Shadow drones.
Yeah. Yeah, like a shadow drone entity that can record information, or you can experience it directly, like some kind of a weird virtual or augmented reality projection or holographic projection. So it can possibly carry your consciousness or just communicate with your consciousness. So if they're down on Earth doing research, once again, I'm not saying this is the case or that this is the case in most of these accounts. I just thought of that now in terms of if there is an extraterrestrial connection, wouldn't it be smarter to use some kind of a shadow drone that can't be caught? Because if they're actually sending down their technology like a physical drone and it's captured for whatever reason, if they don't want to give themselves away, or if there are multiple extraterrestrial races, like some people allege, and they're all at war with each other, all this other crazy insanity, wouldn't a shadow type of drone that can't be trapped or recovered, wouldn't that be the smarter way to go about it?
Yes, definitely. That's why we use drones to dismantle bombs and such.
Yeah, so this is like next level technology, shadow drones. So back to the article, most reports on shadow people are overwhelmingly negative. Encounters with shadow people tend to be accompanied by a feeling of dread, according to many reports. And sorry, but the glowing red eyes are decidedly unchill, in my opinion. But there are allegedly different types of shadow beings, and some of them are non-threatening. Most of the time, though, it's just dark and scary. Apparently, there's one type of shadow person that is said to be more demonic in nature, and that's known as the Hat Man, and is reportedly seen wearing a top hat and suit. You know, it'd be crazy if the Hat Man was Jack the Ripper.
That's funny.
I don't know if I've ever seen that theory floated. I gotta flesh that out a little bit more. Other times, shadow people have been reported to attempt a physical attack during an encounter, similar to some sleep paralysis experiences. Shadow people are sometimes discovered by a person who wakes up to find them trying to choke or suffocate them, said Hollis in an interview with Coast to Coast AM. Overall, I'm not feeling super great about this whole shadow person business, but I guess we'll have to live with the knowledge now. You can bet I'll be surrounding my bed with protective crystals tonight, and I think we can all agree that we'll be feeling an extra twinge of fear the next time we see something slightly shadowy in our periphery. You know what else is interesting? It's kind of crazy how if these are some kind of interdimensional parasite type demonic entities, they just want to kill people or cause distress, so they just go around preying on sleeping humans. How crazy is that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, is it really that different than, let's say, predators in the African wild? Like if you need to eat something, so you go around in the night and you're gonna attack your sleeping prey because it's easier.
That's funny. I wonder if they reproduce. Like,
You're curious as to how shadow people reproduce?
well, I'm thinking like, you know how humans have these survival instincts to reproduce and such. I'm wondering if, I don't know, these entities would reproduce, or they reproduce by hijacking humans and creating more ghosts out of them.
Well,
I
I
don't
think
know.
it would also depend on how, yeah, the true origin of the shadow people and their lifespans. Because if they're not really physical, they wouldn't have a short lifespan. They could theoretically be immortal, right, or infinite. So that's
Right, or like you said, they feed on negative energy. So like maybe the more negative a person is, the more they can reproduce. Or if or if like two shadow people combine each other in a negative person,
they're
they produce another two.
so they're kind of like asexual. Like when they have enough
Yeah,
negative energy, they could split into more shadow people.
or something like that.
All right. So let's get into the peripheral vision aspect of it. So this is a post by Rob Luby. And so this is a post I found on a paranormal investigators group. Can we better see ghosts by using our peripheral vision? Many sightings of ghosts are reported as being seen out of the corner of people's eyes through what's called our peripheral vision. So we wanted to explore peripheral vision and ghosts because some wish to discredit the human ability to accurately see entities through anything, but our central vision. Can ghosts be detected through the sides of our eyes? Let's explore. The argument against accurately seeing ghosts through peripheral vision has gained strength because we can be tricked into seeing things that are not there by our brains. While it is common for the brain to gather snapshots from the periphery and then fill in the blanks, known as the phenomenon of seeing something that isn't there, it is still possible that peripheral vision can enhance our ability to see and detect ghosts. Because many reports of ghosts seem to occur during the evening, maybe because people prefer to ghost hunt at night, allow me to briefly explain human eyesight in low light conditions. Receptor cells in the back of the eye can be divided up into two types: rods and cones. Our central vision, used for detailed viewing, relies upon the cones. Peripheral vision depends upon the rods. The differences between these photoreceptor cells give us different capabilities within our collective eyesight. And for viewing ghosts, that could be important to know. For example, when seeing in dark environments, it is well known that our central vision is weak due to reliance upon bright light, while peripheral vision is much stronger. The rods in our eyes used for seeing the periphery operate much better during low light conditions than cones. This allows the eye to detect light that is 1,000,000,000 times dimmer than bright sunlight. On the downside, seeing things out of the corner of our eyes does produce images with less clarity in most cases, but this is not always true. Although peripheral vision is not used to distinguish colors, it is much better at detecting motion. The combination of seeing no color coupled with the excellent ability at detecting movement could be another reason many have reported seeing dark, black, shadowy ghosts move from the corner of their eyes. If you still think this portion of our eyesight has little merit, then you will need to argue with the military. It is well known by the US Army that faint objects in the dark are better viewed by our peripheral vision. Troops are often taught not to focus on objects directly at night, but to direct their vision to one side in order to see them better. Coincidentally, contact lenses would be preferred over glasses in order to maintain a clear path to the periphery. So again, this kind of supports the ghost theory, because if these shadow people, if they're not really shadows, if they really are full color entities with high detail or whatnot, but if you can only see them out of the periphery, they would appear as a shadow even if they're not. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so let's move on to different frequencies and wavelengths of light. Humans see the range of light known as the visible light spectrum. The typical human eyeball can see the wavelength range of 380 to 750 nanometers. The various wavelengths in the spectrum of visible light are seen as different colors by the three types of photoreceptor cones in our central vision, spanning the full range of hues. Peaking near the center of the visible spectrum at about 500 nanometers, the vision of our photoreceptor rods is sensitized to the wavelengths of violet, blue, green, and yellow, though they cannot see them as colors, but in shades of gray. The longer wavelengths of orange and red are completely eliminated from the peripheral part of our eyesight. Knowing this, we could say our peripheral vision is actually more focused towards monitoring more of the middle range of visible light and not interfered with by higher wavelengths. Could this be a factor that might somehow make our peripheral vision better equipped to see ghosts at times? Maybe. Although we have shared our thoughts about seeing ghosts through our peripheral vision, it is also possible to see ghosts through our central vision, shadow ghosts included. Our point is that there doesn't seem to be one simple answer that explains the mystery of when, where, how, and why we see ghosts. Therefore, we need to keep an open mind. Okay, so here are my thoughts on this. Is it similar to so some people have 20/20 vision. Some people don't. Some people have very bad vision. So obviously this would factor into who can see what. Similar to how certain animals like dogs can see much better in certain wavelengths. So if like, for example, we can't see infrared. It's invisible to the human eye. However, that doesn't mean that infrared doesn't exist. So if these shadow people or ghosts or a lot of these paranormal entities, if they can only be viewed in certain wavelengths, and once again, this goes both ways. So both to the observer would have to be capable of seeing certain wavelengths, and a particular entity, if they exist, would have to exist in a certain particular wavelength range. So different entities might have different ranges, and different people have different ranges that they're able to see. So if the periphery gives you slightly more in a specific range that certain paranormal entities might be in, that would explain everything, would it not?
Possibly.
That's all you got, Maxwell?
That's all I got.
All right, let's go a little deeper into the corner of the eye phenomena and shadow ghost. So this is from ASSAP.ac.uk, the Association for the Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena, the Paranormal Education and Research Charity. So this is from their website. Paranormal reports sometimes include mentions of things seen in corner of the eye, occasionally as part of a wider haunting. Typically, the phenomena are fleeting and usually vanishes if a witness turns to look straight at them. So once again, does this support or debunk? Because if your periphery is capable of detecting motion and the wavelength and is optimized for certain wavelengths, when you go to look at it with the middle of your eye and you don't see it, does that help prove that it wasn't there, or does that help prove that it was, but it only exists in a certain wavelength? I'm just asking, Maxwell. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to read up on like the so-called scientific
Well, I'm giving you.
explanation.
I just gave you a lot of scientific information on what the periphery is optimized for certain wavelengths and for motion,
Yeah.
and not specifically detailed. But let's look at another example. So let's say you have infrared goggles on, and you can see like let's say you're a burglar and you're breaking into an art museum, and they have these lasers for the security system. So you put on infrared goggles and you see the lasers. Then you take the goggles off, and you're like, oh well, must have been a trick of the eye. The lasers aren't really there. Is that what the corner of the eye is? It can detect. It's optimized for different wavelengths, so you can see it out of the corner of your eye, but you can't see it with the middle. So now I'm going to give you one of my experiences. So I've had this experience both while walking and driving, and half the time, I would say probably even more than half the time, it's not at night; it's during the daytime. So I see movement, like this dark, shadowy movement out of the corner of the eye. And then I look at it because it gets my attention. Like my brain doesn't even have time to process. Is this a ghost? Is this a shadow person? It's like it's kind of like almost like a quick animal movement where it just draws your attention. So I just turn my head to look. I'm not thinking it's paranormal. I'm not thinking it's not paranormal. I don't have time for that. It's just an instinct. I look at it. It's not there. So then I turn back straight, and then it's there again. And now I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. Then when I try to look at it straight, I can't see it. And then I turn, and I can see it again out of the periphery. And sometimes this repeats multiple times, and then it's gone. So does that mean nothing was ever there? Does that mean something was there and it could only be seen out of the periphery? And when it was no longer there, my periphery couldn't see it either because it wasn't there. Your analysis, Maxwell?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, so let me go back to this website. So the corner of the eye phenomena. So yes, typically the phenomena are fleeting and usually vanish if witnesses turn to look straight at them. They are generally reported to look like shadows, often resembling faces or human figures. And by the way, I've never seen a face in the periphery, just figures. And I'm even going to dispute the human figures because I don't know if I would go that far to say they were human. It could have been an animal. I would say a lot of the times my snap judgment to look real quick, for example, if I was hiking in the woods or whatnot, or even driving on a road, I might think it's a deer. So I look at to make sure there's no deer running across the road because I don't want to hit it and and have an accident. I personally have not experienced them to look specifically like human figures. Anyway, so for this reason, they are often called shadow ghosts or shadow people. Some people even think they represent some kind of demon or other strange entity. Corner of the eye phenomena. Before we can consider whether such corner of the eye phenomena might be paranormal, we need to understand what to expect from the normal operation of our peripheral vision. Here's a picture to illustrate how your peripheral vision can change the way things look. It may produce different results depending on your computer screen, the illumination in your room, and your own visual system, from your eyes to the brain. So nothing is guaranteed. Start by looking well to the right of the picture above so that it is barely visible. Note how you cannot see any shape in detail and probably no colors either. Now rotate your head leftwards very slowly, always staring directly forward so that you are aware of more and more of the photo. Gradually, shapes and colors in the photo should become more distinct and obvious. Eventually, when looking just to the right of the photo, you may become aware of an apparent face. The face will probably vanish as you finally stare directly at the photo. Don't worry if you don't see the face. We are all different, and some people will see it while others will not. The face is seen in profile, looking rightwards. Probably the best place to stare at is the tiny red flower about halfway up the photo and about 1/4 of the way from the right edge of the frame. Stare at the flower, and the large face, if you see it at all, should appear to the left. Try looking from different distances and the face may pop out. Even if you don't see a face, you may well see part of the picture. The lighter portion of the in-focus bit appears to pop out from the rest. Some people may even see a face when looking directly at the photo. Others won't see a face at all at any time during the exercise. Either way, the experiment should still demonstrate that peripheral vision of complex shapes and colors, like those in the photo, is poor. You only really see the details photo well when looking directly at it. Using peripheral vision increases the chance of seeing faces and figures in random patterns. The area where we have a clear, detailed view of anything is surprisingly small. To demonstrate this, stare at one word in the middle of this paragraph. Without changing where you are staring, how many words can you read on either side, above and below? The answer is not very many at all. Peripheral vision. So how come the picture in your head looks so detailed if we can only see such a tiny area in high resolution? The answer is that our eyes constantly focus more of our eyes are more about rapidly scanning the scene ahead. Then our brains assemble the picture in our heads from the recent scans. For much more on this important topic, see common misconception. Outside the central area of the picture in our head, there is much lower resolution. Being used to it, you probably don't even notice this. Peripheral vision is produced largely by retinal rod cells. Unlike the cone cells that produce the central detailed views, rods have poor resolution. Rods are more sensitive to light and movement than cones, but cannot see color. Multiple rod cells converge into a single intraneuron cell. This reduces overall resolution, like merging several pixels into one on a TV picture, but improves sensitivity to movement. This poor resolution and high sensitivity to movement is what causes everyday corner of the eye phenomena, where you are vaguely aware of something in your peripheral vision but cannot see it properly. Rod's insensitivity to color and poor resolution means that corner of the eye phenomena are typically black and white and their shapes vague. If you turn to look at an object seen in the corner of your eye, you will start to see it in much greater detail and in color. As a consequence, it will look completely different. What was a vague dark shadow in the corner of your eye will turn into a differently shaped object in full color. Sometimes the difference will be so pronounced that the original object will appear to vanish. Due to the inbuilt human propensity to see faces and figures in random shapes, it is inevitable that some corner of the eye phenomenon include such shapes. Once we turn to look at them properly, they will no longer make sense as figures or faces. Our brains will then rationalize that this face or figure has vanished. It is no wonder that witnesses think they have seen a ghost or shadow person. Furthermore, our brains may substitute objects that are not seen as well, such as those in peripheral vision, with similar things from our visual memory. These visual substitutions, which occur before we are consciously aware of what we're seeing, can appear strikingly real. Such substitutions are not limited to just faces and figures, though these are common. That's super interesting because In John Keel's work, and we talk about him quite a bunch, I talk about him extensively on the Mothman series. You can check that out on the channel. He believes that a lot of these paranormal phenomena draw upon information already in the brain of the observer. So that's why throughout history you might see these weird paranormal entities in olden times dressed as they would back then. And in modern times you might get men in black or extraterrestrials or whatnot, because it's using information in someone's brain to fill in gaps, so to speak. What do you think about that?
That's interesting.
That's all you got, Maxwell?
That's all I got.
Maxwell Army. Distance is difficult to judge in peripheral vision, partly due to a lack of details and also because some objects may only be visible in one eye. No stereopsis, due to the nose intruding. The distance of objects seen in peripheral vision may thus often be wrongly reported. Something nearby may appear farther away or vice versa. In particular, a nearby small object can appear bigger and further away. Naturally, the effect disappears when you turn to look directly at the object. So a large object, seen as a ghost, in the middle distance vanishes, leaving only a small bush nearby. Shadow ghosts. Of course, some people believe that shadow people and shadow ghosts exist as genuine paranormal phenomena. There are reports of shadow ghosts seen when looking straight ahead. One possible explanation for shadow ghosts seen in direct vision is actual shadows. Shadow ghosts are also sometimes reported in photographs and videos. These are usually photographic artifacts. However, where shadows are seen only in peripheral vision, the explanation given above must certainly be considered. If people are convinced they are living in a haunted house, they may notice such natural phenomena more acutely than usual, sensitized to the idea by psychological suggestion. Once again, I'm going to counter that point by saying if that house really is a haunted house, they'd be more likely to see these entities. So both are true. So once again, I'm not going to fall for the black and white fallacy either. If the house is not haunted and a person believes it is haunted, then they would possibly see more shadow people. Just like if the house is actually haunted, if the entities are real, they would also be more likely to see more. So I don't see how that debunks it. It's kind of, again, fallacious. An interesting point about shadow ghosts is that many are typically seen to be moving. If they weren't, they probably wouldn't be noticed. There are motion illusions related to peripheral vision that may account for certain specific sightings. The peripheral drift illusion occurs when you observe an object with alternating black and white and sometimes gray lines or rectangles, or something resembling that situation. When such objects are observed in the peripheral vision, anomalous motion may appear. In real life cases, this might occur in a semi-dark situation with fence posts, railings, stair banister spindles, or wheels, particularly if they are painted white. The illusion is thought to be caused by the way our brains detect motion in our visual fields. So once again, I completely agree. So if 90% of cases occurred around these things, then that could possibly be an explanation if shadow people aren't real. If they are real, what would stop them from appearing where there are also stair banisters, railings, fences, or wheels? Like, why would they be allergic to appearing around those as well? And then, of course, this doesn't factor in shadow people seen in flat plain type areas or in areas where there are no such objects. The other thing I'm going to say, because I've experienced that as well in like cluttered basements and such, where I thought I saw something. And once again, maybe it was a shadow person, but instinctually, I didn't feel that it was a real moving object. Once again, all depends on how much you put stock into intuition. So when I was in a cluttered basement and I thought I saw movement, I didn't have the instinct or intuition that it was an actual real being or object moving. Whereas when I noticed it either walking outdoors or while driving, and I looked at it and it wasn't there, but I could still see it in my periphery, my instinct is that it was something real. I mean, it could have just been a deer that was going between trees and I didn't really notice it when I looked straight on, but because the periphery is better at detecting motion, or it was moving whatever in the shadows, it could have been a deer. I'm not saying I saw a humanoid figure. I didn't. But if we're putting stock in intuition and subconscious, I felt that situation, it was an actual moving entity, whereas in a cluttered basement, I didn't get that feeling that it was a real moving entity like a deer. I don't think there was a deer in that basement, whereas there could have been by the side of the road. Okay, so let's move on to night vision. In low light, our retinal cone cells do not work and we rely on our rods. This means that the world can look radically different to the one we know from normal daylight vision. One problem, though, is that rods need time to adapt to reach maximum sensitivity in low light. Some 30 to 45 minutes to get to 80% or of full sensitivity. Even once you have adapted to night vision, there are more problems to consider. Poor resolution. Object shapes are not seen well and can be misinterpreted. No colors visible. Objects tend to resemble either shadows or white lights. A shift in sensitivity towards the blue end of the spectrum in the Purkinje effect. Autokinesis, small stationary objects appear to move if you stare at them. Night blind spot, best eyesight resolution is 50 to 20 degrees off center. Poor depth perception and poor ability to see exactly where moving objects are. Once again, I'm going to say this. The reason why most people might be spotting ghosts at night is because, once again, the periphery is more designed for that. So does that disprove they're seeing? Wouldn't that increase the amount of frequency that if paranormal entities are real, that they would be seen more often at night?
I can see that.
Yeah, so once again, it's just so fallacious to just completely debunk all of them, whereas this could prove it true as well. It's just pretty interesting if they're real. Of course, once again, we don't know, but if they are, this would prove the sightings at an increase would prove the reason for the increase in sightings at night. These significant changes in vision in low light can help explain many apparent paranormal phenomena seen in low light as examples of misperception. In particular, this also applies to investigation vigils held in the dark. And once again, if there is some of these haunted locations, people see quite a few ghosts in the daytime and at night, and they describe the ghost wearing the same thing. So how are they going to account for that in this explanation? And once again, I'm not saying that 90% or even more or less, I don't know, could easily be explained by all these things. Might be true, but since we don't know, we're not going to pretend it's true. Low light misperception. The various visual impairments brought about by low light conditions inevitably increase the possibility of misperception. Such misperception, as in the daylight version, can be affected by psychological suggestion. In particular, the night blind spot means that objects seen straight ahead look fuzzy compared with those seen at a slight angle, like 15 to 20 degrees off center. In daylight, we see objects straight ahead best, so there is a tendency to do the same at night. It means, however, that objects may easily be misperceived by staring directly towards them. This fact alone may account for many reports of ghosts in low light conditions. Incidentally, this is not the same as the anatomical blind spot, which does not normally affect vision in daylight or at night. Small moving lights are quite frequently reported on vigils. These lights could be produced by LED indicators for instruments or domestic appliances, or from light thrown on the walls from gaps in curtains or under doors. Whatever causes such lights, if you stare at them in the dark, they will usually appear to move. This is autokinesis, and it may be responsible for reports where people claim to have seen orbs with the naked eye. Ah, man, that's kind of interesting. I'm sure you've been in your house at night and you've seen a crack of light under the door. Did it appear to be moving? I don't really, I don't recall any cases where that happened.
I don't remember anything. I don't know. I haven't seen anything like
The
that.
only thing I can compare this to is sometimes driving at night on a highway that doesn't have reflectors and is not well lit. I do remember certain lights of cars having a certain drift effect, especially when I was tired while driving. But I'm not going to mistake that for a shadow person or a ghost. That's kind of weird. Again, I'm sure there are certain people out there that have made the mistake. But again, since we don't have the percentages, if ghosts are real, 90% of them could have seen a real ghost and 10% could have been had this misconception of light. So it's kind of, yeah, once again, we don't really know how to ascribe percentages. Though night vision allows good perception of movement, it is more difficult to say exactly where a moving object is in low light. The fact that everything appears black or white in low light can also give rise to shadow ghosts or ghostly white figures. Finally, the lengthy time required by eyes to adapt to low light means that for long periods people may see very little at all. Such sensory deprivation can sometimes lead to hallucination. Unfortunately, these factors typically combine a dark vigil. In typical vigils, divided up into several dark sessions separated by well lit breaks, night vision adaptation times are a real problem. For much of the time, investigators will not be able to see anything, much even when it is there to be seen. For these reasons, dark vigils are of limited value for scientific evidence, because central vision is dominated by the cone rich fovea, which doesn't work in low light. You know, the other thing they're completely ignoring here for some reason is when videos, especially in night vision, are used in some of these dark vigils and they match up with what the investigators are seeing. Or sometimes on security cameras, when these so called alleged ghosts, if that video is real, they match the description seen by multiple witnesses. So that's a bit strange. And one other point is that why ghosts can appear to be white if they can only exist in that spectrum and or the human eye can only see them in that wavelength with those colors, that would explain why they would be seeing them as dark shadowy figures or as white light translucent type ghosts if they're real. So does this prove or disprove? Like, you can use this information to prove it or disprove it, but since we don't know, a true skeptic would not jump to either assumption because we don't know. Further oddities. If you look at something red straight ahead, you are more likely to notice red objects in your peripheral vision at the same time, though objects in peripheral vision still look black and white. You will also notice the motion of all red objects in your visual field. This could explain why some objects in our peripheral vision may become more noticeable even when they don't change or move. It is bound up in something called attentional focus. It is just another oddity of the way our perception works that it could explain certain anomalous observations. And it's true, it could explain them. Since we don't know the real, I mean, maybe 1% of all of these misidentifications really are exactly what this article stated. Or maybe 90%, or maybe 99. But what about all the other ones? How does it help prove or disprove the existence of shadow people? The other interesting point is a lot of shadow people I've never seen the glowing red eyes, but if your periphery is not capable of seeing red, why would they be seeing shadow people out of the periphery with red eyes?
I see what you mean.
So that's also kind of anomalous. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. All right, so that's basically the scientific angle of how peripheral vision works versus direct vision with cones and rods, the differences, the wavelengths, the colors, the movement detection. So it's pretty interesting because if shadow people are real, then that scientifically perfectly explains why they would be more likely to be seen from the periphery. So you wanted some more scientific thoughts on it. I mean, I gave you a bunch of scientific data. What do you think now?
I find that interesting when you look at the red and straight ahead, and you can see more red in the background. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the eyes are definitely very, very complex and equipped for different situations. I mean, it's pretty fascinating how the human eye is designed and everything that it can do. You still think it all came from a rock?
I don't really think about anything.
Oh, that needs to be on your mug. Maxwell Powers. I don't really think about anything. All right, I'm going to do one more article that I thought was pretty interesting because we're going to examine motivations of shadow people. Are these simply dark evil entities? Or are they tricksters in disguise of shadows? Or are they possibly some kind of benevolent entities? So this article is by Kitty Fields. It was published on November 16th, 2018. Terrifying, yet harmless shadow people. Kitty Fields has had paranormal experiences her entire life. These experiences have fueled her passion to write about all things supernatural. What is a shadow person? A shadow person is a dark, shadowy, indistinct yet humanoid shape that's usually seen at night out of the corner of one's eye. These harmless apparitions often flee once they have been detected. You know what else is kind of weird? You know how, like, in your backyard or in the woods, sometimes if you spot like even a squirrel or some random wild animal, when you see it and they see that you see them, they run away.
Yeah, wait, what about that?
Well, maybe that's how shadow people operate. If they're these
I
strange
see. So,
interdimensional entities, they're just going about their business, cruising dimensions or cruising in between dimensions, looking for energy to feast on. And when you spot them, they run away because they don't know, if they don't know what you are, if they don't know what
yeah,
humans are or what our dimension is, they
yeah,
don't know if humans can harm them or not. So they can get spooked and then just jump back to another dimension or continue on their way.
they look at you for a while though. I don't know.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're not sure if you see them or not, because if you freeze when you see a wild animal, they're frozen looking at you, you're frozen looking at them. Do you see shadow people? You are lying in bed, comfortable and exhausted from a long day. You reach over and turn off the lamp on your nightstand. Click. The night light in the bathroom is shining dimly through the doorway of your bedroom. You begin to drift off to sleep. Well, speaking of which, you have a night light, right, Maxwell?
Yeah.
It's too scary sleeping in pitch black, right?
Yeah.
You begin to drift off to sleep, and then you see it. A dark, pitch black figure has flown into your room from the hallway, seemingly floating above the foot of your bed, staring down at you. You want to move and scream, but you can't. This frightening image has left you speechless, waiting for death to overcome your physical being, waiting for the life to be sucked from your body. But nothing happens. The shadow person made a looming and frightening appearance for less than a minute and then disappeared into thin air. Did you see red eyes glaring at you from within the mass of this dark creature? Michelle Bellinger, author of Haunting Experiences, Encounters with the Otherworldly, describes these occurrences as hauntings. The odd thing about it is that they seem so evil when they appear, but all they seem to do is observe and examine us. Once again, that sort of points to extraterrestrial shadow drone, right? Or it could just be if these demonic entities don't have physical power, they can only feed off your fear and negative emotions. So that's their energy, and then once they feast, they leave. But the other really scary thought I just had is, what if all around us at all times there are infinite interdimensional entities, demons, good, bad, whatever, and only in certain lighting conditions, due to the nature of the human eye, can we see them, but they're always there. So you got like a whole bunch of demons just hanging out with you right now, Maxwell, and you can't see them. They're just chilling.
Hope they're enjoying my company.
They're just chilling. They got like their arms around your shoulder, just hanging out, and you can't even see them or feel them. Is that creepy or what?
That's pretty cool. I'll hang out with them.
Stories about and experiences of meeting shadow people. Shadow people, also known as shadow men or shadow folk, are said to usually appear in a person's peripheral vision, darting away upon being seen. However, there are rare circumstances when people have come face to face with one. According to historical records, their main motive thus far seems to have been simply to watch us. Watch how we act or how we function. No accounts speak with much authority, but there are several stories and theories. Michelle Bellinger's book tells of several of her psychic friends' experiences in which they were visited by shadow people. These shadows did not hide in the corner of those witnesses' peripheral vision, but rather watched out in the open. One thing I find particularly interesting about these accounts is that many have reported seeing ones with red or yellow eyes, and always in the wee hours of the morning. 3 a.m. seems to be the common hour at which sightings occur. Once again, we will get into the 3 a.m. phenomenon in its own dedicated podcast. Quite a witching time. It's known as the witching hour. It's not actually midnight. 3 a.m. is the witching hour where spirits or interdimensional entities can be at full strength. But that's another occult topic for another podcast. These beings have been known to haunt a particular person as opposed to a specific house or building. And even more intriguing is the fact that many of these hauntings last for a short period of time and then cease to recur. Usually they appear as a silhouette of a person. However, on other occasions, they have appeared as dark blobs or mists that ominously fill an otherwise dimly lit room or space. Some of these silhouettes have been wearing a fedora hat or even a hooded cloak of sorts. The belief in and recorded accounts of shadow people are not limited to one region or country. They seem to make their presence known worldwide. There are online forums where many people from all over the world share their supernatural experiences with others who have gone through the same terror. Are shadow people bad or evil? Because people fear darkness, many think these apparitions have bad intentions. Though these beings have been described by many paranormal investigators and witnesses as evil, there really has been no direct contact between a shadow person and a human being that involved any proof of malice or anger. In fact, most of the time, these beings do not physically touch their victims at all, if you could even call them victims. I prefer to use the term witnesses, since no harm or crime comes of the encounter. Another quick aside, if we're talking Hat Man or the old hag syndrome, where if that is a shadow entity, they are actively choking the person and choking the life out of them. And not to go really, really, really dark, but why not? Are we unaware of how many people have died in their sleep that might have been killed by a shadow entity?
Yeah, that's creepy as hell.
I know. I mean, we could be talking untold numbers because if the autopsy just shows up as natural causes when it was, or heart attacks, like let's say older people or even younger people that have had heart attacks and died, what caused the heart attack? Was it a shadow person? We don't know. And if the shadow person is choking them, if it's a shadow entity that's non physical, would there be physical evidence on their neck even if they did have the life choked out of them? We don't know. Very,
The
very
eh, the
creepy.
they but the reports on like people saying that they saw the shadows coming at them about to choke them. Was there a lot of that, or was it?
I mean, there's so many countless sightings and
But
witnesses.
is that a common thing? Like
What do
the
you mean by
shadows.
what do you mean by
Like
common? I mean,
what I mean is were there a lot of reports that
yes.
the shadows were about to choke them out?
And there was also a lot of reports that they weren't. So
Eh.
I mean,
It's just I don't know. It's just interesting. I haven't really
there's
heard that, but
reports.
that's creepy as hell.
There's a lot of reports of all kinds. I just
Yeah.
gave you my report. I didn't. I've never seen a humanoid shadow type person, but I've seen
Yeah.
shadowy figures in my peripheral where when I look directly at it, I couldn't see it, and when I looked away, I could see it again. Sometimes it appeared to be following me, but again, it could have been a deer in the trees. I don't know. I just didn't
Uh,
see it when I looked straight at it. But and I'm not going to tell someone else what their experience was because I didn't have their
uh,
experience. So I found an account of a young man who claims to have spoken to a shady figure at the top of his stairs. He asked what it wanted, and it replied that it wouldn't hurt him and it just wanted to watch. That's real creepy. It just wanted to watch him for life. I mean, is this a shadow drone from extraterrestrials or interdimensional entities that are just researching humans? That's so freaking creepy.
yeah, that's messed up.
Michelle Bellinger's account seems to back up this man's experience with the fact that these beings seem to be merely observing us in our daily lives, usually when we are not paying attention, like during sleep or when we're occupied with the TV or computer. But what are shadow people and why do they want to observe us? So, what are shadow people then? Many theories circulate the internet and paranormal world as to what these apparitions really are. Of course, no one knows for sure, but here are some theories. Possibly the most logical and believable explanation is simply that they are a figment of our overactive and hypersensitive imaginations. Psychologists often find logical explanations for paranormal experience after all. Pareidolia is a term that could be referenced when speaking of the sightings of shadow people. It describes the experience of seeing something that is not actually there. A typical example is seeing a face in the clouds or a shadowy figure in the corner of one's vision. Once again, I'm calling black and white fallacy. So if that happens 50%, 90%, or even 99% of the time, if there really is something there that you see, explaining it away with this would not be an accurate depiction of the truth, would it?
No.
So I always find it kind of strange when everybody wants to just blanketly explain a phenomena or paint with a broad brush. I mean, these fallacies are just so obviously illogical. Even if they do explain even possibly the majority of sightings, that still doesn't explain the real truth and the other sighting. Hypnagogia is another commonly referenced theory of explanation. This is the waking dreaming state in which one is suspended between wake and sleep. Being that I am a frequent hypnagogia dreamer, I know how real these dreams can feel. It's sort of like when you are just falling asleep and you have a quick little dream that you are walking in a parking lot and then your leg falls into a pothole. In reality, your leg jerks and you wake up, realizing that very real experience was merely a dream. I'm going counterpoint on this one. If when you dream, you go to other dimensions, like some people believe, if that really did happen in the other dimension, wouldn't your leg physically have a reaction as well? I mean, we're talking chicken or the egg here. How do you know what caused what? Did that physical action of your leg moving, was that a result of a real interdimensional experience? You know how like they did those experiments where if you make someone believe that someone is, let's say, putting out a cigarette on their skin, a physical burn mark will appear on their skin. Have you seen those experiments?
I've not seen it, but I heard about them.
I mean, it's the same category as the placebo effect. When someone gets a sugar pill and they have a headache, but they're told they're given a really powerful medication, their mind gets rid of the headache for them, or stomach ache or whatnot.
Yeah, yep,
And
yep.
so
The power of the mind.
the power of the mind is proven by the placebo effect. So once again, she's using this hypnagogia as an explanation where I'm not, once again, I'm not going to go black and white fallacy on that, because that physical reaction could be a result of some kind of psychological experience in an alternate dimension. What do you think about that?
That's interesting.
She goes on to say, in my article, Personal Hauntings, the Stalker's Spirit and Territorial Ghost in Florida, I describe being stalked by a spirit and feeling psychically attacked for a period of about a month. Before that, I had never heard of shadow people, nor had I heard that these beings seem to appear to people in a state of hypnagogia. My feelings of being stalked or watched and paralyzed upon waking seem to correspond to the experiences that many others have had. Do I believe that shadow people are dreams? I don't know. Well, another counterpoint is if these interdimensional beings can only affect you when you're not in your normal mental state, again, would that debunk their existence, or would that explain, would that physical state explain the occurrences of them if they are real? Because sightings often happen to those who are experiencing insomnia or sleep deprivation, for example, methamphetamine addicts, who often report seeing these dark figures after prolonged periods without sleep, these visions may be hallucinations triggered by sleeplessness. Those who suffer from sleep disorders like sleep paralysis often report seeing these dark figures. Once again, refer to my previous point. If they are real, wouldn't they be more likely to plague these types of people? There are many psychological and physiological conditions that could account for this experience. A person suffering from psychological trauma or experiencing heightened emotions might misinterpret normal objects. Or, once again, for the third time, that would make them more susceptible to shadow people if shadow people are real, would it not?
I don't know.
Other blasé and predictable theories are that they are ghosts or demons. My problem with that theory is that these beings seem to be totally different in nature when compared to other accounts of ghosts and demons. Oh man, I have to go black and white fallacy again. So if a deer is a lot different than a bear or a chicken or a fish, does that mean that some animal can't be identified as either one of those creatures? Who says that ghosts or demons are only allowed to be of one kind of nature if they're real? It's all these black and white fallacies are so strange. Though many people who have seen shadow people claim they are evil, I think that this ignorance can be chalked up to the fact that people often mistrust things they don't understand. As far as I've read and seen, these beings are not innately malicious. Okay, fair point there, but once again, black and white fallacy. Some of them could be malicious, some of them might not be malicious. It's so strange how people want to ascribe a certain trait to something completely. It's so weird. Like, how many different species of animals are on Earth? The animal kingdom is so vast. If interdimensional creatures are real, wouldn't their so-called interdimensional kingdom of species be extremely diverse?
I see what you mean.
If there are infinite dimensions, and each dimension has its own entities of vast different types of entities, different types of species of entities with different types of natures. I mean, it's, to me, if all of this is real, that seems much more logical than saying, oh, well, Bigfoot can only be brown. There can be no such thing as a Yeti, and they can't be white. Or only black bears are allowed to exist and not polar bears. It's so weird. I don't know. It's just so illogical. What if shadow people are actual shadows of the undead? Are they sneaking into our homes at night and allowing only their shadows to be seen? Some might find this theory far fetched because even if you do believe in the undead, they are thought to not have a shadow or reflection. A more intriguing theory is that they are actually travelers from another dimension or a parallel universe that are here to gain knowledge and information about us and our dimension. This is an interesting theory to be further explored by paranormal investigators and quantum physicists. So, what do you think, Maxwell, now that you have all this different information on shadow people? We've examined the scientific nature of how the human eye works and how the periphery works. What are your thoughts on shadow people now?
Um, I don't know. It's still a mystery to me because haven't really experienced a lot of shadow people.
So, you've experienced some?
Um, I'm not sure. I've just experienced movement a little bit,
Okay.
but I don't really. I don't know.
So, yeah, on our next Shadow People episode, we will be going into sightings, accounts, and visual evidence, photographs, videos, and we will dissect and try to separate the hoaxers from the genuine. And even if they're genuine, that doesn't mean they captured a shadow person. So it could have been an anomaly. We don't know. We will be going down all the rabbit holes. So, once again, if you enjoyed the episode, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to MindShock. Hit the bell for notification. If you liked the video, hit like. Feel free to share it across all social media platforms. Make sure to like our Facebook page, and you could also check us out on Reddit, Patreon, and Twitter. And if you have any questions, comments, experiences you'd like to share, leave it in the comments and we will get to all of them and discuss the various aspects of the very bizarre phenomena that is shadow people. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
See you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
This is MindShock. I am your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And you are listening to Shadow People 2. Encounters with Shadow People. We're going to be going over some very, very creepy and insane Shadow People encounters for which you can judge the veracity of yourselves and judge whether or not these Shadow People are real entities of some kind, either ghosts, demons, interdimensional travelers, or whatever they are. If you haven't listened to our first episode on Shadow People, where we go over theories and scientific analysis of edge of the eye phenomena and other phenomenon associated with Shadow People, who they are, where they came from, what do they want, check out that episode. And in this one, we will be going over encounters. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to add any thoughts, comments, questions, or whatever in the comments. And also feel free to share the video across social media platforms. You could also like our Facebook page and check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. So, Maxwell, where are you with the whole Shadow People phenomena? Do you have a theory, thought, anything on what they could be? What are they? Are they real? What's going on? Is it all in the mind of the observer?
Well, I first heard about shadow people when we did the first podcast. When I looked online, I was surprised how should I say, common or not common, but widespread it is, and people seeing shadow people all over the world. That was surprising to me. It was. Is it as big as Bigfoot?
I don't know. I mean, I
It
think
seems like yeah. It
Bigfoot's
just well,
definitely. Well, you just asked me a question. Can you let me answer before interrupting
uh,
you?
yeah, no, no. I was clarifying my question.
You don't. It's a simple question. So I think it's not as popular. So Bigfoot's so popular, people come forward more. With shadow people, it's possible that there are just as many, if not way more, encounters with shadow people that are simply either not being reported or the reports aren't being publicized to the scale that Bigfoot reports are because Bigfoot is so much more popular. There also aren't specific organizations like there's BFRO, there's other Bigfoot experts. I mean, the whole Bigfoot research field is so much bigger than shadow people. I mean, there's not that many shadow people experts. There aren't people going on shadow people hunting missions. There's no Finding Shadow People TV show. So, yeah, it's impossible to really say.
Yeah, and po- I think a lot of people are dismissing their experiences too. Like, it was probably just me. Oh, or you know what I mean? Like, I must have hit my head that caused that image to appear on
But
the
what if they didn't
side.
hit their head though?
No, or something like that. I'm just saying, like, they're blaming it on they're trying to justify to themselves what they saw.
But
I
if you
guess
want
I
to,
don't
I
know.
mean, yes, I agree. But couldn't you also say that's the same thing for Bigfoot? Like, if you see something in the woods, you don't know exactly what it is. You're not going to just randomly assume Bigfoot. Like, oh, well, it's probably a bear or something.
Yeah, I guess get like disbelief, cognitive dissonance, that kind of thing.
Or just not even wanting to go there. Like, let's say somebody wouldn't have been cognitive dissonant and they would have identified Bigfoot, but they just don't want to go there, so they just dismiss it because they don't want the brain wandering in that direction. I mean, I can
Yeah,
assume. I'm assuming for shadow people, it could be similar as well. Other than the people that have like countless recurring encounters, or they see it out of the edge of their eye and they can also see it straight on. I mean, that's a little bit harder to deny than just flickering shadows in the edge of your eye because that's easy to dismiss. Like I
yeah,
said, my own experiences with edge of the eye phenomena, I think most of them can be explained by deer or just moving animals of relatively decent size that could explain it. So I'm not going to automatically jump it was humanoid. I've never really seen a humanoid figure. I don't recall that I've ever seen a humanoid figure in edge of the eye phenomena. But anyway, let's get into these encounters and we'll see. Are these people all lying? Are they saying what they believe to be the truth? Or are these just misidentified ghosts? All right, so here's one. When my daughter was between the ages of 3 and 8, she spoke of people with no face or figures of shadows. She would often wake me up telling me there is a man or a figure standing in her closet. The most frightening of stories. She woke me up to ask me if I heard the screams. She said there was a shadow who stood at her doorway and screamed at her, and then flew into my room and screamed at my wife and I. At this point, she was in uncontrollable sobs, unable to understand why I did not wake up. She is now 11 and the encounters have stopped. She refuses to speak of whatever was going on with her and makes light of my questions. That's pretty creepy.
wow.
You know what?
Is she repressing that? That's crazy.
Possibly. Well, the other thing we need to talk about is can we? Okay, so we're talking, he said between the ages of 3 to 8. I mean, that's 5 years of ongoing shadow people encounters. That's bizarre. We're not talking one instance here, but even in cases where it's only one instance, like let's examine this. If the kid is 3 or 4, I think it's possible they might still be separating dreams from reality. But once you're getting into the ages of, let's say, I'm not sure about 5, but let's say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, are you really going to say that kid didn't realize it was a dream? At what point are you going to trust a child to understand the difference between a dream and reality?
Yeah, yeah, especially if you trust them and they're really intelligent, they do, you know, well in school or you can tell that they're cognitively efficient. Um,
Like
yeah.
Maxwell Powers efficient?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yo, that's a good point. Obviously, it's case by case. I mean, I don't want to seem rude to like 4 year olds or even 3 year olds. I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 year olds out there that can understand the difference between a dream, right, and reality. I don't know. I don't remember what it was like to be 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah. When I used to coach soccer. There's uh, there's a lot of smart kids out there
Do you still play soccer?
sometimes.
Is that how you amassed your fortune other than the settlement with your ex-wife? You were like some pro footballer that like nobody knows about?
Yep.
Uh-oh, you're giving away all your secrets, Maxwell. Okay, so this actually triggered one of my memories. I believe I have seen a shadow person. If it wasn't just my imagination, I'm going to place this at around 10 or 11. So I wasn't 5. I would say 10 or 11. And I saw a figure in the closet, and what bothered me is that I didn't have like this wasn't a closet where I hung coats and hats or whatever. It was like it was like a shelf, like a lower shelf closet with like t-shirts that weren't hung on hangers. So it wasn't like I could have, on a closet where there's a hanging coat or a hanging sweatshirt that kind of could look like a figure. There was nothing in that closet that could look like a figure. It was just a plain back wall closet with stuff on the floor and on a top shelf. So there's nothing that I could have misidentified as a shadow. But to this point, I mean, I suppose it could be possible it was a dream because if we're in between dreaming and waking, like if we're drowsy, I'm not talking if you hadn't fallen asleep yet, that's different. If you woke up from a nightmare and you're super sharp awake and then you see something, that's different. But if you're going in and out of sleep, I don't really remember, but I remember it disturbed me enough to go tell my parents, and their immediate response was just go back to sleep. It was a dream. But it was a spooky figure. It did not have red eyes. It was just a shadow. And I completely forgot about it until I just read this story here where she saw a figure standing in her closet. I wonder how many people see this and kind of, I mean, it disturbed me. It disturbed me pretty profound. I mean, I would say it was probably one of the worst nightmares ever. Maybe I repressed it because I completely forgot about it until now. And the figure wasn't even doing anything. It was just standing there. But it was creepy because there's a figure watching you. And it was big too. It wasn't like a small humanoid. It was a very big frame. I would even say probably more than 6 feet, probably 7 feet. It was taking up the whole closet. What do you
Did
think?
it
What do you think
did
of
it
my
move
memory,
around?
Maxwell? What?
Did it move around or?
No, that's the thing. It was so creepy because it was like it was standing still, but it wasn't perfectly 100% still. It was not that I observed it breathing, but it was almost like it was oscillating ever so slightly on the edge of observation.
Did it have a top hat? I hear a lot about top hat
Yeah, no, this
shadow
was not.
people.
I don't think this was the Hat Man. The closest thing I could probably say is the outline of it. It seemed like it had some kind of really big coat of some kind, possibly a hat, but definitely not a top hat. It was
Huh.
kind of like some kind of it was almost like those old Renaissance type clothing where they had like the really big collars.
I see.
But and that collar was so big it was like around the head, but it didn't seem like a hat necessarily.
I see. I see what you mean.
It
That's
was
creepy as
really weird.
fuck.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. I completely forgot
Yeah,
about this until I just read this. But
yeah. That you just made an image in my brain. This is creepy as fuck, dude.
I know. Can you imagine being 10 or
With a big
11?
ass collar, or like almost past the ears and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it was the collar must have been raising to the beyond the head in the back.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was not just a regular little humanoid figure. It was a gigantic figure with like some I don't even want to necessarily say it was clothes, but it was just because it was just shadows. I want to say there was some slight outline of gray or silver. It wasn't just pure black. There was a tiny little bit of variance in the shadow. It was not a pure black figure.
Wow, that's crazy. That brings a lot of form into it. Because if it was just all black, then you can dismiss it as just a shadow. But you saw like silver lining.
A little tiny bit. So, like, we're talking again, it's almost like with its movement, it's almost imperceptible. So, it did not seem like it was completely 100% still. There was just a very, very slight oscillation. I don't want to say up and down like breathing, but it was almost like waving, like a stuttering video effect, but just so barely that it just barely observable, like almost not. And so the same thing with the three-dimensional quality, like just a tiny little edge of gray silver in the color of the text, just a tiny, almost imperceptible on the edge of perception.
Yeah, that's creepy as hell, dude.
Yeah, I was so scared. I remember actually being too scared to because the door to my room, I had to walk by the closet to get there. And it took me a few minutes to get brave enough just to exit the room because I was kind of scared of what it was going to do.
I just like as you explained that, I just because this chair is empty, like right next to me, and I was thinking if a shadow like the one of the shadow people like comes to you or you experience them at a certain location, I would guess that most people would be, if they can help it, not would avoid that location.
Oh, by the
So it
way,
would be,
just so you know, I never saw it again.
really?
It
Is
was
that
just yeah, it was
and
just that one.
that seems to be like most people's experiences too, as far as like when I go on YouTube and stuff. Like they never really see the shadow people again after they experience it.
Well, you
That's
know
that's
what's also crazy? This that's making me think of this whole thing. I must have repressed that because when we did our other Shadow People podcast, like I was really thinking back because I do remember seeing moving figures out of the edge of my eye, usually while driving. So I think they're probably just deer or just. I mean, I don't know. There's no reason for me to believe they're even humanoid shadow people, but also they could be shadow animals. Who knows? People don't really talk about that. We touched upon that as well. But for this one, I really didn't remember it until this story triggered the memory because he's talking about his daughter seeing a figure standing in her closet. And that just took me way back. And I remember how scary it was. I must have repressed it. How many people do you think are repressing memories of seeing shadow people or other paranormal phenomena, not even intentionally? Because it's not like I was 4 or 5. I mean, I was definitely older. And I think that's why my parents kind of brushed it off because I was not like a little
oh
4 year old.
wait, you told your parents about it?
Yeah, weren't you paying attention?
I didn't say that. I mean, I didn't hear that part.
I
I
just
didn't
said,
hear that part.
yeah, I was so
No, I mean,
scared.
I know
Yeah,
that I know that you said it now, but that's why I'm asking.
when I gave my initial account, I ran to my parents' bedroom and I told them that there was a figure in my closet. And they told me it's just a dream, go back to sleep. They didn't even care because I woke them up because I wasn't a little kid. Like I wasn't 4 or 5. I mean, I must have been, I'm guessing maybe 10. Maybe not about 10. So maybe between 9 and 11, maybe 10. I was not super young. I remember I was a little bit older. And I don't even remember going back to the room or going back to sleep that night. My memory is I saw this figure with this weird collar or big clothing of some kind. It took me if I had to guess, probably between 5 and even 10 minutes to get the courage just to walk past the closet to get out of the room to get to my parents' room because I was so scared of what it was going to do. And I don't remember the last thing I remember from that night is my parents said, "Go back to your room. It's just a dream." I don't really remember going back to my room or going back to sleep. That's kind of creepy. Like what happened after I went back to my room? But like I said, I never saw it ever again, and I don't remember ever seeing it before either because it was a very distinct figure. It wasn't just an outline of a humanoid two-dimensional black shadow. That's not what it was. So, I don't even know if this was a shadow person. Does this qualify as a shadow person?
Yeah, I guess so. What, did you have a sleep paralysis that you remember of? No.
No, I only remember having sleep paralysis once, and
I
I
have
was
I have
already
a
an adult.
question. I have a question about the sleep paralysis thing. Do most people experience it with like eyes open, like, or do they just stay asleep and they're kind of
I believe,
conscious?
I think
They're
both.
consciously awake.
I think both because I remember when I had it, I remember I was dreaming, but it was weird. I don't know if I just thought I was dreaming, but I couldn't move in the dream either. And then I opened my eyes and I still couldn't move. So I had it at the both at the same time. So I assume either most people have it that way or one or the other. I don't think eyes open because it's one region of the brain can't communicate to send signals to move to other with the another region of the brain. So I'm not sure. I mean that is kind of weird because your eyelids would have to open. I don't know. That's weird. That's pretty weird. But yeah, I had it with both. I only remember having it that one time, maybe one other time, but no, that had nothing to I never had sleep paralysis as a kid as far as I can remember. So anyway, that's my account. Do you think I'm lying to you, Maxwell?
I never considered that.
I'm trying to think back on whether could I tell if I was dreaming or not. So if I was dreaming, I'm dreaming that I'm laying there looking at my closet. I don't know. That's kind of a weird dream. I don't remember ever having a dream where I'm laying in bed dreaming, or the dream is me laying in bed looking at my room the way the room is. I don't know. I don't remember ever having a dream like that. Do you?
No. And I'm also thinking about like these theories about like they're feeding off like the fear energy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if people, it might be good for people to dismiss it as their imagination. They're like, and it makes the, if they do exist as an entity, then they wouldn't visit you
Well,
because you just ignored them.
you just brought up a very interesting point. Is that why believers always talk about their stories and non-believers have have no stories because they don't think it's real, even if it is? That's a
Yeah,
good
something like that. I
that's a
mean,
good point.
they disbelieve it.
That's one of the skeptics' main claims is how come only people who believe in ghosts see ghosts? Even though that's not true, there's people who never believed in ghosts and then seeing the ghost made them a believer, so that's not true either. But that, I mean, that's an interesting point. I mean, we go back to even demons. If how come demons only visit drug users or whatever? Demons must be fake, or the demons are real because the drug addicts are in such negative states of consciousness they're easier to prey upon. So yeah, there's quite a few explanations. But so, what do you think? What do you think about my account?
That's some scary shit.
Yeah, I'm glad that never happened again. That was weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Actually, you know what? You know,
I think it might be even scarier. Well, actually, no, I can't say that because when you're a kid, you're like
you
everything is
know,
just a lot scarier.
this is making me remember a lot of things. I think after that night, I might have actually slept. I might have actually added a baseball bat to the to the side of my bed that I could grab because I remember. I think that that might have prompted me to do that.
Yes, that's funny.
Yeah, that's some
Oh,
spooky. Yeah,
like,
that's spooky.
well, well, let me ask you this, because I'm thinking about it. Would it be scarier, or probably just as scary to an adult than it is to a child?
I don't know. I don't
Because
know. I'm not sure. Can children?
if I see, no,
I don't.
I guess I can manage my own like fear now. Like if I witness like a shadow people tonight or something, actually I'd be scared shit. I don't know,
Well,
but I guess
here's the thing though. If you're a child, like I don't know that it's a shadow person. Like I think I was thinking it was some kind of either a person dressed weirdly. I guess that's what I was thinking. I don't know. But I'm a child. Like I'm a child. Like what am I going to do to defend myself? If I was an adult and I thought it was a real person, I mean, you know, if they're unarmed or even if they're armed, I mean, yeah, you could fight, you can run away, you could do something about it. If you're a defenseless child, I mean, your only option really is to run. And if it's near the door, like what are you going to do? I would think it's a lot scarier because as a child you're more helpless. As an adult, like even if they have a weapon, you could still fight to some degree. Because it's not like I was thinking it was a ghost or a paranormal entity. I don't remember thinking that. I remember thinking it was just it was an actual human in the closet, and I thought that was creepy. Obviously,
wait, you didn't check it out? Like you didn't like get close to it? Like you just went back to bed and just decided like,
well,
it's probably,
as I said, I don't remember what I did after I went to tell my parents. I was
uh,
laying in bed when I saw it. Then it took me some time to muster up the courage to exit the room because I had to dart past the closet where it was.
you might remember what happened tonight as the day goes on. Your like subconscious will bring it up.
I mean, I guess I must have just gone back to bed and gone to sleep. Maybe I trusted my parents and didn't even look in the closet and just went to sleep. Or maybe I just closed the closet door without looking in it because I was too scared to see. I don't know. I'm just thinking of hypotheticals. But again, like I said, I never saw it again. So I also don't remember. Maybe if I always kept the door closed since then, you know, it'd be really creepy if it was there the whole time, but I just never saw it again because I always kept the door closed after that.
Dude, I wouldn't enter that room if I kind of suspected that somebody's in there. I'd be like, I'd probably leave the house or
Well,
something.
you know what else is weird? At night, especially as a child, your mentality is so different. During the daytime, like you could be brave. You're like, oh yeah, it's probably nothing. Who cares? But then when nighttime comes around, it gets all scary. All right, let's move on with these other people's encounters. So,
Typing this is stirring up emotions, but F it. I grew up in an old brownstone house in Brooklyn, New York. It was a two-story with a large squeaky staircase and a creepy basement. The house had a lot of spiritual activity. One day in particular is burned into my memory and still gets me to this day. It was in the middle of the afternoon. Sun was shining. I was running around the house misbehaving with my little brother. I like his accurate portrayal. I was 8, he was 5. We were playing spies, and I was making my way up the stairs. As I'm walking up the stairs, I can see the entrance to my bedroom. As I was looking into my room, a tall shadow being stepped into the doorway, looked straight at me, then went back into my bedroom. It was a dark shadow in the shape of a human standing upright and walking. It had a wavy quality, like I was looking at a heat wave. I was so terrified, I tried to scream, but my voice didn't even come out. I ran downstairs as fast as I could to the living room where the rest of my family was. I was crying hysterically, explaining to my mother exactly what I saw. She had me say some prayers and tried to assure me it was gone. I did not want to go back into my own room. I had difficulties falling asleep. I had nightmares about it. The entire experience lasted a few seconds, but I replayed it in my head hundreds of times. When I got older and the internet became a thing, I looked up shadow beings. It felt good learning about other people's experiences, and I finally felt like I was not alone. I never talk about this incident, but I will never forget. You know what's weird? He describes this wavy quality like a heat wave. I would say that's sort of what I saw, except like on the edge of imperception. So like just really, really difficult to ascertain that it was wavy or slightly moving. But well, he said it was upright and walking. So, and he said it was a dark shadow like a human. So I don't know, not quite what I saw, but
Yeah, I saw this video. I don't know if it's real or like fake, but it looked really good because the camera was shaking the whole time because they were walking with it, and the image was in exactly the same place. So if it was fake, it was really good. But this particular shadow people video, the image or the shadow person was it wasn't dark. It was kind of like the image that was portrayed in Predator when they become invisible.
okay, yeah,
Like that kind of like wavy, mirrory type
invisibility
image.
cloak, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, that's what it looked like in the video, and it was kind of scary too. Uh, um, yeah. So he saw it and he looked at it. Did you see that? And then like they kept on walking, and it came in front of them, and they started running, and they dropped the camera. But I don't know. It looked I mean, if, even man, if it was fake, it was really well done. Like just are there a lot of videos out there? Like, because I have only seen one.
I haven't really seen any good ones. I think most of them are probably fake. I don't know. Again, if it's on the edge of the spectrum of what you can see, like maybe you might need film cameras to capture. Like we talked about this in our Ghost podcast, or even Bigfoot. If Bigfoot is some kind of interdimensional or spiritual creature on a different wavelength, you might not be able to capture it digitally. Some people say that, it's like the classic all the equipment starts malfunctioning when it's time to record the paranormal activity. But what if you used analog film cameras? How would that malfunction if it's not digital? With all this electromagnetic frequency, who knows how that interacts with different things? I find that kind of silly how skeptics like to say that this is all fake because the camera equipment just coincidentally starts malfunctioning. What if it's not coincidentally? What if the proof of the paranormal activity is the malfunctioning of digital equipment? I mean, I'm not saying it is, but if it is, that's not a disproof, that's a proof. But the other thing that this story made me think, how many parents just completely dismiss these dismiss these hysterical children having these encounters, not just with shadow people, but any paranormal phenomena. The parent is automatically going to say overactive imagination. What if it's not an overactive imagination? Like, it's obviously between cognitive dissonance and just all these other factors that parents don't want to even entertain the possibility of what the child is saying is true. It could also be a boy who cried wolf situation. I mean, a lot of times what kids say is just either over exaggerated, not accurate. It could be imagination. But what are the percentages? Is it 90-10? Is it 10-90? Is it 50-50? I mean, obviously every kid is different, but are we really going to say 100% of all hysterical children reporting on some kind of phenomena are just have an overactive imagination? It seems kind of silly to say that. What do you think?
Yeah, could be right. I don't know.
Did you pay attention to what I said?
Yeah, like the kids, like these scientists thinking like these kids are having an overactive imagination, but you're saying that I don't know. It's there's I don't know. I forgot what you said.
I said how when hysterical children like I did, like when I was scared telling my parents, there's this figure in my closet, they immediately dismissed it. So, how many children, hysterical children, come to their parents with certain accounts of whatever, paranormal activity or humanoid figures? They're just automatically dismissed as overactive imaginations. I was just saying, is it kind of
I see what you mean. There must be.
is it kind of silly to dismiss 100% of hysterical children?
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, if there must be a lot out there, there must be. Yeah, that's funny because you repressed your memory. How many repressed memories are out there about shadow people from like kids when they were kids? There must be millions.
It's pretty spooky to think about, yeah. All right, let's go on to another account. I rarely am one to make a big deal of things, let alone tell anyone weird, unbelievable stuff. But there are some experiences that I recently had in a house we lived in for a little under a year. We moved into this house in October of 2001. The first 2 or 3 months, all was fine. Then, on or around the first of the year, 2002, my 4 year old, then 3, would wake up in the middle of the night, absolutely terrified, saying there was a monster in her room. Now, of course, I brushed this off as childhood nightmare. But then in late February, I started waking up in the middle of the night with a feeling of someone staring at me. Note my daughter stopped getting up. Upon looking in the general vicinity of where this feeling was coming from, I would briefly see a shadowy black and gray apparition that would be gone as soon as my eyes focused. This would give me the chills when I would go to sleep. This occurred 2 to 3 times a week for months. The same nightly scenario, I'd wake up, focus and gone, or I'd wake up, see it, and then turn the TV and it was gone. Only once did my fiance actually see the apparition too. I think it was in June. She woke me up in the middle of the night and said she saw a faceless child standing next to her about 3 feet from the side of the bed. As soon as she looked at the face, it was gone. I then got up telling her it must have been my daughter. I went into her room and she is fast asleep. Other than this, she never saw anything again. The most frightful experience with it was in late August when I woke out of a dead sleep again and did the routine, except this time it didn't disappear. It stayed floating in the corner of the room. It was a swirling black cloud with some gray in it. That's kind of creepy. Probably 4 to 5 feet long and 1.5 to 2 feet wide. I will honestly say I have not felt that kind of fear ever in my life. It felt like there was pure evil in the room. I couldn't move, but I was able to nudge my fiance and say, "Look, there it is, that thing I keep seeing." With that, she rolled over, and only after she turned over did it disappear. We moved out in late September, and I have not been woken up since. I did ask a few people of the history of this house, but to no one's recollection did anyone ever meet their fate on that ground. Like I said, normally I wouldn't take the time to write this. However, I feel as though I needed to get it off my chest. P.S. The corner this always appeared in was a corner where I had a crucifix hanging on the wall. We left that behind as well to ensure we wouldn't be followed. You know what's really weird? Normally, any kind of demonic entities don't like crucifixes. Isn't this weird?
Yeah, that is weird. It actually hung out there. Maybe it's like maybe it's trying to block it, or maybe I don't know, whatever.
This is pretty bizarre too, because well, how much stock do you put into the sensation where you feel someone is watching you, and how often is that wrong?
Um, I don't know. With people, it's like I'm 90% correct. Like if someone's looking at me,
How do you know
I
you're
don't
not
know.
100%? Because if you glance at them and they glance away, how do you know they weren't looking at you and your feeling was true?
That could be true too. I don't know.
Or it could have been someone else looking at you, and the person you thought you who was looking at you was reading or doing something else. So you thought your feeling was wrong. But I would state that's an instinct. So I would say your instincts aren't technically wrong because there's an evolutionary purpose to that instinct. Because if your prey is watching you to attack you, something's got to trigger that instinct in your brain to be aware that somebody is watching you, and you need to be aware to either, for fight or flight, for survival. So are all these people with overactive imaginations, what's causing them to look and see a figure if they get that sensation that someone is watching them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, is this shadow person simply a ghost, and are shadow people tied to certain locations? Because it seemed like this person only had these issues in a house that they lived in for less than a year, and all of the people in the house witnessed it. That's also a plus because if you're not the only one, because if you're going crazy, no one else is seeing it. Okay, I mean, I still wouldn't dismiss it right off the bat, but it's definitely more credible when other people in the house also see it. What do you think?
Um, hey, can you repeat that question?
If you're the only person living in that, like this particular entity seemed to be linked to the house, right?
Okay.
Because this person said they only had these encounters in this specific house that they lived in for less than a year. What I was saying is that if you're the only one living in a house who is seeing this particular entity, it's definitely more credible when everyone who's living in the house is also seeing it.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So, and what's your point with that?
So that makes that account more credible if everybody who lived there saw
Uh,
it.
oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because like more witnesses, more people coming up and risking their reputations. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, this one's really creepy. My name is Gabriella, and I live in Munich, Germany. Since I moved to a small village, I've experienced this phenomenon. I just found out about it, what it is called, or that it even has a name, and it is common only recently. I used to think I was crazy, as some days I just couldn't sleep, like if something was bugging me, like an annoying mosquito, but different. I will feel a cold wind. My windows are always closed. It's very cold at night here. And I also feel some kind of pressure or paralyzed sensation. I will just shake and wake up, and I will see directly across the room that figure. It did sometimes stink, sometimes not. There might be months, even 7 or 8, in which nothing happens, and then it comes back again. Doesn't seem to follow a pattern. Can happen during the day, even. That is more rare. I also feel or hear like whispers in my ear. How creepy is that?
Yeah, that whisper shit's fucking like crazier than seeing shadow. Cause yeah, that's messed up.
I mean, if you really feel it exactly like a person whispering in the ear, like if it's unmistakable, yes. If it's just, I don't know, auditory hallucinations, I don't know. This story, it kind of, do we need to examine timelines? Because how strange is that? It just manifests just randomly, months on and off, sometimes 8 months, nothing. Like, how do we explain the timeline on this?
Yeah, I don't know.
And also the odor. So she's saying there's like a foul stench, a stink associated with this entity. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. If it's the same figure, would you argue that it should always have the stench if it's the same entity or not?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know.
No thoughts at all?
Well, I don't know if I should like. I don't know if I mean if it's the same stench. I mean,
No, sometimes there is no stench and sometimes there's a stench.
oh,
But she's saying it's the same figure.
Oh, so she's okay. She's like she's getting a little confused because of the inconsistency
She
with
doesn't
the
seem
stench.
confused. She's just stating her
Ah, I see.
report. I'm asking you, what do you think of that? How, if it's the same figure, why does it sometimes stink and sometimes not?
Uh, yeah, I don't know what
According
to
to
say
her
about
account.
that.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
No thoughts at all?
Well, it's then l- like I don't know. I mean, there must have been something that she missed, or if there's nothing in the room to make it stink. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Nothing in the room. What are you talking about the room? She's talking about this entity that sometimes when it appears, there's a foul stench. Obviously,
Oh,
that stench
oh,
wasn't
it
there.
only it opens. It happens in conjunction with the appearance of the image.
Yes. How did you not get that?
No, I mean, well, if you, I don't know. It could be just, I don't know what she's thinking. Maybe it was like she thought the first time was coincidental, but I guess
Okay, it's
not.
kind
I
of
don't
like
know.
how, when some people see ghosts, sometimes they associate a certain stench with the ghost. You
Yeah,
never heard of that? You never heard of that?
nah. But I've like people get cold and then they see a ghost.
Yeah, sometimes there's also a smell associated with ghosts. So she's saying there was a smell associated with this shadow person, but only sometimes. Sometimes it would appear with a stench, sometimes without. My question is, what could account for the inconsistency in the accompanying odor?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that was a long way to say I don't know. Okay, so let's move on to another one. I saw what I would best describe as a shadow person when I was around 8 years old. Me and a friend always had these Star Wars battles with action figures in his basement. That sounds like fun. We would split and set up our bases, basically just hiding figures all over the place. One day, while I was in the main room hiding one of my figures in preparation for battle, I looked over to where the room turned a corner and noticed what appeared to be a hazy, dark silhouette of a man standing just around the corner looking at me. There were no features, just a human shape. Not sure what I was looking at, I assumed it was my friend messing with me. So I asked him what he was doing. From behind me, I hear, "Who are you talking to?" I jumped around, startled to see my friend behind me in the back room, sitting on the floor. I quickly looked back to where the figure was, but nothing was there. Freaked out, I run into the room with my friend and hide. It was probably the scariest thing I've ever experienced. And even writing this is making the hair stand up on my neck and my eyes tear up remembering what this thing looked like. I'm still friends with that kid to this day and have stayed in that house countless times with no other incidents. However, I recently told his much older brother, the basement was his room long before this incident, about it. He then told me about his late night experiences with doors opening on their own, scratching on the walls, and strange shadows passing by. This is weird. It's like a combination of shadow people and ghost haunting.
Yeah,
That's a pretty
that's
creepy
crazy.
story. You know the other thing consistent about all of these accounts is the intense fear that's associated with the shadow person. Because I don't, when I see out of the corner of my eye, like shadow figures again while driving or wherever, there's no overwhelming dread or fear accompanied with it. In
Ah, I see.
some of these accounts, they're saying it's just this overwhelming dread and fear, which I did get when I spotted the shadow person in my closet. But I don't know if I would explain it as the worst fear ever. I mean, I mean, I was really, really scared, but I mean, as a kid, I've gotten that scared before. So I don't know. Or maybe some of these people that have these shadow people accounts, they've never had any kind of terrifying encounter in their life. They've never been in a fight or anything, any kind of situation where they felt terrible fear. So maybe this was the worst fear they ever had. I don't know. What do you think about that story?
Spooky.
That's all you got?
That's all I got for now.
All right, let's move on. When I was younger, I lived in a ranch style home with my mom and grandma. My mom and I had chose to have our rooms in the basement. See, that does not seem like a good choice for a lot of these people. Hers in the back corner bedroom of the basement and mine in a sectioned off area of the main living room recreational area. Her bedroom was connected both to her bathroom and the main living area. The bathroom door being in her room and the door leading to the living area being catty corner with a door that led to her bathroom from the main living area. One night in particular, I remember playing with my Legos. I was probably 9 or 10 when I happened to look up at my mom's bedroom door. As I looked through the door, it became more and more apparent that there was something there. It had no facial features and was nothing more than the silhouette of a small person with really swooshy hair. After about a minute of looking at the shadow, it dashed into the bathroom via the door directly connecting the bathroom and bedroom. In disbelief, I continued playing with my Legos when I felt something staring at me. As I looked up, I couldn't believe my eyes. The same shadow was now standing directly in the bathroom doorway. Now I know it had no face, much less eyes, but it was staring, watching, perhaps even waiting. I almost immediately sprinted into my mom's room, at which point I sprinted up the stairs, tears of fear running down my face. After that incident, I could never be alone in that basement at night, and my bedroom was moved to one of the spare bedrooms upstairs. I wish I could say that was the last of my experiences, but alas, it is not. The same shadow person followed me to several different houses, including the one I'm in now. That last line makes it slightly more unbelievable. And then also, so her mother also had the room in the basement. She lived in the home with her grandma. So did her mother not see anything? It'd be interesting to see if the mother could corroborate any of these sightings. But if it's just the kid, I don't know. Or she's being haunted by some weird demon that follows her from house to house. But if that's the case, why did it start there? That's also kind of weird. Why did it not start in the previous house? A lot of questions, Maxwell. A lot of questions here. What do you think?
Yeah, that's yeah. Wait, what? Why do you say? Why do you say it's a little bit less believable that it followed? It's the same in the same house. Like,
I didn't say it was less believable that it was in the same house. I'm saying the whole account. She's saying that the shadow person followed her to several different houses, including the one she's in now. I mean, that's not enough to go on. It just the phrasing of that threw me off a little bit, made it just, just personally to me, it made it sound less believable. However, if it didn't follow her to, I just have more questions. Like I said, did the mom see the shadow person in the basement? Because the mom had her bedroom permanently in the basement. After this incident, the daughter moved her bedroom upstairs. So it'd be interesting if the mother had any shadow person encounters. Also, why did she not have any encounters before moving to that grandmother's house? And did she have shadow person in every single house she moved to afterwards, or only some of the houses she moved to afterwards? These are all questions that need to be answered.
I see. Are there accounts where one person sees it for a long time and the other person doesn't?
I mean, I'm sure it's kind of like ghosts. So, I mean, there's all sorts of accounts. Why would there not be?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, I'm trying to see the. I'm trying to understand the phenomena. What the purpose is of the shadow people.
Well,
If
it's kind of
you know.
it's kind of like the same thing with ghosts. You have all sorts of accounts. In some accounts, other people living in the house can see the ghost. In other accounts, it's only one person ever that sees it for whatever reasons. And then also we have to again, we can't dismiss the possibility that maybe other members in the household did see it, but they thought it was their imagination and they didn't want to feed into the other person sightings. So they really did see it, but they said they didn't. All right, let's move on. I am usually not one to talk about my situation as it happened about 14 years ago, and anyone that I have gone out of my way to share this with immediately put a lot of discredit upon the topic. My spouse and close friends have always been the most intrigued. I only had one occurrence that I recall the most. Any others did not have as much substance behind it as this one did. When I was 14, I was sharing the basement recreation area with my stepbrother at the time. My parents had spent time building me a room in the basement at my request, but lo and behold, I spent most of the time out on the playroom or whatever you wanted to call it. I didn't start sleeping in my room until I was probably 16. However, this instance further confirmed why I didn't. It was between 2 and 4 a.m. I don't recall the exact time, but I had originally fallen asleep on the floor next to the futon my stepbrother was sleeping on. He faced the wall and was heavily snoring to boot. I had woken up and couldn't fall directly back to sleep, so I tossed and turned while the ambience of the TV kept spreading around the basement. Out of nowhere, I became completely stiff and unable to move my entire body, but my neck and head. At this point, feet pointed to the wall and the TV behind me. I started to look around because I had become immediately filled with anxiety and fear. I was thinking of this being sleep paralysis at the time until the next step took place. I laid there in silence, heavy snoring from my left. It felt as if someone or something was sitting on my body, restraining me by the shoulders, which, due to claustrophobia issues, freaked me out. I heard a very faint voice at first in the distance. Josh, are you there? I know you are there. Eyes peeled wide open, trying to diagnose me being crazy at this point, it then spoke again. Josh, can you hear me? I know you can hear me. Come to your bedroom. I continued to try and ignore as I felt I was about to puke as I was becoming really scared. In a much louder, gruffer voice, it spoke to me again. Josh, I know you can hear me. Come to your bedroom. As if the biggest weight was off my body, I was immediately able to move, and I sat up in a split second and rose to my feet. The voice continued to call my name and demand my presence in my room. Like any unoriginal horror movie, I was pleading with my brain to not do it, but stupid me decided to make way to the bedroom. The door always remained shut, and as I put my hand on the doorknob, I hear one more time, Josh, are you coming? Open the door. As I opened the door, I had a small basement window, at the time big enough to sneak out of the house, parallel to the doorway. As I slowly creaked open the door in a cold sweat, there was what appeared to be a dim lit, yellow eye shapes in the window, in the shape of some sort of dark figure staring deep into my soul. Wide-eyed and terrified, I looked up and was locked on for about 30 seconds. They got brighter and became dim and then repeated. I slammed the door immediately and bolted to the other end of the basement for the light and proceeded to rock back and forth because there was no explanation. My stepbrother woke up in a panic as I was petrified. We went back in the room together and turned the light on, and nothing was there. Nothing was outside as we went and checked further. He stayed up with me for a bit until I fell back asleep, and nothing like that occurred again. I cannot advise whom, why, where, and what, but it has left the biggest impact on me to this day. I know the difference between dreaming and being in an altered state of mind, but this was the most real I have ever felt behind a paranormal episode. That voice makes my body tingle and hair on my arms raise every time I think about it. I feel good knowing that I am not completely alone in this type of thing, and all I can do is hold on to the memory as nothing has been explained or uncovered otherwise. Is that one scary?
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
You know, that made me think of all of when he mentioned the horror movies and people doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. What if there's an explanation for that? What if these demonic entities or any of these evil negative forces, they make these whispers to your brain compelling you to do things against your will? So things that could get you killed or put in danger, it's not really you who's doing it. You're being guided, suggested, manipulated by some kind of negative demonic force.
Man, I would hate to experience that. Just being like controlled.
Would that explain it to? I mean, it's not like 100% control. It's more of like a guiding suggestion, but it's powerful. Like you have to fight really hard to fight it, and most people can't, or certain people can't, and they end up walking to their doom.
Sick.
Yeah, that's rough. All right, let's move on to another one. My experiences have all been pretty good, I guess. I've lived with shadow people all my life and see them every so often. First time, I was 10. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked at my door, and there was a shadow person standing there in the hallway. I used to sleep with the door open, and I could clearly see the outline of it. It was static, though. The outline was clear but shifted, like there was interference in what I was seeing. I could tell I was being watched and looked at, but there were no facial features, just a black mass in the shape of a person. The figure darted to the left of the door frame and entered the living room. I could hear its footsteps, oddly enough. It came back, then stopped in my doorway again before going down the hall towards my parents' room. I got up to look, and of course, nothing. I sleep with my door closed now. I never saw it again in that house. I heard it, though, walking through the house many times. It wasn't until I moved into my current place that I saw them again, this time much more frequently. I see them every few weeks or so. They don't bother me, I don't bother them. We coexist.
Well, that's nice. I mean, it's not like she's getting nightmares every night.
Well, as we discussed in our first Shadow People episode, I mean, if there's evil shadow people, there might be good shadow people, and there might be neutral shadow people who are just maybe oscillating between realities or paranormal or parallel dimensions. Because a lot of these accounts have the same similarities, that wavy or interference static type visual, as if they're just on the edge of perception or they're moving in and out of dimensions. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I love that. I love that theory. Yeah, I'd like to see a movie where like people actually oscillate between dimensions. That would be really cool.
That would make
Uh,
a good movie.
yeah, and like and like you, I think you mentioned this before. We as people could be oscillating the other dimensions, and they see us as the ghost.
Yeah, that's a crazy one, right?
Yeah, it's like really interesting because the ghosts that we're seeing, they're probably like just like regular people in another dimension. They just oscillate between dimensions. Let's actually the video that I told you about, like they saw this dark, shadow people in the forest, and they put a clip of Stephen Hawking talking about like interdimension yeah, it was really interesting. I didn't know he was like I don't know much about Stephen Hawking, but he believes in that reality or that
A lot
theory.
of physicists believe in infinite parallel dimensions, or a great number of, or an unknown amount of parallel dimensions. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I don't want to go black and white
Yeah,
fallacy.
I should start reading like some of the Stephen Hawking stuff. He's pretty interesting. He's got some interesting.
There's a lot of conspiracies about him as well.
Yeah, I heard about that too. But still, I think his books should be a good read.
But as I was saying, I don't think we should fall for any black and white fallacies. I think in certain cases, there's certain oscillation between dimensions. But if the ghost knows that you're there or you're watching, or the ghost has some kind of evil intention or good intention, then it's not just a neutral person like being visible between dimensions. I mean, that could account for some of the cases, but I never meant that as a sweeping generalization that all of these things are simply people catching visuals in between dimensions. But all right, let's get a little crazier. The thing about them is that they don't move the way people say ghosts move, sort of unaware of their surroundings. They move around like people for the most part, as if they're really interacting with the world. The three times I've seen what I can only call a shadow person, I've been keenly aware that they knew I saw them. That's the creepiest part, that they seem to know who you are and where they are, that they're intelligent. What do you think about that?
That's very interesting.
You know, another thought that I just got, what if shadow people are time travelers gone wrong? Like if they're going back or forward in time and they cause some kind of weird rip in the space-time continuum and their matter got all messed up, so they're just like a shadow.
Oh man,
That's pretty crazy, right?
yeah, poor guys.
Hey, when you're messing with the unknown, you don't know what's going to happen. All right, here's another one. My only experience with anything like this was after a particularly vivid dream in which someone was whispering what I could only describe as secrets into my ear. When I awoke, I looked directly across my bedroom and saw a shadow darker than darkness, and it turned and looked at me. When I called out, it then turned and ran straight into the wall. And I'm sure I saw a kind of splash of darkness, like dissipating smoke, as it disappeared. I absolutely believe that whatever it was had been whispering into my ear before I woke up, and that I had awakened before he thought I would. I also just feel I know it was a he. That's a pretty crazy story. Like he wasn't supposed to see him.
Did you share like he shared the secrets, like what the content of the secret?
He only said, I can only describe them as secrets. So perhaps it was just inaudible or indiscernible words. I mean, maybe the connotation or the tone made him think that they were secrets because I don't know. But it seems the point was that this entity didn't want to be seen or didn't think he would be seen. So that's a little different than some of these other ones. So this one, I mean, that's kind of bizarre. What if that was his future self telling him some secrets?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I mean, this doesn't quite match the MO of most normal shadow people encounters. He's not really feeding off his fear. It seems like he really wanted to relay some kind of information and then got interrupted by the guy waking up. Who knows? All right, let's go on to another one. For years, one shadow person, seemed male in retrospect, used to stand by my, and in parentheses, they have mom's bed, and essentially would force me to go to sleep. He would interrupt me reading books by basically being so distracting and then eventually intimidating. I had to leave the light on or pull the covers over my head to fall asleep. His shape was kind of an adult size oval with diffuse edges, and he wouldn't really move. He only ever really occupied two spots next to the bed. That one's kind of bizarre. This entity is forcing them to go to sleep instead of waking them up in a state of fear. What do you think about that one?
Yes. Yeah. That's crazy.
You know, the other thing that made me think of why are kids or even adults, why is there an instinct to pull the covers over your head? Have you ever done that?
I don't remember myself doing that, but
I remember doing that.
I actually, you know what? Now that I think of it like that, I do remember what I used to do. I used to just like stare out. Like I wouldn't pull the covers. I'd just be like looking out. I wouldn't. I would be more scared if I don't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the shadow person, I didn't pull the covers over my head. I was just too scared to move. But in other cases, I do remember just in general, like when scared to pull the covers over your head. What is that instinct based off of? So something can't see you? If it's a demonic entity of some kind and it's getting energy or strength from the fear of you seeing it, then the instinct of pulling the covers up so that you can't see it, it can't see you, it can't feed off your fear as much. Is that where that comes from?
It's possible. I don't
That's
know.
kind of weird. The motivations of the subconscious. Very, very weird. All right, let's move on to the next one. I've encountered a few in my life. They are demons or jinn. They are not good. I'm a sensitive empath and I feel death. I have never been approached by a good shadow person. They put on a facade to get you to let your guard down if you have one. The most frightening experience I have had was about 3 months ago. I was visiting my hometown and staying at my mother's house. I was in the back bedroom, lying in bed, and turned the TV off for the night. The door was closed and the room was pitch black. I felt and heard someone in my room. I honestly thought it was my brother looking for something he might have left in my room, and he didn't want to wake me. But I turned and looked towards the door and saw a tall black figure. It was so dark I could see it in the pitch black. I asked who it was with no answer. I asked what it wanted, and it moved closer. I felt such fear and a weight. I've become desensitized to spirits, so that was odd. It wanted me to be afraid. I yelled as loud as I could, "Go away, leave me alone." It stayed. I got up and picked up my phone and turned on the flashlight. When the light filled the room, the black figure was gone and my door was cracked open. I grabbed my rosary that was blessed and an eagle feather and prayed till I fell asleep. I never pray. I still don't know what it wanted, but now it is masking itself as a little boy, about 7, maybe 8, with black hair and sad eyes. I've told him to leave, but he still peeks around corners at me. Don't encourage them. Tell them to go away. That's one of the creepiest stories I've ever read. Any thoughts on that one?
Nah, Nah, they're all creepy to me.
Here, yeah, but these are pretty unique. This one is an empath who's communicated with spirits before. He describes himself as he or she describes themselves as desensitized to spirits. So we're dealing with someone who's not necessarily a disbeliever. We're dealing with someone who believes in ghosts and spirits, and there's a clear distinction with this shadow entity, which they describe as a demon or a jinn, but with the ability to masquerade as a spirit, looking for some kind of sympathy. The other thing that was really interesting is that this person who's an empath, for whatever reason, they felt that the entity wanted them to be afraid. So that kind of matches up the theory that these are some kind of demonic evil entities that feed off your fear and negative energy. This person even actually had the distinct feeling that the shadow person wanted them to be afraid. What does that tell you?
Yeah, it's just yeah, I don't know, man. Some people are scared, some people are not. It's interesting how people experience the shadow people differently.
Yeah, the other thing that pops out at me is, what if this little boy who's 7 or 8, what if that's not the shadow person masquerading as this figure for sympathy, just to gain entrance to emotions? What if this is a real spirit that's separate from the shadow entity? That's why I don't know. A lot of these black and white fallacies, they're problematic for me, because are we going to believe that all ghosts are negative demonic demons, even the ghosts that have saved people's lives? Because there are stories of good ghosts or even laughing ghosts. Not many, but they're out there. So are we going to say it's so problematic to just hasty generalize and black and white fallacy all of these concepts to say that shadow people can't be good or neutral? Because it seems that in certain cases where the shadow people are not or don't appear to give off the feeling that they know that you can see them or that they can see you, that kind of points to some kind of neutral interdimensional glitching or whatnot. Whereas in other cases where they want you to feel fear and feed off your energy, that's another thing. And then we have people with encounters that claim that these shadow people or ghosts have helped them in some way. So we have all kinds of different accounts. So in our next episode, we'll be going into even more shadow people accounts, the most unique accounts, the ones that don't match any theories, and we will continue the discussion on what shadow people are, what do they want, and how to deal with them. We hope you enjoyed another episode of the MindShock podcast. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And if you like the video, hit the like button and feel free to share it across social media. Also, make sure to like our Facebook page. And you can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we are on Shadow People 3. Encounters with Shadow People Part 2. We are going to be going over even more encounters with Shadow People. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And as always, any questions, comments, or any thoughts at all, just leave it in the comment section below. If you have your own strange shadow people encounters and you want to share them, feel free to do that as well. Also, make sure to like our Facebook page, and you could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. So, where are you at with shadow people? Now that we've done 2 podcasts in the series, we went over quite a few accounts, including my own semi-repressed account, which I hadn't remembered until reading some of these shadow people accounts. Do you have any new theories, Maxwell?
Not a new theories, but I have moments where I scare the shit out of myself because I see shadows and it starts to come to mind. So, oh man, I don't know if I don't know how many episodes I can do of shadow people.
Are you saying shadow people podcasts are not well for your sanity?
It's I don't know, like man, I just don't I think I'm better off not knowing about it and thinking that if I ever see a movement of a dark shadow, I would just dismiss it rather than thinking about it and
Well,
identifying it.
you know what's really weird? Like a lot of the so-called skeptics, and we go over this all the time, they think when people watch something or research or investigate something that makes their imagination go wild. I really can't recall a single instance where, regardless of the topic I was watching or even when I was a kid, I don't remember ever having any kind of encounter or sighting or experience relative to what I was looking at. Like I haven't had any kind of shadow people sightings since going deeper in this podcast series, where I have in the past when I didn't even really know anything about shadow people. So it's kind of weird. I mean, everybody's got their own personal experiences, but let's get into.
Well, just to make it clear, I didn't experience any shadow people experience. I'm just I'm kind of like
Super paranoid.
getting paranoid, like, cause like if I like I like I'm looking at like through a window, and then there's this dark part like before the window, and I'm like, please don't move. like like I just oh man,
That's funny. All right, let's
and
get
then
into some more accounts of shadow people. Here is the first one of the podcast. I woke up one night around 3 a.m. As I made my way to the kitchen to get some water, I noticed that a shadow person was sitting in my recliner in the family room. I would say that I was shocked, but the truth is that I have seen shadow people my entire life. So one more encounter was passe at this point. Just to make sure that
that's funny as hell.
I know. Just to make sure that my eyes were not playing tricks on me, I stood there, motionless, for roughly 2 minutes to give my eyes time to adjust to the light. As my eyes adjusted, it was clear that there was indeed a shadow person sitting in my recliner staring at me. I am not sure why, but I decided to start walking towards it. With each step, it continued to stare at me. And as I drew closer, it actually leaned forward as if ready to fly. As it leaned forward, I stopped and just stood there. It stared back at me again and gradually leaned back in the recliner. I then started again walking towards it, which caused it to lean forward once again and eventually evaporate away as I was within 3 steps from it. I stood there, shrugged my shoulders, and shook my head in disappointment. I expected something to happen, but it didn't. That one's kind of funny. Like, what if you flip the script? What if you start attacking shadow people? Like every time you see a
That's what
shadow.
I was. It's funny. That's what I was imagining. I was actually thinking, what would have happened if you saw a shadow, or like if that guy just kind of jumped onto the recliner in the position that the shadow person was on, and see
Oh,
what
well, I don't know if
happens.
I would. I don't know if I would do that. That sounds kind of
I would do
creepy.
it. I would just do it. You want me? And then I just jump in.
No, but what if you like? What if that opens up to yourself some kind of possession of some kind? Because normally
That's cool. Let's do it, man.
when I'm thinking like, what if you just ran up to it and punched it or something? Attacking shadow people. That should be our next podcast. All right, here's another one. As a psychic medium and someone who had a lot of experience with them, they're pretty much bits of negative energy that take on a life of their own. Just little entities that will grow bigger and bigger the more you pay attention to them and feed them energy by being depressed, angry, or annoyed. They can get huge too. I am not sure of their origin, but they certainly seem to watch you. There was one that would stand at the top of my staircase when I was younger, and when I came home from school, it would dart away. Seriously, no explanation for it. No other light interfering with the shadows. It was also freestanding. They aren't very harmful unless you interact with them. People usually brush them off as illusions, and that works quite well if you don't want them around. I mean, that's actually going to what you said in the previous podcast, where it's almost better as if you're ignorant, because then you can't really give them energy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So also that kind of goes into with the demon theory, where they feed off any kind of fear or hate or these negative emotions or thoughts. So here's another one. I generally see three different things. The first are full of apparitions, the typical semi-transparent people. Rarely they are opaque like any other living person, but that's very rare for me. These happen the least, but they're the most talked about, I think. The second is partial apparitions. These are kind of weird because I know there's the rest of the person attached to it, but I can only see something like just a head bobbing along or just a hand going back and forth. It moves like it's attached to an invisible arm and shoulder, but you can only see the hand or leg. It's weird. These happen a bit more than full apparitions. That's really, really weird. That almost seems like interdimensional glitches, right? I don't know. That's
Yeah.
bizarre. And
Yeah.
lastly are the shadow people. They pretty much always take a full shape. It's like if you took a mold of a person, filled it with black smoke, and then removed the mold and the smoke held the form mostly. I can't make out features, but well, it's not always people, but animals too. All right, so here's another sighting of shadow animals, because some people pointed to the fact that most shadow people reports are just of humanoid figures, but I made the case that there could be shadow animals too, of course, if they're interdimensional or whatnot. I've heard people say shadow people are different than ghosts, but my own experience does not reflect that. I've seen the same people and animals take on all three different forms. That's pretty interesting and very creepy. My dead grandmother doesn't usually take on the smoke shadow form because she knows it disturbs me because I can't tell who it is when they look like that. So she makes the extra effort to be a full-bodied apparition. It's been years since I've seen her though. But what I think it is the different forms either take more energy or are more difficult. The shadow seems the easiest form to take on. But the other strange thing is that some of the time they seem really, really surprised when I see and react to them, like they weren't trying to be visible. Wow, that's very, very disturbing. Sorry, I have real world experience with this, but that doesn't mean I have the answers. The more experience I get, the more questions I have. The one thing I can say is they're very kind to me. They aren't evil. They have a range of personalities just like people, and I have a lot of good ones that keep the bad ones away. So is that one of the most interesting shadow people accounts or what?
Yeah.
Or did you not pay attention to any of that?
Well, I know she saw her. Like, it's weird. Like, he sees his grandmother, and I don't know, and the rest I kind of forgot. But
which is 99% of it. So this person said that they saw, for example, their dead grandmother take on all three forms: shadow person, regular ghost, and partial ghost. So this person is saying that shadow people entities.
It's interesting how he knows that that's what she did, or like that's what like. It's interesting that he identifies the shadow apparition, the animal apparition and the grandmother apparition. Like,
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If his grandmother has a distinct form, like short, whatever, old lady, and if the clothes are part of the shadow form, maybe, or even if not, if she has a certain hairstyle that the shadow form has, I mean, of course he'd be able to tell, right? If it was a unique hairstyle.
yeah,
So if it's the same height, the same body type, the same hairstyle outline, I don't know if it'd be that difficult to tell, right?
yeah, I guess.
So, and then also, of course, they appear in full semi-transparent form or just partial heads or just hands. So what this person is saying is very interesting. I guess they're saying that it could be a single entity taking on different forms. So I guess their take on it is that they're ghosts and they have different forms. And yeah, that's really really interesting. Also, they mentioned that they weren't trying to be visible. So does that mean that ghosts or shadow people or entities, if they full inhabit our world or our realm full time, or maybe there's an overlapping realm, they're not trying to be visible. So sometimes people can see them anyway. I touched upon this in earlier podcasts. Is this just a case of certain people's eyes or brains just being able to see a different threshold or wavelengths of light? Because if these particular entities are not trying to demonically parasite humans, they're just, I don't know what would constitute as going about their business, but if they're just existing in an overlapping realm or in our realm, and they're not trying to be visible or zap energy from people, and humans notice them, they're going to be surprised that the humans notice them, right?
Right.
So, no thoughts on that? Max Alarmy. I just reiterated like the point 3 times. Did you get it?
Uh, wait, I don't get your point. What was your point?
Well, I just described this person's account and how it was different from other shadow people accounts.
Yeah, like yeah, I didn't get it.
What have you been doing?
Nothing. I was listening. I've been listening.
If shadow people or ghosts are in an overlapping realm, they're not trying to be visible to humans. But they're going to be surprised when humans notice them because they think they're invisible unless they try to be visible. Did you not get that?
Ah, okay. That's
Yeah.
cool.
You have any thoughts on that?
Um, that implies a lot of conscious control, rather than like ghostly, unintentional beings or entities. Like
Yes.
it shows a lot of consciousness and purpose and intention. So
Yeah, the
yeah,
other the other question I think it asks is if there's an overlapping realm or they exist in our human realm, what the heck are they doing? Are they just wandering around? Like what are they doing?
yeah. I mean, I don't see the purpose if it really is that they can control whether to be seen or not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the purpose. Or maybe they just like they have a daydreaming state, like like me,
Ah,
like a daydreaming state, and they end up
you're an
showing
expert. You're
themselves.
an expert in those states. So, well, are you gonna be a future shadow person? You're just gonna be
Oh man,
wandering realms, not knowing what's going on.
yeah. So they end up not paying attention, and they end up being visible instead of being conscious.
Oh,
They're
that's
like the
funny.
ADD people of the shadow
Realm.
dimension.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that actually kind of makes sense. I gotta say that actually. All right, here's another one. My true story. My wife and I will swear to it in front of any person on this planet. We lived in a fairly new double wide mobile home that sets on a spot that has never had any house of any kind and is at least a half a mile from where any house has ever sat. So you would not think that it would be a likely location for a haunting. However, my wife and I have on occasion seen some rather strange things there, the most startling of which I relate here. One night, after an uneventful day, my wife and I retired for the night. We sleep in a large waterbed. Some time had passed and I was unable to sleep. My wife's breathing had become regular and reached a point at which I assumed she was asleep. It must also
be known that we leave a light on in the bathroom farthest from our bedroom because we normally have children in the house. However, that night there was no one in the house except my wife and I. But the light was on as usual, casting a glow through our open bedroom door, which weakly lit it. While lying there unable to sleep, I became aware of a presence, and suddenly and silently, a figure moved through our bedroom door and proceeded parallel to our bed. Then, rounding the corner of our bed, took up a fixed position at the foot of our bed. I was aware that this entity was conscious of us and was intently watching us as we lay there. The entity can best be described as a something that had the appearance of black smoke or a shadow. However, it was more material than either of these, but less material than a real person. The most odd thing about this is my lack of fear. Although I was acutely aware of this being and the fact that it was not of this earth as we perceive it, it did not seem to arouse any fear response in me. I would say it aroused a feeling that would fit somewhere between creepy, odd, and curiosity, especially considering the fact that it was aware of me as I was aware of it. After some time, I almost convinced myself that I was imagining it, but then I became aware of the fact that my wife was no longer breathing like she was asleep, but was breathing almost silently. I then said, "Honey, you awake?" To which she answered, "Yes." Then I said, "Do you see anything?" Expecting her reply to be, "What do you mean?" But much to my surprise, she said, "You mean that thing standing at the foot of the bed?" Wow, that's really creepy. At this time, I did become somewhat nervous. We laid there for about 10 minutes and then it was gone. It was just a period of about 10 seconds, became less solid, and our perception of its presence became weaker until it just wasn't there anymore. Then it was if it had never been there. Nothing like this has happened since, and the only evidence it ever existed is my wife's and my memories of it. I don't know. I thought that one was super creepy for some reason. What do you think?
It makes it super creepy because two people witnessed it. Yeah, like all the other accounts has been, I mean, at least from my understanding, has 90% of them have been
Yeah.
like single, like without another witness.
Yeah, that's really creepy. It's also really, here's my first thought is like, I always like to think, what if this person's making, I mean, I'm a skeptic. I'm a real skeptic. I believe nothing about anything because I don't know for sure. But what would possess someone to make up a story to make it up in this particular way? So like some of these details are so like if you want to make a super creepy story, you're going to be like, I was terrified, out of my mind. This thing was attacking the house. Like you're going to go over the top unless you're a really, really smart person crafting a hoaxy story, but it's almost a waste of time. There seems to be definitely incentive to get something off their chest, right? Do you get that feeling when you read accounts or no?
Yeah, I get that feeling for the most part. Yeah, it's kind of, it's hard to imagine spending their time just kind of, unless they have like this weird ambition to write scary stories as a
Oh
writer.
yeah, I'm
And
sure. I'm sure X percentage of these, not necessarily the ones we're reading on this podcast, but I'm sure X percentage of creepy stories online is definitely written by would-be writers practicing or just teenage kids having fun, whatever it is. But it's kind of hard to believe like an adult with a full-time job would be wasting their time giving this account unless they just felt the need to share their account because it really happened to them. Once again, just because they believe it happened in this way, that doesn't mean that this exactly happened, but it does. I would say I think most of these people are saying what they believed happened to the best of their recollection. So I think they believe it's real.
yes, and so do I. Yeah.
And especially the way that story was crafted, it seemed genuine just the way that it was detailed. And then also that there was never any other instant. Because a lot of that, if you're faking it, you're going to go with the normal cliches and tropes. Like things were moving on the shelves, the house was shaking, like there was hauntings have been going on forever. I don't know, but when on the flip side, like some of the other accounts, like I've seen shadow people all my life, like so nonchalant. Like if you're trying to make people believe, that makes you seem less credible, right? You're like, oh yeah, I've seen shadow people all my life, and this one particular case, like, what's one more thing? Like, it almost seems as if they don't care what people think of them. They're gonna say what they believe to be the truth, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. Is that the impression you got?
With this particular case, or just in
No,
general from all
the
the cases?
the previous ones where they
Yeah.
say, I've seen
Um.
ghosts or shadow people
Uh.
all my life.
Well, I see it both ways too. Like if you, because if you really did experience shadow people, let's say you experience them once a week, you become desensitized to that experience.
Yeah.
Therefore, you'll pass this on, that nonchalant experience to the people, like like not on purpose. Like you kind of, it's like I don't know, with
Yeah.
anything. Like
I
if
see.
you're
Yeah, I see what you mean.
yeah, like if you're getting into fights, like if you're in the city and you get into fights like every week, and you go to like
Maxwell's describing his childhood.
like if you get into like a rural area and everyone's peaceful and like and you know everyone's just cool, and then someone you get into a conversation and the guys will like, if you're talking to a bunch of guys, they're gonna think that you're just showing off or trying to be cool, but
Yeah.
you're not. You're just
Yeah.
saying it as it is, as you experience them. So
And
I
another
don't know.
point, psychologically, I think just from reading obvious hoax accounts, it seemed like if you're hoaxing, you're trying to get people to believe. So you would use phrases like, I know it's hard to believe, but I've seen chat. Like it seems like some of the people who don't care if other people think they're lying, they're not going to go through the trouble of saying, I know this is hard to believe. This might seem really like it seems like they add all these little phrases to try to get people to believe because if they're hoaxing, that's their whole point.
Yeah, yeah, they're trying hard, so
Yeah.
they're using all these psychological like reverse psychology type things, everything on in their power to persuade.
Yeah.
And one of the, anyway, one of the biggest misconceptions with liars, I think we talked about this, not particularly in the podcast, but like and I experienced it myself too. Someone lied to me and looking at me straight, and I discovered evidence the day after that that person was lying, and I read or I viewed some kind of TED Talk thing. They were talking about how liars will actually look at you intently because they want to see if you're believing them.
Oh, yeah,
So
I've
it's
experienced that as well, yes.
yeah, so they're like looking at you. So like, and that's one of the biggest misconceptions that's being passed around. Well, if he didn't look at you in the eye, then that means he's lying.
I
But
have a
a lot
little
of times,
I
wait, hold on. A lot of times, actually, you know, this is true with me. I might have done this with interviews because I like to look away and like think about the visuals that I'm talking about. So I don't know. Maybe these people that interviewed me thought I was lying.
well, yeah, here's my take on it. So more, I guess, not nice people, they'll look at you directly to lie, whereas people who might know right from wrong a little bit more, it's almost like they're ashamed that they're lying, so they'll look away. So it seems like it's the personality type of the person lying because there are liars that won't look people directly in the eye because it's almost like they're ashamed that they have to lie. Or they feel they have to lie for whatever reason.
Oh, okay, like the non-professional liars, like like once in a while
Yeah,
liars
yeah,
will not look
yeah,
because
yeah, or highly nervous people. Whereas people that lie all the time, they're gonna have no problem looking you straight in the eye.
yeah, looking straight in the eye to see if
Yeah,
they can see the
yeah,
micro movements
yeah,
that you
yeah,
believe them,
yeah.
therefore they can move on with their agenda.
Well,
Yeah, that's fucked up.
both are true. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
all right, so yeah, so I'm getting the impression that a lot of these are, yeah, these people don't seem to go too far out of their way to try to get people to believe. But all right, let's move on to the next one. Something that's interested me in relation to shadow people visuals is the consistency of them. So many revolving around the same basic themes, a quite small set of apparitions. You see the same things come up over and over again. Hat man, shadow beings, old hags, robed figures, etc. Also, the noise and often a reference to a corner of a room being a point of emanation. I've never personally experienced shadow people, but I have had vivid hypnopompic hallucinations, and as far as I can tell, the two aren't connected. My hypnopompic hallucinations have always been wildly varied, some scary, some not, but never the same thing twice. Whereas with shadow people, these recurring themes seem very common. It's interesting. So it seems this particular individual is pointing away from hallucinations, saying that hallucinations don't usually manifest in a consistent manner, which is pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like, so he's saying with his personal experience that the hallucinations are so incredibly varied that the same people would never be reporting similar entities, which I also thought that was kind of interesting as well. Okay, let's see another one. I was walking through my neighborhood to the store in the afternoon. I lived there my whole life and nothing unusual ever happened. The houses I was passing at one point or another over the years had a dog that would be sitting outside. So when I walked past them on this day, I heard leaves crunching and assumed it was the dog. So when I looked over, there was a 3D mass of a human shaped shadow crouching by the mailbox like he was running away when I saw it. It didn't scare me. I just remember thinking, hey, I just saw a ghost. It did make me a little paranoid, wondering if it was still behind me as I kept walking to the store. I didn't see it again, though. I think I actually scared it, actually. Like it got caught and I wasn't supposed to see it, and that's why it was running away. It disappeared as it ran. That's kind of bizarre. Also, like some of these accounts, they're so inane. Like you're gonna go to the store, do this, do that. It does, like if you're gonna make up a story, I don't know if you'd make it up that boring, right? Unless you were, really good at it.
Yeah, I guess.
Because this isn't exactly spectacular. A shadow crouching by a mailbox. I mean, that's the kind of thing that just seems like it really, like the person who experienced it, that's the way they believe it happened. Very, very interesting. Also, what's interesting is these recurring accounts, not just shadow people, but ghosts or other entities that seem like they have this feeling that they're caught. Like they're not, like it's like they want to be hidden. So they don't necessarily want to manifest and scare people and steal their energy. I mean, some demons do, some ghosts do, that's how they operate. But other entities, it seems like they want to be cloaked in the shadows. They want to operate behind the veil, so to speak, unseen, unheard, undisturbed. Isn't that creepy? Like, what are they doing? Like, what is this entity doing crouching by a mailbox?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, are they going through people's mail and they don't want people to know about it? I don't know.
Hey, wait, your experience with the shadow person in the closet that when you were younger, I don't know if you mentioned this, but do you remember it being like really having a presence? Like you remember having a presence, right? And like really staring at you, like it's a being.
It had no, I couldn't see any eyes. I don't actually remember. I remember, like I said, there was the movement was, it was almost like there was like it was like a waving movement, like just on the edge of perception. So it could have been, let's say,
Oh,
a
I see
mannequin.
what you mean.
So it
Yeah,
could have been like a mannequin, but again, the problem was that I didn't have coat hangers arranged in that way. It was just shelves on the bottom and the top. So it's kind of, because I've seen humanoid figures on like like a coat rack with a hat on it, and I would look at it at a weird angle. It looked like a person, but then I would just turn my head slightly, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, obviously it's not a person. That's just a figure." But my closet wasn't arranged in such a way where I could have mistaken it. And like I said, that was the only time it ever happened. So as far as could I sense a presence, I'm not sure that I'm trying to really think about it. I don't
because
know.
I'm trying to decipher between the difference between actually experiencing like a presence or they're confusing their internal fears and projecting it onto a shadowy image. So I don't know, I'm just
Well,
kind of thinking,
I mean, that's a good question. The thing is that shadowy image shouldn't have been there. That's the problem. But to try to fully answer your question, I don't remember any eyes. I think if there were eyes, some people say there's red eyes. I think that would have really creeped me out a million times more. But there weren't. So it was just that strange outline with the huge collar, and I don't have any clothes like that. So there's nothing it could have been. It was just bizarre. It was bizarre. But to answer your, yeah, I don't know. I really don't remember. I think if it had a really strong presence, I think I would have remembered. So I'm gonna have to say no. But clearly, some of these other people, they clearly describe a very strong presence. So, all right, let's move on. I woke up to see a shadowy figure standing by my bed. It looked about the same size and shape as a person, but had no sharp edges to its form. Others have described sightings as looking like being made of dark smoke, and that's exactly what this looked like. I looked straight at it, and it immediately moved away quickly and was gone. The whole thing lasted for just a few seconds, but I know what I saw. I also felt strongly that it knew I was there and reacted when I looked straight at it. So that seems to be a reoccurring theme as well. Some of these shadow people creatures, it's like they run away when they're spotted, or like they want to maybe spy on people that aren't looking at them, feed off their energy or whatnot, or I don't know what they're doing. But when they're spotted, they vamoose. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, that's interesting. It's like yeah, huh? Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what are these? What are they doing? It's so weird. I think that's what makes it so creepy, is because you don't know what they're doing. It's like it's almost nonsensical. All right, let's check out another super creepy one. I had been on my computer late one night, around 11:50 to 12:10, chatting and just browsing the net, when I heard a creak from the top of the stairs behind me. I figured it was my mom getting ready to tell me to go to bed, as she tended to do when I was up late online. Anyways, so I just shout back before she can say anything, "Yeah, I'll be up in a bit." Well, I turned off the computer, got up, and went to the stairs. My stairs didn't go straight upstairs, but instead have a landing and then turn and then go upstairs. So when I got up to the landing and looked upstairs, it was semi dark. I could see the shape, a figure of someone standing up at the top of the stairs, and then it walked off without a sound, out of my sight, towards where the bathroom and my parents' bedroom was. At the time, I just shrugged it off as my mom waiting to see if I was really going to get off the computer. So I go upstairs and walk past my parents' bedroom on the way to the bathroom. I found it somewhat odd that my mom was already looking rather uncomfortable and looked like she was sleeping already, but I shrugged it off. Oh, she was already looking rather comfortable and looked like she was sleeping already, but I shrugged it off and kept walking. I opened up the door to the bathroom. It was partially open, and there, standing not 2 feet away from me, was this black figure, blacker than black, and just a presence that chilled me to the bone. I put my hand out to see what was there. To my surprise, my hand passed through it. My hand went bitter cold, and every hair on the back of my neck rose. At this point, I was ready to freak. I quickly rose my left arm to hit the lights, and as my arm was on its way up, the figure leaped at me, and I heard this voice say, "Come here." When the lights came on, even though it was in mid leap and right in my face, it vanished, gone without a trace. The next night, I walked into the bathroom expecting to see it again, but I was then pleasantly surprised to find it wasn't there. Just the pitch black bathroom with a slight light coming in from the window. So I turned on the light, and when I turned on the lights, I realized that where the light was coming from was not where the window was. I cannot explain where that light was coming from. Lastly, on the third night, I just woke up in the middle of the night. I was laying on my side and I figured I would get up and use the bathroom. So I opened my eyes, and crouched there next to the bed was this black shape once again, crouched, just staring at me. Out of my instinct, my fist flew out, but I hit it. Once again, my hand went through it, turned ice cold, like I felt my hand afterwards, and it was freezing. And it actually ran out into the hallway with this sort of whispering kind of laugh. Really eerie. I don't know how to explain it. So I chased it into the hallway, but it was gone. The entire time I had kept all of these stories to myself. I thought it might have just been my imagination or some crap. Well, that next day I overheard my mom asking my dad if he had seen anything weird, and then she told a story about how there was this pitch black shadowy figure staring at her through their bedroom window, and how she had to turn the water off in the bathroom for the past 2 mornings. The feeling of terror and realization I felt then, I will never forget that. I had never told them anything prior to that, and apparently they had both had strange experiences within the same 3 day period. My dad had something crawl onto him while he was in bed. Thing is, we never told each other until that last day. How creepy was that?
Yeah, it's crazy. So it's like, wait, did the dad experience it too, or just the mom and or the kid or whatever?
I just read the last sentence. The dad had
Oh,
something crawl onto him while he was in bed.
I missed that.
Yeah, that was like 2 sentences ago.
Oh,
One of the last things. So yeah, all three of them. And you know what? I have a lot of thoughts on this. So just from the end where he said until the third day they had never told each other, how many untold shadow people stories are out there? Like, let's say people in the same house experiencing the same thing, but they're too scared to tell each other about it for whatever reason. Either they write it off as their own imagination, they don't want to be seen as crazy, they're afraid to be ridiculed, and they never tell anybody. And meanwhile, there's people in the same house experiencing the same shadow people. How creepy is that? What if there's countless instances of this?
I bet there are. They don't want to share it because they don't want to be judged.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I think psychologically there's a certain psychological aspect where almost like if you don't share it, it's almost like it's not as real. Once you go public or share it, it almost makes it more real in your own head. Like a weird kind of deniability type of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
And especially
you can successfully repress it more than rather than it's harder to repress something that people are mirroring back at you.
exactly. So
E-
it's almost like
Even even ridicule will even make it more real.
yeah, 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 and especially if people in living in the same house, not only are they terrified because of their experiences, they're going to be even more terrified if someone else corroborates it and they can no longer convince themselves that it was their own imagination or they're crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you have two other people in the house that witnessed it. That's messed up.
Yeah, also, I mean, so many things about the story. So we joked about, like, what if you punch it? What if you attack the shadow person? It seemed like it didn't care. It ran away with a whispering laugh. So if you're making up a story, if this story is made up, this is a very creative writer. Also, the mundane details about how, like, the stairway is in the house and where the bathroom is situated. And also, here's the other thing that kind of got me: the light coming from near the window but not from the window, like magically manifesting in the wall. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No, I have not.
I actually have. I remember a few instances, maybe two or three instances, where I was completely puzzled because, like, a crack in the window, if the window was slightly cracked, or if the window was an old window and you can kind of see light creep through the base of the window, but the light wasn't coming from there. It looked like it was coming from there. So when you're looking at it from the hallway or when you're slightly farther away, when you walk closer, you see that it's not coming from there. And I remember being confused. I don't remember how long ago this was. I mean, I'm sure it was years and years ago. I don't know if it was when I was a little kid. I don't remember how long ago, but hearing him say that in this story, it actually also, I have a memory of that happening. I don't even remember which room it was. I don't remember where. I just remember being really confused because light was coming from where it wasn't supposed to be coming, and then it never happened again in that room. I mean, I remember this happening a few times in my life, but I never remember it happening in the same room or with the same window. And it doesn't, I mean, I don't know, it's not really that scary or anything. It's just bizarre and weird. And this detail in this story kind of blew my mind a little bit because now that reminded me of that. What do you think?
Yeah, like you said, like this reflects your own experience and it makes it more real. So it's like it's harder to deny, kind of.
But what's the purpose of making up a detail like that? Like, it's not scary that light was coming from a different part that it should have been coming. I mean, it's not really that scary. It's just confusing. There's no entity. There's no haunting. It just it's just weird. It's a weird thing. And it seems like if you're just trying to scare people, you're not really going to include that detail or make it up. But yeah, in terms of veracity, that definitely makes me think that this person's being genuine because of that detail. But also, I don't really have an explanation for that. Are we talking just interdimensional rifts? What else could this be? I just remember being really confused about it, but I didn't really think on it too much. I looked at it for a minute or I mean, I was just really bizarre. I couldn't explain it, and then after I don't know a minute, maybe 2 minutes, I just got tired of not being able to explain it, and I went and did something else. It didn't really bother me that much.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you try to duplicate it? Like try to see, I don't know, like how would it create that light? And then,
Wrote it off. I think I just kind of wrote it off as being some weird, bizarre refraction from the setting sun hitting the window at a weird light, bouncing off of something in the room, and then coming back out slightly below the crack. And I don't remember. I guess subconsciously I just assumed it was some kind of weird refraction. But the thing that's weird is it never happened again. So if it was just something that happens at sunset, I mean, it was probably around dusk, like pretty late, and it never happened again. Like, why? If that was just a normal refraction, I don't know. I have no explanation for it. Because I remember the next day, the day after that, being when I was in the room at the same time thinking, how come that didn't happen again? And then it just never happened again. I don't know. No explanation. All right, let's move on. This story is alleging they are different from ghosts instead of the same as ghosts. I've seen one leaning over my mother while she was sleeping. It seemed like it was very interested in her, observing her. When it saw me in the doorway, it reacted extremely fast. It sprinted towards me and passed through me at great speed. Probably worth mentioning is that it divided itself into three beings when it moved. Whoosh, 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 all three passed through me. But strangely enough, the shadow figure didn't seem very hostile to me. I think there are more than one type of shadow people. When I was a kid, I dealt with a demonic one, which, I kid you not, haunted my bedroom for a while. Every sign of a haunting was there: cold air, sense of fright, religious objects falling down, scratches on the ceiling, and even a face appeared. I've only seen that one once before it started the haunting, and I remember it left a very bad stench behind. And it looked different. I only saw a small portion of it, but it was more material. It had more substance, like thick smoke, while the other one was more translucent, ghost like. So, other than the weird detail about the being turning into three beings and sprinting through them, this was what I was talking about before. This one seems more like a made up story, or the writer is quite young and just isn't really good at writing. I don't know. I'm not going to say his story is fake, but this one doesn't. This one doesn't seem quite as credible as the others. What do you think?
um, yeah, I can see what you mean because yeah, I don't know. He's talking about like he knows that this one was demonic and the other one was friendly and that it split into three and shit. I don't know.
Well, he just might not be as great of a writer or not quite super intelligent, so it comes off this way and he can only relate to the normal cliches. Again, I'm not trying to say it's fake or anything. I'm just saying it doesn't quite jump out at me with authenticity. It could still, I mean, I'm not going to dispute if that happened to him, it happened to him. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying the way that it's written, it doesn't just jump out as authentic, whereas some of the other accounts, they just really, really seem authentic. And then he's also using the phrases "I kid you not" and things like that. But the other thing I was going to say that was kind of funny. So this shadow being is just leaning over his mother while he's sleeping, and then he starts creeping up on the shadow person. So like, how does the shadow person like it? They're just spying on someone, and then someone else walks up and starts spying on them, spying. Do you see the irony?
Explain that again. I don't get it.
Maxwell Army. I'm just saying, so the shadow person is spying on somebody.
Okay.
His mother's sleeping, and he creeps up spying on the shadow person, spying on his mother.
Oh, okay, okay,
So it's
got it,
kind of
got it, got it.
ironic. He's like
Yeah,
spying on the
yeah,
shadow person. How does the shadow person like it? It's just kind of funny. But all right, let's go on to the next one. When I was a young child, I had three imaginary friends. They were shadows on the wall. distinct heads and shoulders for each, but blended into one being past that. I remember many times I'd be laying in my mom's bed and jabbering away at them about Lord knows what, while my mom did dishes or made dinner in the kitchen. I'd see them out of the corner of my eye quite a few times over the years. After I stopped seeing the imaginary friends, which occurred when I started first grade. The last time I know I saw a shadow person for real, and not even out of the corner of my eye, but full on, right in front of my face, was a few years ago. My boyfriend and I were staying at his parents' house. It was nighttime and they were gone. Boyfriend was upstairs and I was on the patio smoking a cigarette. They have a hot tub and the steps for it were right in front of the glass doors leading into the kitchen. I was sitting on the stairs and the kitchen light was on, and it was a very bright light. And I saw an incredibly tall figure walk from my left to the right into the kitchen. And it was definitely what you would think a shadow person would look like, very black. Yet, when it went more into the kitchen and where it should have thrown a shadow across the door from being in front of the kitchen light, there was none. And where it walked from was just a wall, shared by the garage and kitchen. There were no vehicles in the neighborhood passing by at the time either. Nothing at all to play any tricks of light. It left me quite a bit unsettled that night. So that one was a pretty weird one. I don't really see the connection to the imaginary friend story. Again, that might lead it a little bit of credence because this person's just saying what she lived through. And also, this is kind of a boring account. All that happened was an incredibly tall figure walked into the kitchen as a shadow form. So why lie about that? Like, it's so inane. Like, does that make sense to lie about that?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Wait, you're saying that this is more credible?
Yeah, I mean, it's jumping out. It's pretty credible. I mean, it's a boring story. The all the details about the boyfriend and the parents' house, smoking a cigarette on the patio. It just seems like this girl would have no reason to make something up that was so boring. A shadow person walked into the kitchen, like Big Whoop.
Yeah, yeah, yep. I got you. I got you. Yeah, yeah. That definitely has. Yeah. Logically, it has more credence.
And she's not getting all dramatic of, oh, it was so terrible. She's just like, it left me a bit unsettled that night, quite a bit unsettled, as I'm sure it would if that happened to anybody. Also, the story in her childhood about the three imaginary friends on the wall, that's kind of weird. Like shadow heads on the wall. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one. I've seen shadow people multiple times. The first time I saw one, multiple people that were there with me saw it too. It was a tall, lanky looking man. I was in my house on the second floor. He was near the stairs, standing next to the edge of the wall and looking down. My friends and I were walking toward the stairs. We all saw him. He turned and looked at us, then looked back in front and jumped off the floor. We ran to see where he landed, but he was gone. That's another random story. I mean, it's not that incredible. Would you make up a story like that? Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, what's the upside to a bunch of friends making up this story and deciding to share it together? I mean, is it that shocking? There was a guy there. He jumped. He was gone.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yep.
It's just weird. Just really weird and bizarre. Although it would be interesting to have all these people doing like a brain fingerprint scan lie detector, just to see. I think that'd be pretty interesting. When I was younger, I had some teeth pulled and spent the next couple days stuck in bed. I fell asleep in the middle of the day, and I remember slowly waking up to indistinct whispering, like some people were talking to each other in the next room, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. When I opened my eyes, there were dozens of these tall, thin, shadowy figures in the room. Definitely humanoid, but I couldn't see any detail. They were just dark, like your eye couldn't quite focus on them if you looked right at them. They moved around the room a bit, generally paying me no mind. I was confused and curious, but not scared. Like I knew they couldn't really do anything to me or didn't want to. That's the end of the account. I mean, I'd like to know more. I mean, what happened? Did they dissipate? Did this person fall back asleep? I mean, it's kind of weird. This happened in the middle of the day. fell asleep in the middle of the day, not at night. And so we're talking dozens, not a single dozen, dozens, several dozen tall, thin, shadowy figures in the room. Humanoid figures. That's pretty creepy, right?
Yeah, that'd be scary.
But you know what else is interesting? When people are trying to recall their emotions, I was confused and curious, but not scared. Are they more or less likely to be lying as opposed to saying I was completely terrified? It was insane. Like,
Yeah, that's a little bit more detailed and nuanced. So yeah,
well, also, it's not quite the typical reaction. You would think they'd be scared out of their mind, but they were more confused and curious, but not scared. This
yeah, they're being very specific. I like that.
This account is really, really bizarre because what the heck are dozens and dozens of shadow people doing in this person's bedroom? Or is it just kind of a weird state of consciousness where their consciousness possibly shifted to another dimension where these beings exist, but for whatever reason, they were still seeing the room? I don't know. It's bizarre, right? What if
Maybe the shadow people were meditating in their dimension and they ended up there.
Oh, well, conversely, why don't let me float this theory? Quite mind shocking. Are you ready to get your mind shocked, Maxwell?
Sure.
What if there's a certain state the human brain can go into that the consciousness itself travels to another plane of existence, and the brain, for whatever reason, parts of the brain still see the room or their previous physical reality, even though that previous physical reality is no longer existing in front of them. They're in a different place, but for whatever reason, the brain glitched or organized the information in front of them in a different way, perhaps closest to what they were able to assemble. You know how sometimes in a dream, you can be dreaming about something that happens at work, but the actual building is not quite the same, or you're at school, but the building is not your actual school building. You ever have that dream?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like some inconsistencies
Or
with the
even
reality.
at your house, it's not like it's your house, you wake up, but it's not really your house. It looks different. The layout's different. The amount of floors could be different. Everything's just different. So your brain can only arrange information in certain ways. What if some of these shadow people encounters, the human consciousness has left this realm and it really is in another realm, but for whatever reason, the environment is being arranged in the brain as something they're familiar with and they're not actually there?
Ah, okay.
That account made me think of something like that because how else would some of this be accounted? Like, what benefit do these dozens of shadowed people have from just invading some random person's bedroom in the middle of the afternoon? Or like you said, if they're somehow traveling and they glitched and ended up somewhere they weren't supposed to be, who knows? All right, let's move on to the next one. I saw a shadow person twice within a few months of each other. The first one, I was having a terrible day. I was scared because of some mundane things going on that were out of my control, and I had been crying. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a humanoid black figure walk by on all fours. Its arms were longer than a normal human. When I whipped my head around to look at it, it was my roommate's wolf dog. No idea what to make of that one. The second one, I had moved into a new place, but was still majorly freaked out by various things that had happened in the other place. Laying in bed one night trying to fall asleep, something made me raise my head up and look towards the end of the bed. There was a full black shadow standing at the foot of my bed. Oddly enough, even though I was very freaked out by the spirit world at that point, my reaction was just, okay, whatever, I'm going to sleep. Thinking about it the next day, I found that very strange. Edit, my dog also saw the second one. She sleeps in a basket a couple feet past the foot of my bed. The shadow person was standing between the bed and her. When I lifted my head up, she was looking at it, but not growling or scared in any way that I could see. All right, I just got a new theory. This one's even more mind shocking than my previous one. Are you ready?
Okay.
I don't think you're ready for this one. This one is beyond bizarre. Okay, so you know how this person said that there was a humanoid black figure walking on all forms with arms longer than a normal human?
Yeah.
What if these things are weird, bizarre shapeshifters or
Okay.
skinwalkers of some kind? What if
when they're in the corner of the eye because of the eye. Once again, check out if you haven't listened to our Shadow People 1 podcast. We actually go into edge of the eye phenomena and the actual anatomy of the human eye and how it can detect movement and different wavelengths in different regions of the eye. What if the shadow people can, because the wavelengths are greater, they can't hide themselves on wavelengths that the edge of the eye can see. But when you look at them dead on, if they can even possibly realize that you're looking at them, they can shapeshift. For example, they turn into your friend's dog so you don't know that they're there. And meanwhile, they can continue stalking you or just zapping your energy however they see fit, and they trick you when you look at them dead on. How creepy is that?
Yeah, that's pretty creepy.
That's mind shocking. That's crazy stuff. Also, when she said that her dog could see it, that's pretty interesting. I think we need more studies with animals and paranormal phenomena. Just because animals can see different wavelengths, there's just a lot. I think animals can tell us a lot about all of this stuff. All right, so here's the final account of the evening. Very, very creepy. So I never knew it was really a thing until recently, that there was a name for them. I've never, and hope that I never have an experience with the Hat Man, but shadow people I have had one encounter with. I was probably about 14 or 15, babysitting for one of my parents' friends. Me and the kids were curled up on the couch watching TV. It's hard to explain because of how their living room was set up. The couch we were on was directly in front of the hallway, and the back bedroom was their room, and in front of us was the big glass TV stand, and it reflected the couch, hallway, and doorway of their room. Their bedroom light was on, so I could see the beginning of their room, which I assume that's why the furniture was positioned the way it was, so the parents could easily see in their room. I remember feeling really weird that night, as I often did in their house, scared. And I remember the youngest asking me what's in my room. What's that in my room? I looked at the part of the glass that reflected into their room, and it was a shadowed figure. What was striking was it wasn't like a smudge or misshapen. It was almost like a perfect outline of someone. I looked back at him and then back at the glass, and it was gone. Now, like almost fear stricken, I looked behind me and there was nothing. I remember this because the child actually saw it too and then told his mother about it when she got home later that night. Not only that, but I had never experienced anything like it in my life, but just chalked it up to light bouncing off the glass wrong or some rationalization until I heard others talking about it. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
That kind of brings me to the next point, which obviously we'll need a dedicated podcast for this. But I'm sure you've heard of all the paranormal accounts where if you're looking in a mirror, it's kind of like the opposite of vampires. Vampires will have no reflection, but other paranormal entities, you can only see them in a mirror or reflections of some kind. You cannot see them straight on. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, not heard, but I've seen it in movies.
Yeah, so it's pretty creepy because you can only see it reflected. And that's what this account reminded me of because she saw a reflection of it. Although the kid seems to have seen it straight on or not, it's not clear, but the kid was asking about what it was. Yeah, that's really creepy. That's creepy. So these entities could just be crawling all over. I mean, they could be as abundant as parasites or bacteria or fungus. That just cuz they're everywhere. Millions, billions, trillions. Does that creep you out? Are you going to get even more paranoid now, Maxwell?
Yeah, yeah, I just.
Well, have fun sleeping tonight.
Oh man,
Well,
I'm turning on all the lights.
we hope you enjoyed another edition
of the MindShock podcast. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button if you like the video. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And feel free to leave any questions, comments, suggestions, or your own encounters. We will be continuing the Shadow People series as well as many other series, going into plenty more accounts and plenty more theories about what these very, very mysterious shadow entities are. Make sure you like our Facebook page too, and then you can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
Have a good night.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
This is MindShock, and you are listening to Shadow People, Part 4, Astral Travel. So some people believe that the explanation for shadow people are that shadow people are astral travelers or entities astral projecting, either human entities or other type of entities projecting. This is Bruce McGuire,
And Maxwell Powers.
and we are going to be delving deep into the subject of shadow people in typical MindShock fashion. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, feel free to share it across social media platforms. Like our Facebook page. You can also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. And any questions, comments, suggestions, theories you'd like to share, feel free to drop them in the comments section. So, Maxwell, how have you been sleeping lately? Because you've been complaining since our other Shadow People podcast that you've been kind of paranoid about Shadow People.
Well, not too bad. Just a couple of instances when the thought comes to my mind, like you're bringing it up right now, and I'm looking at dark shadows, and it's. If I'm not talking, I'd probably freak out and like leave this place.
Well, what kind of
So-
dark alley are you in?
I'm in my mansion, of course.
Oh, okay. All right, so one of the explanations for shadow people is that they are actually astral projecting bodies. So they're projections of other humans. I mean, this is one of the, I wouldn't say normal, this is one of the explanations. My own adjustment or my own take on this is that it doesn't have to be another human who's having an out-of-body experience. What if it's some other type of humanoid entity astral projecting? Who said humans are the only ones that could astral project? You know what astral projection is, right, Maxwell?
Actually, I have no idea. Is that like out of body experience or like fucking stars and shit?
Yeah, it's an out-of-body experience either through meditation or taking hallucinogenics or other types of drugs. But it's kind of, it's been picking up in popularity. The whole astral travel, esoteric mysticism. It's, it's bizarre. I actually knew a guy who intentionally astral actually knew a few people. One of them was a close friend of mine. And I don't know why, but he just practiced projecting. So he would, not interdimensionally. It was pretty weird. He would kind of just have his consciousness leave his body and just go floating around the neighborhood.
And how do you figure that he actually succeeded?
Well, he just believed he did. So he said he did it with, I forget what he said. I don't know if he was on shrooms or whatever, but magic mushrooms. But then he said he started doing it without drugs, and he was able to just go little distances, like halfway down the street. You know, how, like you've heard about like near-death experiences where people's spirit or whatever leaves their body and they're actually looking over their own body while paramedics try to save them. I mean, you've probably heard of such stories, right?
Yeah, and I see it in movies too. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so it's kind of a common theme in out of body experience, near death experience. There's a link there. So basically, that's what he was doing, and he just wanted to get real good at it. And then I forget why he stopped. I think he was in high school when he was doing this. I don't know if he just thought it was interesting or he was bored. I mean, high schoolers aren't known for their logic, but he just wanted to play with this concept, and his memory, his recollections of his memory. I think the reason he did it is because when he was on shrooms, he thought he was hallucinating. So I think he wanted to see if he could replicate the experiences without shrooms. So obviously, you know that the body makes DMT. So DMT taken as a drug, I mean, obviously in large quantities can have all different types of effect, but it's actually a natural chemical found in the human body. Did you know that or no?
Um, I remember reading DMT, but I don't really understand it.
This isn't the podcast for DMT. We're going to focus on shadow people and astral projection. But just as a quick background, astral projection is usually used when the out of body experience is voluntary. So it also basically, I mean, some in some explanations, it's your soul or consciousness, which is known as an astral body. So it's not part of, I mean, it's inside your physical body, but it's not just your physical body. So going out of body, it's still your energy, the energy of your soul or consciousness or whatnot, and you can travel throughout universe through different dimensions. I mean, this theory goes quite deep. So once again, I mean, there's not, I mean, there's a lot of literature on the subject, but once again, if you're logically examining things with definitive proof, I mean, it's once again on MindShock, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's difficult to verify if you're not having these experiences yourself. And I have not. I don't know about you.
No.
So there's quite a few, should I say, proofs or pieces of evidence for astral projection being real. This podcast is only relating astral projection to shadow people, if that's what shadow people are. We will be doing a dedicated episode on astral projection because I know everybody's going to want a full dissection, a logical dissection of that. But in general, it's described as voluntary. So not as in you're dying, that's an out of body experience. Astral projection is basically intentionally projecting your body. And just real quick, some people believe that when you dream, your consciousness or soul actually leaves your body and goes to other dimensions. That's creepy, right?
So in that sense, the dream is like involuntary astral projection.
Yes, but dreaming isn't necessarily considered astral projection. I just, again, these definitions, it's tough to nail down because if astral projection is not even real, what are we arguing about whether it's voluntary or involuntary? But
Yeah, I got you.
yeah, in general, just to stay consistent with the definitions out there, astral projection is viewed as voluntary, but not necessarily. So the shadow people theory, or one of the hypotheses, is that these are entities projecting, which is why you're not seeing their actual human body because it's not the human body, it's just their projection of their soul or consciousness energy or whatnot. So what do you think so far? Is this a viable theory?
It's interesting.
That's all you got?
Well, you mean the theory is? I don't understand it with the theory.
Okay, so when you see let's say you see a shadow person in your room or whatnot, is that another human astral projecting? And it's not a ghost. It's
I
not a
got you.
demon.
I got you. I
It's not
got
a
you. So
demon. Yeah,
yeah,
it's not a demon from another dimension.
I,
It's simply a human. It could be your neighbor from down the street who's just astral projecting.
yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. I like that
Yeah,
theory.
that's what this podcast is about.
Yeah.
So, or it could be some like random person from halfway around the world who's just astral projecting. Or I mean, we let's extend this. Let's use a more flexible definition. What if they're just dreaming and their soul consciousness, so not necessarily intentional astral projection, we can call it unintentional astral projection. So people are just dreaming people whose consciousnesses are just out and about and floating around. They might not even know what's going on. It's all it's these theories are all so mind-boggling or mind-shocking because there's just so much unknown. The amount of unknown is so vastly more infinite than what is known. Like all of the knowledge that humans have can be basically rounded to zero compared to the amount of knowledge that's out there. So when you keep that in mind, what does this make you think?
Mm, it makes me think that it's a cool theory.
So in different encounters, sometimes the shadow person sees people. Sometimes they're just watching. Sometimes, like we discussed this on the previous shadow people episodes, sometimes they seem just completely oblivious to the humans around them, as if they either don't notice them or can't notice them. And then in certain curious cases, it seems like they believe that humans can't see them, and then they're super surprised or run away or they're startled when a human does see them. In our previous episodes, we discussed the possibility that shadow people are simply interdimensional travelers or some kind of entities that are beyond the normal spectrum of what the human eye is able to see. And for whatever reason, certain humans have the ability to see slightly more of the spectrum. Any of this ring a bell, Maxwell?
Um, you're referring to some previous episodes?
The previous episodes that we did, yes. Maxwell Army.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a Reddit post. It's a pretty interesting post. Uh, Are shadow people just astral travelers? Bear with me. I have based this theory on the way shadow people behave in certain encounter stories, along with my own experiences. I do not claim to have successfully astral projected, but I believe I may have done it accidentally in a dream state, as I have read about here and elsewhere. I used to dismiss these experiences as just dreams. I would be flying over my city and everything would be exactly how it would be in the middle of the night, except for stuff like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's not usually a Ferris wheel in the middle of that intersection. But it is now my understanding that to astral project, one must achieve a level of consciousness that shares a similar level of suggestibility as the dream state, not necessarily requiring any particular level of lucidity. So perhaps I was really visiting that intersection, but my subconscious thinks there should be a Ferris wheel there. That's a pretty interesting theory. A blend, it's almost like not falling for black and white fallacies in these hallucinogenic states where yes, you could possibly be hallucinating, but if it's an overlap of physical reality plus some pieces of hallucination, it doesn't mean the whole thing is hallucinating. And that's actually a concept I haven't heard discussed too much, and I find that pretty fascinating because it could account for a whole lot of experiences that were written off as mere hallucinations, where it could have been a combination of hallucination and reality. I've also dreamed about floating around neighborhoods and into houses and observing what was going on inside. Some of those dreams, but not all, ended when I realized that one of the people can see me, and in a panic, I try to escape. This is precisely how certain shadow person encounters play out from the shadow person's perspective. I should interject here that I had many dreams of this nature long before ever reading anything about shadow people. If someone doesn't know they are projecting, they are probably not thinking about the way their astral body looks. Might this explain the appearance of shadow people? Many shadow people stories involve the same conditions that are associated with sleep paralysis. The magical mix of serotonin and endorphins that naturally enable different levels or modes of consciousness late at night. These conditions that allow for phenomena like shared dreaming, remote viewing, and out of body travel could also enable glimpses into the astral, a common explanation for encounters with spirits and other paranormal activity. Maybe it's just dreamers or people in a near dream state encountering each other. So, this is one of the most fascinating posts I've ever read on Reddit because it opens the door to so many things. We have to do a podcast on shared dreaming. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't, but I like the way it's kind of a. It almost reminds me of a remote viewing, but kind of involuntary.
Yes. Yeah. But hold on, let me finish the shared dreaming. So if you have a dream, like let's say you had a dream that we were doing a podcast and you actually remembered every single detail about everything, and then a meteor hit the podcast studio, and that was the dream or whatnot. And there were, like, let's say, plenty of details about the dream, like which podcast we were doing, what specific points we hit on the podcast, or let's say we had a new piece of equipment, or how long the podcast was. And then the next day we talked to each other and we had the exact same dream. We were wearing the same thing. We both stated the new pieces of equipment and exactly what we were talking about. And then we both had the same ending with the meteor hitting the podcast studio. How would you explain that? Because this is a real phenomenon. Shared dreaming is very, very fascinating. It would be interesting to see how many cases involve more than 2 or 3 people, because that would be really fascinating. You've never heard
Yeah.
of shared dreaming?
No, but well, I like Inception. I'm a big fan of Inception.
You already
Besides,
mentioned
like,
that. That's your favorite movie. But hold on.
yeah.
Did you hear it? So, what would you think if that happened to you? You had a shared dream with somebody where all the details were identical. Like, would you freak out?
Um, I would freak out and like be interested. Like, well, it depends on what the dream is like, and if anyone gets killed and shit like that. If anyone gets killed, then I'd be freaking out. But if it's like,
Yeah, but even if it was something as innocuous as you got like a new shirt, like a Hawaiian shirt, and then I happen to be wearing the same style Hawaiian shirt, or I happen to be wearing some other type of some, I don't know. If I don't usually wear Armani, I'll be wearing an Armani suit with a very specific design that doesn't exist, and we both had the same dream with those little details that could not have possibly, things like that. Like nobody got killed. It's not crazy. It's just little details that couldn't possibly be shared. How could they be shared? Like, let's say it's a suit that doesn't exist with a pattern that doesn't exist, and we both draw the same pattern.
that would be interesting.
That'd be weird, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's kind of a little bit of a side topic. But so to continue what the thought he's having, so the astral projectors that I've only known 2 people. One of them is a pretty good friend of mine, like I said, who did this in high school repeatedly, originally on shrooms and then without shrooms. It's the same story. He just goes floating around his neighborhood. It's never anything crazy. Like nobody goes to like the jungles of Africa or to like the pyramids or to London or Paris. It's always people floating around their own neighborhood. Like, is that weird or what?
Maybe there's like an internal fear, like if they go out too far, that they can't come back.
Wow. Wow. That's an interesting thought. Yeah. I wonder if that's true. What if you do go out too far, you don't come back?
You
Can
know
that
what? What if
account?
what if what if,
Yo,
what if
well, yo,
people like actually ventured out and they fucking go into a coma and shit?
yeah, you just mind shocked me, Maxwell. What if the people who just died suddenly with no explanation, they were astral traveling and they went too far?
Oh shit, that's messed up.
That's Maxwell mind shocked me. Oh man, that's disturbing. That's disturbing. People that just drop dead for no reason, like, or they just, like parents come home, their kid is dead. By kid, I mean like whatever, high school, college kid that was astral projecting, and they don't know. There's no cause of death. Well, could they have been astral traveling and went too far? That's dark, man. That's
Yeah, that's messed up.
disturbing.
Like maybe in a dream, like they follow a jet plane or some shit like that, or and they go into the
That's
other side of the
disturbing.
world.
Yeah, that's so disturbing. But so this post on Reddit, there's something. It's so unsettling in its mundaneness. Like it's kind of mundane to go around the neighborhood and look in people's houses or wander people's houses. But that's usually how a lot of these shadow people encounters play out, isn't it?
Yeah,
So it's definitely weird. It's so weird. And so, yeah, obviously, again, we're not going to fall for black and white fallacies. It could also be interdimensional travelers and all these other things. I don't want to pigeonhole anything but whatever percentage, either a minority percentage, a majority percentage of shadow people could be astral travelers. One person wrote, "Shadow people are a mystery for sure. I had a few experiences with them, and they were not astral travelers for sure." I don't know how he would know this. The closest thing I came across while learning about them is from the Islamic writings. Jinns that are in a parallel world to ours with our own beliefs and lifestyle. They are made of smoke like a shadow. Other than this info, there really isn't anything else I could find that isn't new age.
on these beings. So someone else posted, I've thought for years that a type of ghost was someone who was just so disconnected from their body while alive that whether they went into a coma or even died, it wouldn't bother them. The same way life raft sinking wouldn't bother you if you had already come ashore on dry land. Well, that's even more disturbing on so many levels. Like if someone's already dead, so if they that's dark, man. That's dark. If someone's astral traveling intentionally or unintentionally, or some kind of near death experience, out of body experience, and they're kind of floating around and the consciousness is so disconnected from the host body, they don't even care anymore. That's crazy. What do you think about that?
I kind of missed what you said.
What a shocker. This person just posted that a type of ghost was just someone who was just so disconnected from their body while alive that whether they went into a coma or even died, it wouldn't bother them. The same way life raft sinking wouldn't bother you if you had already come ashore on dry land. So if your soul or consciousness left your body for whatever reason, near death experience, astral travel, and maybe you liked the astral travel so much you didn't want to go back to your body.
That's interesting.
I mean,
That's creepy as hell, too.
I know. This whole thing is unsettling and disturbing. You're not going to sleep for weeks, Maxwell.
Wait. Who said that?
It's just a poster on the Reddit theory that I just read before. These are the comments underneath the theory.
That's crazy.
Yeah, here's another one that's pretty interesting. I don't think shadow people are actually other people astral projecting without realizing it. Shadow people are the entities that got me involved with astral projecting. I was an atheist until one night I went into sleep paralysis unintentionally, and these shadow people burst open the door to my room and angrily marched up to me beside my bed. They just crouched and stared at me, throwing so much malice and negative energy. I thought I was going to die. Snapped out of it, and I couldn't sleep for days. Finally, I decided to research it, and turned out other people experienced that as well. This led me on a path to spirituality and discovering more about the universe. Personally, after reading many books, I have come to the conclusion that these beings are either entities that are trying to scare people as a defense mechanism to keep themselves safe, or simply just effing with us. They can't hurt us, but they can create fear if you let them, and fear is the ultimate barrier. Long story short, they aren't people, but they are real entities. Not dangerous, but can cause problems. Simple solution, don't be afraid. And so this is kind of demonic. I mean, this person's kind of going with a demonic theory, but once again, black and white fallacies all over the place. They could be these other entities, and in certain other, because these are different cases. A shadow person wandering around the house that doesn't think you can see them, and then when you do see them, they run away, or they just seem oblivious. That's more consistent with possible astral travelers. Whereas this person's situation, where these entities are malicious and evil and creepy, that's a completely different entity. That probably is not an astral traveler. So, again, black and white fallacy here. So
That story was fucking creepy as hell.
I know. I know. This whole thing is disturbing. I think this is the most disturbing Shadow People podcast yet. So here's another post. No, it's a mix between negative and positive entities, most of which have passed already. You can, however, meet another astral projector on the plane.
What does on the plane mean?
The astral plane. Basically, the dimension on which you can project to, or possibly infinite dimensions. So, according to this theory, there's basically an astral plane, so the astral plane is also known as the astral world, which is basically a plane of existence, which is esoteric or occult. There's actually, I mean, depending on which belief system you're looking into, like in esotericism, there's actually 7 planes. The physical plane, our physical reality, the astral plane, there's also the mental plane, the Buddhic or unity plane, the spiritual plane, the divine plane, and then the logoic plane, also known as the monadic plane. So, but in general, I guess the easy way to describe it would be kind of like the spiritual plane or the spiritual realm. Does that make sense?
the spiritual realm is
Yeah,
the
so
best
if you're astral
explanation.
projecting, you're kind of you're not in the regular physical realm. Oh, I mean, there's different theories, but in the most popular theories, you're in the spiritual realm.
Gotcha.
So here's from encyclopedia.com explains it pretty simply. The astral plane is the level beyond the physical, the realm of dreams, spirits, and psychic phenomena, the substance and vehicle for contact between the material and the mystical. It's also known as the fourth dimension and is referred to as the astral plane or astral dimension of the soul matrix. So yeah, there's so much information out there, but it's basically beyond the normal physical realm of existence. So some people also believe so dictionary.cambridge.org defines astral plane as a place believed by some to be where a person's spirit goes between dying and entering the spirit world. So a whole lot of different definitions here, but yeah, so if you're a shadow person, basically, if you manifest as a shadow person while astral projecting, you can meet other shadow people who are astral projecting. But there could also be other shadow entities which are demonic or interdimensional entities. So that's all. It's all a big mess, right?
Yeah. That's yeah.
Here's another creepy post in the same thread. This discussion must be when you feel the real astral projection. My personal opinion is a dream with sleep paralysis. The sleep paralysis is the shadows. When you will manage projecting, you will see others project like aura. Then you could be the real evil. How creepy is that?
Wait a second. All right. So if I go into sleep paralysis, I'm astral projecting, and
No.
then I'm the shadow person. Wait.
Well, if you're the shadow person, if you're projecting and you're a shadow person and you're evil and you don't know it, you could be the shadow person without knowing it. So you'd see other people projecting like aura. So
Uh,
this is really really creepy and deep, but other people could see you as the shadow person if you're evil. But you might not know you're evil.
that's fucked up.
I
Oh,
know.
that's fucked up. So actually, if cause oh man, this is messed up. So most people are pretty good, like they're good people, but some of them are like closet evil motherfuckers. So when they go to sleep, they fucking they attack people with their shadow person.
Yeah,
That's
that's
crazy.
their nature. Yeah, yeah,
That's their like subconscious, unconscious nature, like that they can't
yes,
that they have
exactly. And
repressed
they might
in
not
real
even
life.
know it. They might not even
Oh
know it.
shit, that's fucking sick.
This is the most unsettling podcast we have ever done, Maxwell. And we're just getting started. Oh man. Yeah, it's really 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 dark. But so yeah, some people theorize that while we sleep, we all project ourselves out of our own bodies. And we don't really know where we travel to. It's almost like if it's your subconscious or whatnot making you act out whatever, if we go into destiny or determinism, we might think we're good and we try to live good, but on the astral plane or in projecting, we're the evil entities. This is so unsettling.
That's messed up.
I know. I
Maybe I
know.
should. Maybe I'm gonna start letting out some anger in real life and shit. I might be like fucking projecting my shadow person on someone.
Wow, yeah, this is really unsettling. Okay, let me read an article by Natalia Kuna, who is a psychic medium, and she has a very interesting take on shadow people. So, shadow people and dark beings. Have you ever seen what appears to be a shadow person or dark figure, stationary or moving, with your own eyes, close up or far away, maybe even in your peripheral vision or dream state? Perhaps you have felt the sensation of someone standing behind you and then you turn around, but no one was there. How often did that happen to you, Maxwell? That's creepy. I've had that happen a few times.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I just imagined like a shadow person like standing in the street and shit. Fuck that.
Well, not now. I mean, in the past, have you ever been anywhere where you kind of? It seems like there's somebody next to you, but there's not. But then you look and there's not, and you're just like, "What?" And then you forget about it.
I'm glad that I haven't really experienced it. I've experienced it once when I was like in my teens. Like I fucking like I heard. Well, this is like more visual, not shadow. Like more auditory. Like I heard people. Like I heard someone walking behind me. I think I said this in our first podcast. So so when I heard this noise walking behind me, when I turned around, like because I was washing dishes, I turned around, nobody was there, and it freaked me out so hard that I sprinted right through it because it was the only way. I mean,
Yeah.
actually, there was like a walkway on the other, like to the left side, but it was dark there. I didn't want to go through there, so like I ran through the lighted area and whatever. I mean, I didn't see anything there, so I mean, if there was some kind of weird ghost thing, like I went through it.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that on our ghost podcast.
It
Not
was
this
it was it
episode.
was our yeah it was our very first podcast, I believe, the Halloween one.
Yeah, that was creepy. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I just had an even darker, more unsettling thought about and theory about the shadow people.
Well, don't let us hold our breath.
I'm still trying to wrap my own head around it because I think I just mind shocked myself.
Is it
So
as
what if
bad as like is it as bad as projecting your evil thoughts into
no,
your shadow
no,
person?
no, but it's creepy. So imagine if our world, if our realm, if this is a fallen world, and this is like if this is hell or just an evil realm, what if shadow people are good guys and it's the inverse is being so they appear dark because our realm is dark. So they're really the light beings and they're the good guys, but they appear inverted because our realm is the evil realm.
Uh, that's interesting.
How messed up is that? So what if they're like good guys lost, like they're lost in our realm, and this realm is the underworld or an evil realm. So they appear to us as shadow people when they're like, what if this is the afterworld and we're already dead? So if this is the afterlife, we're all dead, but we don't know they're dead. We don't know we're dead. So we just go along living our afterlives as lives, and these shadow people are actually non-dead people that are either projecting or traveling into our realm, so they seem like dark entities to us, but they're really light and they just appear inverted.
That's interesting.
This
I
is
like.
mind shock. I don't know. That just made me think about that. But let's get back to this article by Natalia Kuna. This article is a comprehensive look at the different types of these paranormal anomalies and beings, their appearances, how they behave, and why they seem to be appearing even more these days to so many people. And lastly, how to get rid of them. What are shadow people? Shadow beings have become a hot topic in the paranormal world. They have actually been a phenomena since ancient times. Yet it is only in recent decades that they have been named shadow beings. There were probably different names for them in different cultures in the past and for the various types shadowy figures and dark beings. Shadow people are said to be conscious, intelligent, interdimensional beings that can shapeshift into various forms and figurations and move back and forth between dimensions. There seem to be a variety of different types of shadow people, as you will see further below. Are they all bad? The majority of shadow figures that people experience seem to be negative, malevolent, and parasitic. Some are possibly demonic creatures or even evil spirits or entities. At the very least, you will see them in a flash of a moment, or you will get the sense of being watched or observed. Some people report the being felt neutral and not harmful. There might also be only so much that they can do. It is possible that some are relatively benevolent or even work with spirit in general to serve as a kind of guardian or warning system. At the very worst, one might encounter a being that is extremely evil and predatory and out to take people's spirits or ultimately their lives. But I would not focus on that. You can become empowered and learn how to protect yourself and deal with these situations, but more on that further on. All of this is up for speculation. My tip would be to see how you feel when you see something that looks dark. Do you feel scared, frozen,
or that it is negative or oppressive in any way. If not, it might be another kind of spirit. Different types of shadow people. Classic shadow beings. These beings are dark, inorganic, phantom-like bipedal figures that look just like a dark black shadow of a figure, but don't seem to quite have full human form or facial or body delineation. They feel very masculine and oppressive and like something that is beyond human and out of our scope of understanding. Other people often report them as being really tall, about 7 feet in height, though they can configure and transform into different sizes and shapes. Often their limbs, arms and legs, seem quite long, and occasionally fingers seen. They kind of look two-dimensional, although sometimes appear sort of 3D, and seem to be made out of some kind of dark etheric substance. They appear as one mass that is completely black and opaque, but it doesn't quite look solid in the way we perceive usual physical form. Hence, they are called shadow beings. No light goes through them at all. They are known to dematerialize very quickly and even shapeshift into other forms, such as in the figure of a cat, dog, rodent, oddly shaped spider, insect, or other creature, or even formless shape. It has been suggested that their darkness is a form of camouflage, and perhaps they take on a rough humanoid outline in order to mimic and blend with us. Maybe we are not ready to fully understand who or what they are, what they represent, and where they are from. Thus, appearing as shadow forms is their way to be mysterious and incognito. They might also appear different according to their own stage of development. We can also speculate that it is possible they are unable to materialize into any other kind of form or color, like that is all they can muster. You could apply that principle as it is the same with ghosts and spiritual apparitions. They can only use energy to appear certain ways, and only for short periods of time. And it does take a lot of energy. Dark figures with red or green eyes. The dark shadow figures that have red or green eyes, or reddish or greenish hue, are said by some to be an evil spirit. In other words, this means that they were extremely evil humans who have passed and transformed into this dark, ominous form in order to continue their evil, malevolent ways. They would be dark force discarnate entities. Shadow figures in the forest. Some people have seen shadow figures outdoors or in nature settings like forests. These ones that hang around trees are said to be shadow stalkers. Wow, that sounds pretty cool. That sounds like they would make a good movie, right, Maxwell?
Yeah, I'm turning all the fucking lights on and shit. And next time I fucking remind me to do that shit before we start.
Some say they are protective spirits that guard nature and protect the elementals. They appear as shadow beings, but are possibly not actually harmful. One of the quirks of such shadow stalkers is that some of them mimic people who see them. So when the person moves, they move too. When the person stops, they stop too, and so forth. I don't know, for some reason I find that really creepy. What about you? It's like a little kid playing like the mimicking game, or Simon Says. It's like they're making fun of you.
Yeah, I don't really get it.
The shadow stalkers mimic people. So if like one of the persons take a step, they take a step. When they stop walking, the shadow entity stops moving. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
they're-
that's fucked up.
I know, that's what I'm saying. How creepy is that?
Yeah,
It's
that's
like they're
fucking
playing a
creepy.
game.
That's fucking creepy as fuck. This is
I,
the creepiest fucking thing. What the fuck, man? What the hell are you finding and shit? It makes me imagine shit.
no, but it's like they're playing games, right? Like, what if they're just like, what if they're entities like trickster type entities, but they just want to have fun? Like, because that's not harmful, but it's really creepy, unsettling, and bizarre. But is it really that harmful? What if they're bored and they can't interact with anybody? So like that's their way of playing.
Yeah, it's kind of messed.
Like animals do that sometimes. They mimic humans,
Yeah,
and humans definitely mimic other humans. Another noticeable characteristic is that when they traverse through the woods, they do not cause the normal nature sound effects you would hear from an animal or person, such as leaves rustling and twigs snapping. This is fascinating to me because it reminds me of what witnesses report about Bigfoot or the Sasquatch. It is believed that they too are able to do this out of their interdimensionality. And if you haven't checked out our newest Bigfoot episodes, we did one on the Shadow Sasquatch. If Bigfoot was a shadow entity, very interesting podcast. You could check that out. And of course, we also have a few podcasts on Bigfoot being interdimensional. But continuing on here, ghosts are evil spirits. Some people think that shadow figures are ghosts or especially evil spirits that don't manifest into a human appearance, as sometimes seen in apparitions. I would say that this is indeed possible, but others disagree and instead believe that all shadow beings originate from another dimension or planet altogether. The Hat Man. There are various kinds of shadow beings, and one of these is what has come to be known as the Hat Man. He is just like the classical shadow figure, but also different in appearance and energy vibe. This one wears what appears to be a cape or trench coat and a hat, which can range from a top hat to a fedora or cowboy hat. The reason for this added attire is unknown. One can only speculate that it is to give a sense of mystery or even intimidation, because he is a dark, intimidating entity. Or he has picked a fashion from an era and stuck with it, trying to blend in. Well, you know what's funny? That would have blended in, in the previous century a little bit more. It could be a form of mind control or manipulation working on our subconscious minds in some way. Perhaps we associate the hat as part of a universal symbol or archetype that conveys a sense of status, influence, power, and control. It establishes a stark sense of presence and is something you can't forget. The hat could be a form of disguise to cover up an unusually shaped head, or the cape could be a cover to disguise its body that could be alien, unusual, or non-human in appearance. It is also possible that under the costume is some kind of otherworldly technology or even protection device. Who knows? Maybe the black figure and garb is to disguise its origins, as we as humans are not ready for the knowledge yet. This would also match some supposition from experts that these beings are visiting us from the future. Are shadow people time travelers? I don't think we went over that one, did we?
No.
Yeah, we just did an extensive time travel podcast. It's probably the most comprehensive podcast on time travel ever done. So check that out if you haven't checked that one out. The common belief out there in the paranormal community is that the Hat Man is an intelligent consciousness from another dimension or time-space reality, possibly the future, and probably an alien species, possibly the ones known as the Greys. Like the other shadow beings, this entity could be observing us, collecting data, and so on. Interestingly, many report having seen him when they were very young, such as around 5 years old. He does like to watch and instill terror and give off an incredibly scary and intimidating vibe, which has been described as evil, terrifying, and unforgettable. It is said that he leaves witnesses with a horrible feeling that is haunting and can last for years. He sends a kind of signal and vibe, making you feel like you will return. It is possible that Hatman is a leader of the shadow figures and or that is connected to the Men in Black, though this is just speculation. That's really creepy, isn't it?
What? Which one?
He's like the master and commander of all shadow people.
Wait, who? He said that?
I just read that it's possible. So in this article, are you still following this article by Natalia Kuna, a psychic medium? She's saying that it's possible that Hatman is the leader out of all of the
Oh,
shadow
okay,
beings.
got it. So the Hat Man. All right. Okay, got it.
Because the Hatman does look like a man in black. And if you haven't checked out our Men in Black Encounters podcast, check those out. They're really creepy too. And some of them are pretty funny. So, the Men in Black, these are intimidating, sinister humanoid entities said by conspiracy theorists and experiencers to be created by the government. They look similar to the movie by the same name, and there is also a connection to them and aliens and cover-ups. They always appear in a very secretive and intimidating manner, and much like the creepy black-eyed children, are said to have an awkward, robotic way of communicating. They often wear hats and dark sunglasses that cover their eyes. That is most probably to disguise the fact that they are non-human. Their suits seem to be their best effort to blend in with us, but there is indeed something different and unapproachable about them. Yeah, we didn't really discuss that either, the Men in Black connection, because the Men in Black, if there's a shadow outline of the Men in Black or a Man in Black, that would kind of match the Hat Man to a certain degree. You think there's any connection there, Maxwell? I mean, you've done the podcast on the Men in Black.
Um, I don't know. They're all creepy as fuck.
Other dark beings. This is now getting into the realm of all that is possible to God and the light, and we enter the dark side and the grand enemy known as Satan, and his jinn and minions, and even the entity commonly known as the Grim Reaper. Oh, you know what's really creepy? The Grim Reaper as a shadow entity? Because he has no face, right? I mean, sometimes he's a skeleton, but usually it's just a black robe with a shadow, with just shadows, right?
Yeah. It's like Grim Reaper. It's kind of like it's not just like one personality or like one thing, right? Like there's a lot of Grim Reapers. Like, is that
As
how it
far
works?
as
Like,
I've never really heard that. As far as I know, the Grim Reaper is basically death personified, and there's only one.
hmm.
So in
Do people have actual visual experiences of that particular? Like, do they describe it the same way? Because I know what it looks like. It's just, you know, it's got that hook axe thing. I don't know what it's called.
a
And
sickle
a sickle, and then a fucking like a big hoodie,
or a scythe, is it a
a robe,
scythe?
and there's no face. It's just dark and shit. Yeah, that's creepy as fuck. It's like those 12 or 6 horse people in the Lord of the Rings.
But yeah, no, the Grim Reaper, as far as I know, it's usually there's just one. It's a figure that represents death with a black cloak, and he collects souls. So yeah, but the depiction is, I mean, sometimes depicted as a skeleton, but usually it's just shadows in the robe. So is the
Yeah,
Grim Reaper?
I had to leave that parking lot. I don't know if you can leave this in, but like, dude, I had to leave that dark parking lot, dude. That shit was rough. It was rough, dude. It was rough, dude. Like, you're reading that shit, and I was like,
I thought you were in
dude,
your mansion. Are you like just wandering the streets of Los
I was in
Angeles?
my Lamborghini, but in my mansion, and I don't know.
Okay, demonic entities. These are minions cast by Satan. They cause chaos and fear. They love to break people down and terrorize them. I have experienced the force, power, and threatening nature of these dark entities. On one occasion, while I was going through a negative energy incident involving other people, demonic creatures came into my dreams and gave me nightmares. They came right up to my ears and tried to intimidate me. I recall desperately trying to invoke the protection of Archangel Michael, but in a typical nightmare style, I couldn't get out a sound from my mouth. I barely managed to whisper his name. That same night, my young children both woke up in the middle of the night crying hysterically. My very intuitive son said that something was trying to touch him and he was absolutely terrified. Though the ones I saw didn't appear in shadow form, I do know that they can be experienced that way too. Jinn, it is said that in the beginning, three were created: man made of clay, earth, and water, angels made of spiritual light, and a third made of fire. Beings known as jinn are actually not talked about much in the Western world, as they seem to be more of a Middle Eastern tradition. They are said to be created before man and are mentioned in the Quran as malicious, wicked beings with supernatural powers created by God from a pure smokeless fire, which would explain why they are often seen with smoke coming out of them. The angels were created from light and the jinn from smokeless fire. Sahih Muslim. They are analogized as genies and are depicted in hidden ways in stories such as Aladdin and present themselves in different forms, including humanoid and animal. Hence, it is possible that they could appear in a kind of shadowy form too. They dematerialize quickly and are able to appear dark, animalistic, and even in strange, contorted figures, vapors, mists, or cloud-like forms. It is said that they are created out of free will as we are, and live in a parallel world to ours and in communities much like humans. Because of their free will, some are good and some are evil. They feel themselves to be superior to humankind, and thus it is said that God cast them out of this world until Judgment Day. These beings have an agenda against us and cause a lot of chaos and havoc, much like demons do, and it is believed that they are part of the army of Satan. They have shape-shifting abilities and use them in order to create deliberate confusion. Huh. That's pretty weird. So just a breakdown of all of these. The Grim Reaper, this scary figure, is the Death Collector, known in the Cherokee tradition as Stalking Death. This is the kind of ominous being that will be after a person's soul, their death being the ultimate dark victory.
And this isn't a podcast about the Grim Reaper, but what if, I mean, that's pretty creepy too. What if shadow people, this would be very hard to prove, but what if shadow people actually are experienced by people that are going to die soon? Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
How,
yeah, it's kind of weird.
how unsettling is this podcast? And so, yes, other theories, time travelers. This is a theory that shadow figures are people who are time traveling. There is speculation that they are visiting from a future dimension. Astral travelers. Some theorize that shadow beings are the astral beings, the essence of people who are astral projecting, having out-of-body experiences, and thus unconsciously floating around in their astral bodies. And that's what we've been discussing. This article is super interesting, so I'm just going to finish it off. The ways that we experience them. Shadow beings seem to like the dark rather than the light. Hence, they come more at night or while you are sleeping, or appear in more darker areas of your home or other places. Having said that, they have been reported to have been seen in crowds or other public places too. It is usually a very silent experience. They do not seem to verbally communicate, but they do seem to stare intensely into your eyes, like they are reaching your soul and sending a hostile signal that feels like a warning. A common reaction that people experience in these encounters is that they become absolutely frozen, shocked, and in a state of fear. They feel like they are momentarily paralyzed or can't move. They have a sense that these entities are triggering immense states of terror and feeding off their energy. Others report that these entities jump on top of them in bed and try to press on their chest or choke them while they are sleeping. They can come into your dreams or try and break you down during the night hours by tainting you and pulling your energy down. This is their way of infiltrating you so that you become physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually affected, and that way they can get into your energy field even more easily. There are several paranormal experts that believe that shadow beings can make those growling sounds or even intimidating voice phenomena you hear on EVP sound recordings in paranormal TV shows. My instinct tells me that some are trapped spirits, earthbound ghosts, especially in very active or haunted locations, can also see them, as well as other entities, and are terrified of them. I would not be surprised if shadow beings actually feed off them too and get their kicks out of terrorizing these deceased souls who would be easy targets. Okay, so here's another mind shock. She's saying here that shadow people scare ghosts. So it's kind of like the boogeyman checks under his bed for Chuck Norris. Basically, ghosts, like shadow entities, would be like ghosts to ghosts. So ghosts haunt and scare humans, and shadow people haunt and scare ghosts.
Huh.
What do you
I
think
see.
about that?
That's interesting.
Oh, this is definitely the most unsettling podcast we've ever done. This is just
Yeah,
creepy
yeah,
stuff.
we might need a couple months break from this shadow people
To
because this
recover.
shit's I don't like thinking about because I have a good imagination and I don't like imagining shit. You know what I mean?
Some people experience these beings only once or perhaps several times over a period of years, while others feel individually targeted and harassed by a countless number of entities or sightings to the point that it feels like a serial stalking. These multiple experiencers feel that they are being watched, stalked, or preyed upon. It is also possible, like many other entities, for these malevolent beings to attach to certain people, much like a spirit attachment. You might see them for a split second, either with your ordinary eyes, psychic vision, or in the dream state. They are either stationary, moving, or appear to be trying to approach you. When it happens, you are not actually seeing them with your normal physical eyes, and often not even with your third eye, your psychic chakra located on your forehead. The Cherokee elder Thunderstrike believes you are seeing with what he calls the fifth eye, or dream eye, which is in the location of the soft spot of a baby's head when it is born. That's the eye which gives you extrasensory perception when you dream during that rapid eye movement in your sleep. He claims that according to his wisdom teachings, there is also your fourth eye, which is behind the base of the spine, and that is where you get the sensation that you are in danger, as animals do, and have the hair stand up or that chilly feeling at the back of your neck. You also have an eye on the palm of each hand, and this has been depicted in many spiritual texts. Eyes in the soles of your feet, and the universal eye, which is in your navel womb area. So we actually have 10 eyes and 5 ears. And we also have internal ears that hear during dream time. What do you think about all that, Maxwell?
Um, I missed the last part, but like it's kind of weird.
We have 10 eyes and 5 ears. He goes on to explain that at night in your dream state, you have heightened energetic sensitivity and awareness, and therefore you will be more likely to experience supernatural phenomena, both good and bad, and see such beings. This would explain why many people see them in their dreams while sleeping or as they awaken in the middle of the night. They are said to be a vampiric energy which feeds off our emotional chaos and discharge of energy. So what happens
That,
is
that's
that
that's that's kind of messed up. So like if like do do people who are experiencing like trauma or like kind of like like a stressful part or phase in their life, like did they experience more of these shadow things? Because
supposedly, yes, we talked about this many times. Also,
that's
demons seem to target, we kind of went around this circle where like drug addicts, if you have to be weakened emotionally, mentally, spiritually to be more susceptible to demonic attack, some people say, oh, well, they're druggies. Of course they see shadow people and demons. But wouldn't if shadow people and demons are real, wouldn't they be more likely to target drug users or people with weakened states? So it's kind of like, does it prove the opposite, or does it actually prove the existence of demons and negative entities? See, like,
I'm kind of glad that I didn't experience like more like these shadow people when I had like stressful situations and trauma.
maybe you did and didn't know it.
Mm, well, I'm glad I didn't know it.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, of course, especially in these kinds of situations.
But well, a lot of these people that when they experience, they say they can't forget it or whatever. Like it
Yeah,
fucking haunts
I
them.
mean, yeah, everybody's different. So, or maybe you did experience it, but you forgot because you're Maxwell Powers. So your lack of memory actually works to your advantage because. So what happens is that when you see them, you expel a whole lot of shock and fear energy in your state of being alarmed and momentarily frightened. And that is the energy that they feed off. So you are like an energetic battery or food to them. Just like a vampire sucks blood and then takes off, so too does a shadow person. They never stay around for long. My own experiences with shadow people. I have experienced shadow people twice in my life. The first was around 2010 in my dream state. In the dream, a very tall, large black shadow person was in my Virgula. The hell's a Virgula? A Virgula is the open and closed Louvre roof system. So it's looks like a veranda. I think she's Australian, that's why. Yeah, it's sort of like a veranda, an open air gallery or porch. Okay, in the dream, a very large black shadow person was in my Virgula. I was with a friend looking at it from inside. We stood there absolutely frozen, clinging to each other. We were in a momentary state of fear. It was standing there with an intense, foreboding kind of stare, giving the impression that it was going to move towards us and try to get into the house. That is all I remember of that dream. It felt so real, and I know as an intuitive person that it was not just a dream. This was a visitation. Around that time, I was developing spiritually and getting over another negative incident, so I am not surprised that it made that unforgettable appearance. It wasn't until later that I put two and two together. My husband later told me that he had been feeling a dark presence in the garage, which connects to our pergola, for a while now. He said that he even saw a dark shadow figure. He didn't initially tell me because he didn't want to scare me. He knows to tell me no matter what. He now knows to tell me no matter what. One day after that, we were sitting in the pergola and I felt a very intense kind of negative force of energy come right up to my back as if in an intimidating manner and then retreat again. I turned around and nothing was there. My husband said he had been experiencing moments like that too. I gave that my whole house inside out a good spiritual cleansing and it went away. Years later, I was preparing for a client to come over for a psychic mediumship reading. I hadn't done my spiritual protection for the day yet as I had been busy, and that is when they like to catch you unawares. I was in my bathroom and I had this feeling that there was a spirit presence. In this moment of time, which felt like a split second, it was like I saw a dark shadow figure with my real physical eyes, even though it was standing behind me, and my mind's eye, my psychic eye. It turned around, but nothing was there, even though I clearly both saw and sensed it on some level. I got busy preparing for my reading and put it out of my mind. After the reading, I popped out and forgot all about it. When I returned back to the house, my husband was now home. I started to feel randomly over emotional. I intuitively asked my husband if he had sensed anything when he came home. Even though I am a psychic medium, I sometimes count on my husband's natural perception, protection, and groundedness. He said it was funny that I should ask that. On this day home, he felt great anxiety and a sense of pending doom, like something was going on in our home, although he didn't know what. As soon as he said that, my senses felt an overwhelming sense that it was definitely a presence in the house. I realized I hadn't cleared enough after my client, and I was in a rush, and I started to feel more and more emotional. This was a definite sign I was being affected by an unsavory energy. I immediately saged my family and the whole home and felt much better. It was gone. You know what's interesting? How many therapists or psychiatrists do you think experience this stuff? Because if they're dealing with people all day, there's so much negative energy because they're troubled people with troubled lives.
That's interesting and creepy as fuck for a therapist, like sitting in that room
Yeah.
and inviting all that energy, and like oh my god, they'd probably quit.
Yeah, this podcast is so unsettling. Like there's so many things that just keep coming up that are just so disturbing. I mean, it's just so incredibly disturbing.
Well, also I think I'm thinking too, like a lot of these psychiatrists or psychologists have heard of shadow people being explained by their you know their patients.
Some of
And
them, maybe, yeah. I mean, I still don't think shadow people are anywhere near as popular as, let's say, ghosts.
yeah.
So, yeah, but
But how interesting would that be? Like, let's say, like a psychiatrist knows about shadow people, but like the patient doesn't, but he explains what he experienced.
that would make a good movie.
Oh my god!
How did they come to be? Some believe that we created them out of our own fear over time. Oh man, this is horrible. Okay, that's really creepy too. So the more humans fear in general, the more these entities just manifest, and then they like reproduce based on our fear.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's rough. In this way, even though God created all things, these beings have not come from God, but rather from our own creations. I suppose you can make this analogy to wrap it around your head. Does God create guns? No, we do. God has provided us with Earth, the greater cosmos, and many resources. It is up to us how we use them.
Just like there are God creations, there are also man-made creations. Some are created consciously and others subconsciously or unconsciously. We can't always control our thoughts, feelings, and experiences, not to mention know how to utilize or comprehend the full power of our will. Why do they appear? What do they want from us? What draws them to us? And why are we seeing them more now? Here are some possible reasons. Why you? Perhaps you are going through a negative cycle. Are you down, worried, stressed, angry? Remember, shadow people feed off fear and lower energy. There are some people that just seem to draw in negative energy to them like a magnet. If you have been playing with a Ouija board or involved in some kind of group or magic without good intention or protection, you can be inviting in the unwanted. You ever do the Ouija board, Maxwell?
No, I
The
have
Ouija
not.
board? Not when you were a kid, even nothing. Never played it at at a party or anything.
I never seen one, but I have never seen anyone actually play with it either. So
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was probably, I don't even remember how old, maybe 11, 12, 13. Some older cousins or friends, they had one, they would play with it, but I was always too, I don't know, it was kind of just a feeling like I don't want to mess with it. Not that I believed it was real. I didn't believe it was real or anything. It's just there was this feeling. It's very strange now that I think about it and I explore it. I've had this feeling in my life quite a few times of things I 100% did not believe in. Monsters, ghosts, aliens, whatever. There was just a feeling that it shouldn't be messed with. Do you know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I guess.
And I've known people like that too. It's like, oh, we don't believe in demons. Well, why don't you summon one? If they're fake, what do you have to lose? And it's like they won't do it. They simply won't do it. They don't believe in them in any way. They just don't want to do it. But here's the thing: if they 100% know they're fake, why won't they do it? I guess it's that inkling in the back of your brain, right? Just saying, don't mess with it. Or you know
Yeah,
what's really bizarre? Perhaps it's leftover genetic memory from thousands of years ago of ancestors that know exactly what these things are, and they're like, "You better have no part in this."
that's funny.
Yeah, that's messed up. Apparently, people who use drugs, or specifically meth, have reported seeing them more. This brings up the issue of whether they are hallucinating or actually able to see between the worlds more in their drug induced state. Or perhaps you are opening up spiritually and are an evolved soul shining your light. Perhaps you have some natural or even untapped psychic ability. A shadow being might appear in order to try and bring you down and turn you to the dark side. By this, I do not necessarily mean join the forces of evil and become a Sith. This can be as simple as becoming irritated, angry, and depressed. Your light becomes dimmed and your energy is brought right down. You start questioning yourself, other people, your job, and life, and you are back in your ego. That's messed up too, right?
Yeah,
This is all messed up. They feed off our energy, fear energy on Earth. The world is in chaos, and these hungry interdimensional beings are feeding off of all of our negative energy. They are drawn to negative mental and emotional fear energy. Earth is a smorgasbord for these creatures. The quickening. Earth is changing and shifting in energy. We have shifted into a new era, and there is a quickening of energies that has been happening since the beginning of this new millennium. Everything is heightening, and even our metabolism is moving faster. This explains many things that are happening in the world and amongst people. We are awakening. Electromagnetic energy. We now live in a modern electromagnetic world. They are very drawn to electromagnetic energy. This would explain why many people have seen them while they are watching TV, on their computer, using a device, or around electromagnetic equipment. It also answers for one of the reasons why they'd come into your room at night, apart from the fact that you are more accessible in your dream and sleep state. This also explains why they sometimes come during very bad weather, like when there is lightning storms. This is because of the electromagnetic discharge being dispelled. That's really interesting too. We definitely need to do a podcast exploring the link between lightning storms and the paranormal because there's a whole lot of weirdness regarding that. Thunderstrikes believe they are inorganic forms, not having the structure or organization characteristic of living bodies, and we are projecting and completing the shadow people phenomena out of our soul beings and into the ethers, the universe, through the darker energy of our negative emotions. Our anger, guilt, greed, jealousy, envy, resentment, blame, shame, possessiveness, etc. In his words, we are assembling them into our world of perceptual reality because they exist in a parallel dimension with the 7 streams or dimensions of reality. There are actually 72 parallel dimensions to either side, including the 5th dimension when you are dreaming at night. What does that tell you, Maxwell?
What does what tell me?
What I just said.
I lost track a little bit.
Oh man, color me surprised. Basically, Thunderstrike, the Native American elder who was talking about shadow people, he said that we are projecting and completing the shadow people phenomena out of our own soul beings and into the ethers through the darker energy of our negative emotions. So our negative emotions are causing them to manifest. We actually did not discuss this possibility on the previous Shadow People podcast. It's kind of mind shocking, right?
It's okay.
What can you learn from seeing a shadow person? Like any paranormal experience, it is important to face your fears and your shadow side. And don't stay stuck in negativity, which will just aggravate things. You have to learn to manage and control your mindset, attitude, and approach to life. A shadow person might be coming into your reality in order for you to learn something about yourself or even your shadow side. So always take time to think about what the experience might mean for you and whether there are not any changes that you need to make. You know what's real crazy? That just led me to think, what if the shadow people you see are actually you? It's a manifestation of your shadow side.
That's cool.
So that's why some people would see them and other people wouldn't. Principles of duality here. How can you protect yourself and get rid of them? Usually these beings just appear on their own. Their visitations and movements are extremely fast, quick, and fleeting. What you need to remember is that they are only as strong as we allow them to be. You will only be affected as much as you allow yourself to be. So it is up to you to develop your spiritual strength as a counter resistance. However, to fully protect yourself and your space and to avoid them reappearing, there are tools and 8 methods you can use. Are you ready, Maxwell? How to fight shadow people.
Oh man.
Call upon and invoke the protective powers of God, Jesus Christ, Archangel Michael. Just saying Jesus' name can be enough. They are instantly repelled and banished. The light is too strong. Say protective prayers. A super powerful one is the Archangel Michael prayer of protection. Be very vocal. Yell out to them, demand they leave, laugh out loud at it. Put on some loud music. Use sage. Fully sage the area, yourself, all family members, and the home. They do not like and will be repelled by a sacred mix of these 4 natural protective magical herbs. Mix in equal amounts of each: sage, cedar, sweetgrass, and lavender. A banishing ritual. I think Maxwell, I think that's a good idea for your next profession. You should be a shadow person banisher.
Oh man.
You should visit locations and just banish shadow people. Maxwell powers. Do you have magical powers, as your name would suggest?
I only have powers of not listening.
Unrivaled, Maxwell. Unrivaled. Okay. In worst cases, or if you just feel you want the reassurance, seek an expert in the field, such as a shaman or house cleanser, or Maxwell Powers. Send it into the violet flame. The violet flame is a spiritual energy released today by Saint Germain, used by saints and adepts to accelerate their spiritual development. There was a book written in 1998 by Elizabeth Clare Prophet. I wonder if that's her real last name. How to use high frequency spiritual energy, violet flame, to heal body, mind, and soul. This sounds very interesting. We need to do a podcast on violet flame. Use protective crystals. Their frequency is very disruptive for them. Learn other psychic protection tools and techniques. Are you up to date on your psychic protection tools, Maxwell?
Nah, I don't know what to do with it.
Make an effort to watch your thoughts and step out of negative thinking. Clear the energy of your home, clear clutter, etc. Whoa, does that mean having a messy house invites shadow people?
It gives it more hiding room in the shadows and shit.
Well, what if it's just like clutter on your floor or just messy papers that it wouldn't hide behind? Reduce the effects of electromagnetic energy by using crystals or other known methods. You can maintain good energy and even avoid having negative experiences such as this in the first place by raising your vibrational frequency, making sure your house is clear of clutter, energy clearing your house, and so on. And she has a link to her 30 plus ways to raise your vibration. Is your vibration raised, Maxwell?
I'm not sure. Probably not.
Okay, so I'm going to read one more article from psychicexperiences.com on the astral projection aspect of shadow people. So this was actually submitted by somebody known as Mr. Buttons. Is that unsettling or what? It's called Shadow People, Astral Projection, and Dark Fog. This is my story. I don't even know where to begin. Well, I will just start off by saying I have had my fair share of paranormal experiences in my life so far, but I just want someone else's advice on this. As long as I can remember, I've been seeing shadow people, hearing ghosts, seeing dark fog around me, seeing black orbs. To the very point that I would be hiding in my room crying because I was so scared. I would sleep with the light on. I would make sure my dog was always with me. I would have dreams of opening drawers and knocking over lamps. Then I would wake up and the drawers and lamps I dreamt about would be opened or knocked over. I am just going to put it out there that I have done astral projection. Only twice that I am aware of, though. Anyway, the shadow people and ghosts were almost literally ruining my life. Until one day I became so frightened I gave up and started praying. I even joined a church group with my friends. I can't believe this myself, but I stopped seeing shadow people. I stopped hearing voices and seeing ghosts. I even stopped seeing the dark fog and orbs soon after. I still open drawers in my sleep and wreck stuff, though I don't sleepwalk, but I stopped hearing and seeing things. But if I am psychic or a medium or whatever, can you guys help me and tell me how to practice and get better, and definitely how to control all of this? So, what do you think about that post by Mr. Buttons?
It's okay.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
It's a good thing you're on the podcast. So here's one of the responses, probably the best response. You're at a bit of a catch-22 here. All of your life you'd have this natural ability, unfortunately though, with no mentor to help you through this, and did whatever you could do to get rid of it. But now, as it's gone away, you want it back, but with control and no fear. It doesn't work that way. Humans have and always fear what they don't know. If you ask for this back, you can't pick and choose exactly what comes back and to what degree. What exactly do you think those ghosts are that, as you put it, almost ruined my life? Did they? Did they almost ruin your life, or was it your thoughts about them that almost ruined your life? You too are a ghost. When you astral projected, you had no physical shell. You were no different than they. When you die, you'll be a ghost, and that astral form you inhabited while you were in that plane is still there in ghost-like fashion, even now as you breathe. We are all ghosts that also inhabit a physical shell. We are so indoctrinated to fear ghosts with rattling chains, moans, and haunting. Sure, ghosts are usually only visible to us because they are in the lower plane, but they were once in a shell too. Ghosts can also be of high natures, or some religions wouldn't conclude prayer with Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You can only control what you become good at. No singer can control their voice until they master it. No artist can control their brush until hundreds of paintings later. You've reset yourself to rookie status because you quit and retreated. You can't control what you don't face. Educate yourself on, develop, and so on. You have to truly decide what it is you're looking for, what you plan on doing with that ability, and how you'll handle fear along the way. I too walked your path and know all about this fear. It was only after having been sabotaged for the umpteenth time that I got sick of it and confronted what I feared. I then walked through it and got through each level. No matter what we tell you to do next, the next step will still come for you, and all of those old fears will resurface. You have to decide what to do with them, but from the looks of it, you survived all that had happened to you in the past and are here to talk about it. I think you'll survive phase 2. So that's all of this is unsettling and very, very creepy. But so final thoughts, Maxwell. Shadow people could be astral projection, or shadow people could be entities astral projecting, not necessarily humans, but other entities as well. What do you think about all this?
They're all interesting theories, and it's cool.
Are you going to be able to sleep tonight?
I just don't like imagining shadow shit, like fucking in the dark, like in all these dark shadows. And
You don't
shit.
have a nightlight?
I have a lot of lights. I might have to invest in some more then.
Well, there you have it. Maxwell is off to invest in nightlight. We need to sell Maxwell nightlights. That way you'll forget all about your fears the way Maxwell forgets all about everything. Once again, we hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you like the video, feel free to share it across social media platforms like our Facebook page. You can check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. We will be back next time with more Shadow People encounters and creepy, creepy stories, as if this wasn't already the most unsettling podcast we've ever done. But we will be back for more. Hopefully Maxwell will recover and gain some composure so we can do some more Shadow People podcasts. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
Have a good night. That was pretty creepy.
Yeah, that's fucking creepy as fuck. I think I need like 5 months and shit.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock. This is Shadow People, Episode 5. Shadow People Encounters 3. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we will be going over even more Shadow People encounters in this phenomena that seems to just be picking up speed and is just incredibly, incredibly reported. And it's still not really viewed as a major, major phenomena like ghosts or Bigfoot or aliens, but shadow people are, I would say they're right up there. What do you think, Maxwell?
What's up there?
Shadow people?
Well, up there with what?
What I just said, big phenomena like ghosts, Bigfoot, aliens. Like when people say, what are the greatest paranormal mysteries and phenomena? People say ghosts, Bigfoot, aliens. They don't really say shadow people or monsters. Sometimes they say monsters are vampires or werewolves. Nobody says shadow people.
Yeah.
It's
Shadow
not quite
People's
as
not that
popular.
popular. Well, they need to make like 5 movies on it, and then it'll be as popular as werewolves.
Well, probably like 50 movies.
Yeah, because they like. How many vampire movies are there? There must be like
hundreds.
Hundreds. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah, there's a lot.
But that would be, you know how creepy that is if you make a series of movies on shadow people.
I think there's a movie actually called Shadow People. I haven't seen it though. And then there's definitely a couple. There's been a couple. I think there's a couple super low budget ones, and then there was one bigger budget one.
I mean, to talk about paranoia, I mean, shadow people is so like, it's everywhere.
Yeah, that's why I think it's one of the top phenomena.
So okay, so when you say top phenomena, like I was thinking like popularity wise, but I just you're thinking.
Well, both.
Yeah, but it's not that popular though.
I,
No one
I
really
know.
knows about it.
I'm saying it should be. It should be
Oh yeah.
based on the frequency of report.
Actually, I've never heard of shadow people until you brought it up.
Well, don't you think more people have seen shadow people than werewolves? When's the last time you heard about a werewolf report? I mean, so
Well,
I
I've
don't.
never heard of anyone report a shadow people, but
Well, I
I
told you
guess.
I gave you my account, but anyway,
Oh
hold
yeah,
on,
yeah,
hold
yeah,
on.
that's right.
So
That's right.
once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check a link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast video, you can hit the like button and feel free to share it. Any questions, comments, thoughts, insults, drop them in the comments section. And you can also check out our Facebook page. Make sure to like that. And also Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. All right, Maxwell, let's dive deep. So I know you're still traumatized from our last Shadow People podcast. So make sure you got your nightlight on. Make sure you got your teddy bear close by because some of these are very, very creepy. All right.
That's great,
So
man.
this one, okay, Sacred Blood Cemetery. Here's a report you are not likely to forget soon. A few years ago, I went on a nighttime walk with a good friend through a cemetery. I mean, that sounds like a normal occurrence. I mean, don't you take your leisurely twilight strolls through cemeteries, Maxwell? So the name of the cemetery was Sacred Blood Cemetery. If that's not creepy, I don't know. Okay. If it wasn't creepy enough already, the name was Sacred Blood Cemetery. After a while, we just felt creeped out but didn't see anything. So we decided to head out. We turned around and about 30 feet away, there appeared to be a dark outline of something peering at us from behind a tree. Something felt sinister. My heart started pounding, and the air seemed really thin. I tried to dismiss it at first as being part of the tree, but as we walked around the tree, it seemed to move with us to remain hidden behind the tree. It could have been nothing, but we ran like hell thinking about the horror stories that seem to revolve around shadow people. Absolutely terrifying. That is pretty creepy. I don't think I've ever heard of an account where the shadow person is playing peekaboo around a tree. So they're going like they see the outline, and as they walk around the tree to try to look at it more, it keeps moving around the tree with them. How weird is that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And if you haven't checked out our previous episodes on Shadow People, we go over scientific explanations, edge of the eye phenomena, how you can see something straight on versus out of the edge of your eye, because your edge of your eye is more designed to pick up movement as opposed to detail. So, yeah, if you haven't checked those episodes out, check those out because we'll be referring here and there to those. But the other thing that's kind of weird, though, how do you truly differentiate between a shadow person and a ghost? Because if this was just a ghost hidden in the shadows behind the tree playing peekaboo, is that a shadow person? I mean, we've gone over this many, many times. Are shadow people ghosts? Are they not ghosts? Are they a certain type of ghost?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we could. I mean, I don't want to fall for any more black and white fallacies, but it would seem that an interdimensional traveler might not necessarily be interested in hanging around cemeteries unless they know what they look like and they know that they can pass for a ghost and they're just screwing around and trying to have some fun. Like, what if in another dimension, teenagers or college kids are like, what are we going to do for fun? Oh, let's jump to this dimension and pretend to be ghosts. Like, that's their version of pranking in their dimension,
Yeah,
is
that's
to,
funny.
is to travel to our dimension and pretend to be a ghost.
Man, you're like you're writing movie scripts like left and right. That would make an interesting movie.
But you know, it's just so this particular encounter is so creepy because that would seem the shadow entity didn't necessarily want to be seen, but at the same time, I mean, what is it doing? Like humans approach it, it doesn't want to be seen, so it keeps circling the tree as to not be seen. Like, what are the motivations there? If you're this shadow entity, like, what are you thinking?
Hmm.
Or is it simply
Well. You did mention that like that theory where shadow people are like interdimensional and we are the ghost to them, so they're running away from us.
Oh, you remember that one? Yeah, that was.
That's
Yeah, that's pretty great. Yeah, I guess, or it could just be simply like an animal that is afraid of being seen, so it's just kind of trying to stay out of view, possibly.
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, a lot of questions on that one. Okay, here's the next one. My friend's haunted house. About a week ago, a coworker and I were chatting, and I mentioned how much I enjoy reading and watching things about the paranormal. He said he had taken an interest in it as well because he and his wife actually live in a house that's haunted. It's weird because we have known each other for nearly 2 years, and this is the first time anything like this has come up. His wife showed up to pick him up from his shift, and he said he told me about their house. She began describing some of the things they have seen and heard, and he invited me to come hang out. That maybe we would all see something so that it would be more than just the word of the two of them. They have told their families about it, but got completely blown off. Anyways, last night was the only night he and I had the same evening off, so he gave me directions, and I showed up at his place around 8 p.m. We ordered pizza, had some beers, and basically laughed and joked nearly the entire time. At around 10:30, I was like, well, nothing has happened, as I expected, so I guess I'll take off. My friend said before I go, I should see his manga collection, so I was like, okay, cool. He took me into a spare bedroom where he keeps all of his collectibles, and while we were in there, I look up and see his wife's face go white as a sheet. She is looking behind us, facing the door. I see my friend turn his head to look behind me, and his jaw just drops. I slowly turn my head, and right there in the doorway, about 5 feet from me, is the solid black outline of a person just standing there. We stared at it for a good minute or so, not saying anything, and it just gradually faded. Then we all looked at each other, just awestruck. They had never actually seen anything like that before. Mostly just sounds, smells, and feelings, and maybe a fleeting shadow, like one time. Needless to say, we were all just flabbergasted. It didn't feel threatening, but it was very cold in that hallway as we walked out. I could barely sleep when I got home. I just can't believe it. To now know that these things are real. I'm just questioning everything right now. I can't concentrate on my daily routine at the moment. I can't get that image out of my head. It was amazing. Not even really scary. I just had to share, though. Sounds like this person was kind of traumatized in a way. In a
Yeah,
shaking the foundations of reality kind of way, not necessarily in a petrified kind of way. But this
yeah,
this is pretty bizarre because they said that they looked at it for about a whole minute. That's a long time.
yeah. It's a long time.
And then it gradually faded. So it didn't disappear. So it looks so they didn't this guy didn't see it appear. He turned his head and saw the outline, just a black outline. And then they looked at it for a whole minute and then it's gradually faded. That's pretty weird too. Usually ghosts just vanish in the blink of an eye or to slow fade. I mean that's pretty weird, right?
Yeah,
A slow fade. Really, really bizarre. I mean, we've gone over all these theories. Like they could be time travelers, they could be astral projecting entities. We have no clue what they are, obviously, but some of these accounts are very unique and different than ghost accounts. So it's possible that these entities have nothing to do with ghosts and they are not the undead. Unless, of course, there's something else going on. They are the undead, and for whatever reason, they can't manifest with detail, or who knows what it is. Or, as I discussed, if the key here is the mind of the observer, then that means that certain individuals might be capable of seeing ghosts with details and others not, depending on what part of the light spectrum you can see. So a whole lot of different possibilities here. What do you think about this haunting? They did see they heard sounds, there were smells. So it's not just this one instance. So it does or was the house haunted by real ghosts and this shadow entity is unrelated to that? Did you
What's
follow
so
that?
yeah? What's so funny though?
Because what are the chances that the house is haunted and it also happens to be visited by shadow people? That's what's funny. I mean, I guess if hauntings are real, if ghosts and hauntings are real, and there's particular houses that are haunted, an astral traveler or an astral projecting entity that's appearing as a shadow person could be going to that house, not even knowing that it was haunted, right? Oh man, this is mind shock. All right, let's move on. Another bizarre encounter. This is with a friendly shadow person. So one night I was visiting my grandma. She lives in the middle of podunk nowhere here in the deep south. A little backstory. This year her husband died in her room and her ex-husband also died in the hospital. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
you need to make a shadow person movie because like you know so much about it, and plus I'm thinking shadow people would be a low budget type film because it's just shadows. I don't know, and the graphics aren't that hard. It's like black.
Shadow Entity starring Maxwell Powers.
Oh man.
I was visiting to keep her company and whatnot. Anyway, we were laying in bed watching the Dead Files on Travel Channel, and Amy Allen is talking about shadow people. My grandma randomly asks, "What's a shadow person?" I give her my best explanation, not thinking much of it. A little while later, she reveals to me that for a period of about 2 weeks, very recently, she had a shadow person visit her every night. It would lay in the bed with her and talk to her. She said it never felt scary, just kind of comforting. An everything is going to be okay type entity. She did not sense that it was my grandfather or step grandfather. Still, it freaked me the F out, so I slept in the bed with her that night, in the shadow person's spot. Ha ha. I wasn't sure what would be worse, sleeping alone or sleeping where the shadow person sleeps. Has anyone else heard of something like this? Okay, so this is kind of bizarre. So basically, her husband and ex-husband had both recently died, but she felt the need to state specifically that she did not sense that it was either one of it wasn't her husband or ex-husband who had died. So she got the sense that she didn't sense that. So I guess it could still have been one of them if it was a ghost, but usually your intuition would tell you that, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't deal with ghosts or shadow people other than my one encounter or sighting, which I went over, which is still really, really weird. But anyway, so also it's kind of interesting because the grandmother doesn't know what a shadow person is really. But when explained to her, she said that this happened for 2 weeks every night. And so I'm guessing it just stopped and then never happened before. That's pretty weird. I mean, are we gonna say is it also kind of coincidental that her husband and ex-husband had died in the past year recently? But then she said very recently she had a shadow person visit her every night. So I'm guessing this would not be right after her husband or ex-husband died, so I guess it might not be related. What do you think? This is kind of weird. This is the only account I've heard of where a shadow person lays in bed with somebody and talks to them, comforting them. I mean, this is just absolutely bizarre.
That's
I
crazy
mean,
because I never this is the first one that you presented that talked, right? Like shadow people don't talk except for this one.
I think there were whispers. No, there were whispers. Remember, there was accounts where some of them were
Oh
trying to
yeah,
tell
yeah,
them a
yeah.
secret or whatever. But normally, I mean, there were quite a few encounters and sightings where people said there was no threatening vibe. It was just weird. But most of them, they seem to be evil entities that feed off your fear. They have menacing and foreboding presences. I mean, these particular encounters are quite different. This one is bizarre. It's probably one of the weirdest ones. Are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
The real reason we moved. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I have a great memory, so he's not like Maxwell Powers. It's kind of creepy to some because I have a photographic memory. But you know what's weird? If he has a photographic memory, how come he can't remember if he was 4 or 5?
Well,
Actually, I guess that's different because he remembers exactly what he saw. He just doesn't remember when he saw it.
yeah.
So his sense of time is off, but the exact memories are correct. Okay. Anyways, the house I lived in, my brothers and I swore to be haunted. The basement was the worst. Picture this. You walk down a set of stairs. You look to your right. It's a rumpus room. I'm guessing that's a game room or something.
Yeah.
Ahead of you is a doorway to the laundry room, and the left of you is a hallway. At the end of the hallway is 2 rooms on your left and right. My older brother stayed in the room on the left, and his friends would not sleep over because of a shadowy figure in his closet always staring at them, or so my brother claims. The room on the right is where my uncle stayed in. Now, this is where it gets effed up. My older brother was babysitting my twin brother and we all played hide and seek. My twin and I went hiding while my older brother seeked. I ran into my uncle's room on the right and into his closet. I sat down on the floor and I felt a hand on my shoulder. At this time, I thought it was my twin brother. I remember asking, hiding in here too? To which there was no reply. 5 minutes passed, and I felt cold. So I left the closet thinking my brother was following me. I went upstairs to the living room, and both my brothers were sitting on the couch asking where I hid. They couldn't believe where I told them because they think that the basement in general is creepy. Fast forward a few nights, and my older brother was babysitting again. Only my twin brother went grocery shopping with my mother and uncle at around 7 p.m. We were roughhousing and wrestling in his room, and we acted like we wrestled outside of the ring and into my uncle's room, which we considered a backstage. Mid wrestle, the closet door swung open on its own like a blast of wind. My brother and I stopped wrestling and stared in awe. A tall, dark shadow man walks out of the closet, and my brother books it out of the room, leaving me behind. The shadow figure walks towards me and stops in front of me. I proceed to run out of the room and down the hallway, up the stairs, and by then, my uncle, mother, and twin brother got home as I started crying on the stairs. Rent went higher, we moved, and that was that, or so I was told from my mother. A few years ago, I get around to asking my uncle if his room was creepy in that house. He told me that yes, his closet would open on its own in the middle of the night. He told me that a shadow man would sometimes walk out of his closet and would sometimes stand at the foot of his bed. He also told me that this shadow figure wasn't evil and that he had a comforting presence, so he didn't complain much. The shadow figure only came around once every few weeks. My uncle then told me the house's grim history and the real reason we moved. My uncle's closet had a cubbyhole which led to underneath the house and conjoined my brother and uncle's closets together, which made one long closet. A man was murdered in that house in the 70s, and his body was found in that cubbyhole. My mother found out, freaked out, and moved us and blamed it on higher rent. My uncle knew, but vowed never to tell us. So this one makes it really seem like this shadow entity is a ghost because this man got murdered, and if the man was a normal, nice guy or whatever, or not, but he wasn't a killer or anything. He wasn't evil. So if he got murdered and he still haunted the area, what I find kind of weird is he only shows up once every few weeks. I mean, that's kind of bizarre. Aren't normally hauntings are either yearly or possibly seasonally or possibly on some kind of cosmological event, full moons, whatnot, blood moons, whatever. It's kind of weird how it's just every couple of weeks, or maybe he averaged that in his head. I don't know. What do you think of this one?
Well, they probably like to travel a lot, like we do. You know? So
so his home base is the house that he got is the cubbyhole he got
yeah,
murdered in, and then he just goes on random vacations and then comes back all
yeah,
the time.
yep.
All right, that's Maxwell
Vacations, and
Powers.
they have their own holidays too, like you know,
Shadow People Holidays.
yeah, Shadow Santa, you know,
Do
or
they go?
whatever.
Oh, is that our next episode?
So, or you
Shadow
know,
is Shadow
the evil ones have like Satan Day or some shit, or
is the Easter Bunny shadow entity. Oh man, that's funny. All right, let's move on to the next one. About 10 years ago, me and my sister were home alone. Lots had been happening, parents divorcing, blah, blah. I've never really believed in the paranormal, but I've always been open to possibilities. Anyway, it was around 3 a.m. 3 a.m., the witching hour. My sis was downstairs watching the telly, and my room was upstairs, and I had to go to the bathroom. Now, the bathroom faced a flight of stairs, and you could always see the glare from the light of the street illuminating the living room and whatnot downstairs. But this one time, because I always looked downstairs while going to the loo, there was no glare. There was no glow from the telly my sister was watching. All I could see that one time was this amorphous blackness walking up the stairs or hovering. I don't know. It was the first time in my effing life I felt this terror within me. I froze then and there for a couple of seconds, but when I could move, I ran to my room, turned on the lights, and sat on my bed trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. I didn't know what it was or what it was called. It looked like a shadow. It was coming towards me. It scared me. That house was effing creepy, man. It's kind of weird. She's calling the house creepy, but basically it was only this one incident, which is kind of weird. She doesn't describe any other incidents, just this one time when she was walking and the entity, this shadow entity, hovered or walked up the stairs towards her. That's pretty crazy. Can you imagine that happening to you?
What's that?
What I just said?
I completely missed it.
A shadow entity walking up the stairs towards you.
Oh, that's it. Oh, that's scary as hell.
Yeah, it's weird. She doesn't mention any she doesn't really mention that it felt evil or menacing. It's just she was obviously terrified, but it didn't necessarily intend to terrify her. I don't know. There's not a lot more to go on in this one.
Does anyone like initiate the conversation, like human initiating conversation in the shadow person? Like, I think that's what I would do. I don't know. I could be wrong though. I'd probably be
What would
scared
you
or some
say? Like,
shit.
what's up, brah?
Like, yeah, I'd be something like, yo, you got something to say? Yeah, well, yo, I don't know. Offer like another like shadow beer or some
I
shit.
mean, they were. Oh, you got to have your own beer company. Call it Shadow
Yes.
Beer.
Shadow beer. Would you like a piece of the shadow? Is the light a little too bright for you? Want me to turn it off?
Well, you know what's funny? In some of the accounts, not funny, but for these people, but in some of the accounts we went over previously, the people screamed at it to leave them alone or whatnot, and some of them, the shadow person did talk to them. They said they said whatever scary
Oh,
things.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude on your shadows in the room here. I didn't mean to come out of the shadows. I meant to hide a little bit, but
Yeah, if it's an astral traveler, I mean, that could account for something like that because
you,
they're
you know
just
you know
walking around.
you know you know what's funny? Like your weapon would be like a flashlight. Like
Oh.
don't move or I'll fucking flash you
There's
or
a
some
there's a
shit.
game. There's actually a game called Alan Wake. I believe that's the name of the game. Came out a while ago, but yeah, that was. It was kind of that's what it was kind of about. Now that I think about it, I didn't really think it was about shadow entity. It was about entities, and yeah, you had to. I think it was in Maine, of course, Maine, and you have to. You're like in the middle of the woods at night. It was a really creepy game. One of the creepiest games I've ever played. And yeah, you have a flashlight with batteries. Obviously, when you run out of batteries, that's real bad because you get attacked and killed by these shadow entities. But
That's
yeah, your
crazy.
flashlight's your weapon, and you gotta have your batteries. Okay, let's go on to the next one. This is the first and only time I've ever seen a shadow person. It was years ago when I was still a teenager in high school. I was invited to a girl in my class's house for a slumber party cookout. We had a bonfire, hot dogs, marshmallows, the whole 9 yards. Very fun, enjoyable memories. She lived in a trailer, and next to her trailer was a trailer that had been abandoned for what seemed to be a few years. It was overgrown by weeds and basically looked like it was falling apart. I was told that the woman that lived there had actually passed away in that trailer. I'm not sure if she was sick or if it was an accident or if the story is even true for that matter. Who knows? Teenage girls like to scare other teenage girls. You know how it goes. Oh yeah, such and such died in there and now it's haunted. I remember we decided that we were going to go poke around the place. In the dark, yes. I think maybe one person had a flashlight. I didn't even get that close to the trailer when I saw it. This is the hardest thing to explain because how do you explain something that looks blacker than pitch black? I remember it was in the shape of a person. It could have been male or female. It was just a shadow, but it was coming straight towards us and I just lost it. Of course, when I screamed, everyone else did. It disappeared before it could get close. So, is this some kind of negative mass or negative density or something where it's the absence of all matter or I mean, it's she's saying it's blacker than black, which we have heard before. Blacker than pitch black. It's just a void.
That's
It's
crazy.
it's pretty weird. Okay, so a couple things. If this lady died in here, we're thinking ghost. On the other hand, it seems like the entity was moving towards them and it disappeared as it was moving towards them. What makes me think of that is if this is some kind of weird, bizarre ghost demonic haunting where there are certain rules, like the old legends with the vampire, you have to invite the vampire in or whatnot. What if one of the rules of ghosts is you can't touch people, and she was trying to touch them, so that she got faded out by the rule maker?
That's funny.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, this is kind of weird though, because normally some kind of a ghost account, you would see some kind of translucent image or just basically invisible. She's saying this was blacker than pitch black.
That's actually scarier for some reason. I'm trying to imagine it, and it seems like a black hole of some sort.
That does seem scarier than a
That
translucent human.
Yeah, because I'd rather see a translucent than a freaking black hole entity. Because a black hole entity type shape, like I don't want to approach that. What if I get absorbed into that shit? But the other one where it's like translucent or whatever, is kind of like ghostly. That's kind of less scary, I think.
Yeah, because when it's just a black outline of a humanoid, there's more of an unknown quantity. Whereas
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
ghost, I mean, okay, that's a former dead person, that's a spirit. Okay, it's a little bit more of a known quantity than this just shadow entity or shadow space. Yeah, that's pretty
Because
freaky.
that black void thing, that's like death. Like, don't get close to it.
What about the accounts where they say it's friendly and it gives off a comforting feeling?
I don't know. I guess your theory with the good and bad shadow people kind of comes in, but I don't know.
Yeah, that would explain that. All right, here's another weird one. I was a kid, maybe 10 years old. I had just gone to bed and was wide awake. It takes me a long time to get to sleep. With the window to my room open, I looked at the window and there was a shadow that looked like the outline of a man looking in. My room was on the second story of our house and we had peak roofs, so I'm 99% sure it wasn't just a person looking in. It was a shadow. I screamed and ran to my parents' room and told them I saw a shadow in the window. They went and looked and it was gone, but my dad joked about a floating head for weeks. That's kind of creepy though. If you're on like the second floor and there's nowhere to stand outside the window and someone's just looking in, even if it was a human, I mean, that's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
Especially to a kid. Okay, he said it was the outline of a man. See, all of these are kind of weird because would you tell the difference? Like if it's somebody wearing a black hoodie or even let's say a black ski mask and they have really dark skin. But yeah, would they, yeah, and if they have very dark brown or black looking eyes, I mean, you'd still see a little bit of the white. I mean, I guess if it was enough shadow there. I'm just trying to differentiate. It seems like most of these people who see shadow people, they're describing a void in space. They're not really describing a person who's just cloaked in shadows. Because you'd still be able to see a little bit of texture of clothing and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or texture of hair,
Yeah,
texture
it's
of
kind
a
of weird.
robe.
I'm trying to imagine, like, if let's say someone's dressed in black and like in a ski mask and shit. Like, it's both it's both scarier, but because they can do something to kill you, like in real, like, in the present uh reality. but you can also kill back. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I can defend myself against another human, but with a shadow, people are like, and you don't know what the intention is, and you see that kind of like, that's weird. I don't know. I guess I prefer the, I don't know, because I don't know what shadow people can do. Can like can they kill me and shit?
Yeah.
So I guess I'd rather have, like, if would you rather have a human killer in your room, or like a shadow person?
Well, it depends. If the human killer is really going to kill you, whereas the shadow person is friendly, you'd survive the friendly, or if the shadow person is neutral, you'd survive
Yeah,
that encounter.
yeah,
So I don't know. That's weird. It's weird to think about.
yeah. It's weird because yeah, I don't know. It's like it's not an either or thing. I don't know.
All right, let's go to the next one. I've seen shadow people my entire life, as far back as I can remember. One of my first memories of a house my family moved into when I was 9 was when I got into bed and seeing the Hat Man standing near my closet. I was not asleep in the slightest. I had just climbed in bed and was sitting up. The last one I saw was about 2 years ago, after I was sitting outside smoking on my porch. I live on a very quiet suburban street. I saw someone walk down the cross street to my left and disappear under a street lamp. It was weird because I could clearly see that it had the silhouette of a human, but it wasn't human because it was so dark. Then it walked near the street lamp and was just gone. Weird. All right, so these are two unrelated encounters, but this person is also saying that they have seen shadow people their entire life. And we went over the Hat Man and what the Hat Man could be in quite some detail in our previous episode on Astral Travelers. The theory of what the Hat Man could be, some really good and creepy theories, but he's like the head honcho of shadow people. But yeah, Max, so what do you think of this? So we got the Hat Man. He's saying he saw it when he just got into bed and was still sitting. So it wasn't a dream that he fell asleep or whatnot. And then one outside, and it disappeared under the street lamp. That's kind of weird. What do you think?
Under the street lamp.
Yeah, normally you see a glimpse of them in the light on the lamp and they disappear away. This one was walking towards the lamp and disappeared under the lamp. I mean, that's kind of the opposite of what usually happens.
It's crazy.
Because in the light, you could see something and then it goes away, it disappears, but you don't know it just faded into shadows or under, behind trees. But this is bizarre because he could see it first and then it disappeared under the lamp. That one's just plain bizarre because that one's more of just, are these shadow people interdimensional travelers just walking around? Because it didn't seem like they even were aware of him witnessing them. Unlike the Hat Man, who was standing next to the closet, which is pretty creepy. This person did not go into feelings or if they felt menaced or threatened by the Hat Man.
But wait, by the way, how many? That's interesting. The Hat Man consistency reports, like, and that's across the country and around the world, right?
Around the world, yes, and into ancient times, there were. Yeah, we
Jeez,
talked.
that's so weird. And the descriptions are consistent with.
Relatively consistent, yes.
That's so
Yeah,
weird.
we're gonna be doing a dedicated episode on the Hat Man, but yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. Let's go on to the next one. I've always been open spiritually, especially as a kid, and have seen ghosts and spirits before, but it's nothing compared to this shadow person I saw when I was 13. For starters, I don't even know what the hell these things are. I have done a lot of researching to try and make sense of these entities, but I honestly have no idea. They are not ghosts or spirits, I know that for sure. What I saw was not something in the corner of my eye or something that looked white and transparent like I've seen previously. These entities are basically a black mass. But anyway, I'll explain what I saw. I was trying to sleep, tossing and turning, and I turned over on my opposite side to face my doorway, which was on the other side of the room. My door was wide open because I was a frightened kid, especially of the night, because I always saw expletive, and standing in my doorway was this black figure of a man about 6 feet tall. I'm so edgy writing this, sweet baby Jesus. The black figure of the man stood with his arms by his sides, and you could not see through him.
It looked three-dimensional. This figure did not have a hat or red eyes, like I've read other people have saw on forums and stuff. It was just a silhouette of a man. I sat up as soon as I saw it and I stared at it for a good 5 seconds. Mind you, as strange as this is, I wasn't scared for some reason and I can't really explain why. I think it was the shock of it or something. Anyway, I asked what's wrong, as I assumed it was my mother. When I got no reply, I assumed it was my brother and asked the same thing and still no reply. By that point, I had realized what the F was happening and soiled myself and pulled the covers over my head. I looked up 10 seconds later and it was gone. So it looks like people do try to talk to them. They just usually don't talk back. This person is claiming they have seen ghosts before, so they know the difference. And they are stating it's not a ghost. It is simply some other type of entity.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone over other accounts where other people have said the same thing, that they've had experience with ghosts, and this is simply something else. Obviously, I mean, we really don't know. There could be different types of ghosts, but we don't know. What do you think of that account? Did you find it truthful in the way it was written, or do you think it was just somebody making some stuff up?
I don't know.
Maximum powers. All right, here's another one. I have seen one right in front of me with lights on and a white door behind it. This thing haunted me if I was in my room. I have always felt fear from it, and it was intelligent. I would describe it like you, definitely three-dimensional. The best way I could describe the total blackness would be a black hole where no light escaped or bounced off of it. That's the whole account, very short. But the interesting thing here is that the door was white, and this person saw it with the lights on and regularly. Basically, I think the insinuation is here, this thing haunted me if it was in my room. So that's kind of like an always thing. It always haunted him. So the lights are on in a bright room and the door is white. And this shadow entity is in front of the white door and described as a black hole where there just was no light, either bouncing a little, just no light in any capacity whatsoever. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
It's okay.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
Good thing you're doing a podcast on shadow people. This person also, it felt fear, but also that this entity was intelligent. They specifically think that the entity is intelligent. And it's like you said, it's like a black hole. So you said that that was scarier than a regular ghost, right?
Yeah, because you don't want to approach a black hole.
Okay, but what about
like,
the added variable of it's intelligent?
what the black hole or
The black hole is intelligent. So not only do you
Oh,
know
that's
not know,
crazy.
because this
Well,
person
it depends of kind of intelligence, evil or good intelligence.
Yes, it's weird. All right, let's see what else we got. This one is pretty entertaining and I think you might actually be able to relate to it. You ready?
Yeah.
Not to bring up your criminal record, Maxwell, but okay. So, I broke into the basement of my high school back in January with my friend. Isn't this what you used to do on weekends, Maxwell?
break into high schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
We got down there by sticking something into the elevator key slot. I've always been sensitive to energies, so when I heard rumors about the basement being haunted, considering I'm a total sucker for all things creepy and unexplained, I just had to go. Long story short, we got caught, and something followed me out. I believe it's a shadow person. And by the way, its energy feels it most definitely isn't a good entity. I stopped noticing it for a while until about a week ago. Its energy pretty much hit me like a brick to the chest. It seems stronger now because I've been dealing a lot with my depression in the past month or so. It most likely was feeding off the negative energy. I just really need help being only a freshman in high school. If you have any suggestions on how to get rid of it, it would be greatly appreciated.
All right, what do you buy this account or what?
Um, I don't know. It's okay.
That's probably the worst way to describe something, Maxwell. It's okay. That doesn't give the listeners any information whatsoever. There's no insight in that statement.
I kind of missed the description.
How could you miss it? It was so short. It's like 3 sentences. This
Um,
guy broke into his high school. He feels like a shadow entity followed him out when he left and is haunting him, and he has depression, and he feels like the shadow entity is feeding off of his depression
that's messed up.
and negative energy. Yeah, I mean, it's something we talked about, especially with heroin addicts or heroin users when they get haunted by demons. We talked about this. Some people say, oh, well, that's because they're hallucinating because they're heroin addicts. However, if demons or other entities are attracted to troubled people or people in negative states and they need that to feed off of, it would make sense that they would be haunting heroin addicts and not some super healthy person.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it seems, and the description of getting hit like a brick to the chest, I've actually heard that in quite a few accounts. So most of this account, I mean, I guess if they're a freshman in high school, that could account for the writing style, which makes it seem like it was just made up nonsense. But there are certain little details like that, which I don't know, lend it a little bit of credibility. But all right, so let's move on to the next one. When I was in sixth grade, as I recall, about 11 years old, I was invited to a barbecue at a local park by a fellow classmate. Still paying attention, Maxwell?
Barbecue, sixth grade.
I live in Las Vegas, so parks tend to consist of a playground, an adequate grass field for sports, and a walkway surrounding. This particular park happened to be surrounded by 6 to 7 foot brick walls all around, except for the front of the park, which led to the street, and a single doorway wide entrance opposite of that in the back, which led to a neighboring apartment complex. After a day of playing, as most kids tend to, it was time to go home. We were tasked with collecting all of my friends' younger brothers and sisters. There were 4 of us, same aged kids, actively looking for about 7 or so younger children. The park wasn't too huge, and there was only one brick building, which served as the restrooms by the front. The kids weren't too hard to find, but this is where things take a turn towards the paranormal. You still following?
Um, playground. Um,
They were tasked to go collect all the little kids to leave.
oh, okay.
So they're collecting little kids. Okay.
Wait,
Half
why are they collecting little kids?
because it's time to go. They're getting the little brothers and sisters to go home.
Okay, so that's siblings. All right.
They're running around like crazy. They got to be rounded up to go home. Okay.
Okay.
Halfway through the park, we see a dark figure of what appears to be a small child. Thinking it was one of the siblings we were looking for, we naturally start running towards it. At this point, the figure is making a dash towards the back of the park, so we give chase and start yelling at the child to stop. As this dark, black colored figure is reaching the end, the most effed up, completely spookiest thing I have ever seen in my life ensues next. The dark, childlike figure turns white, starts running on all fours for like 10 feet, runs up a tree like a cat, and uses the elevation to jump over the wall to the apartment complex. We run out of terror back to the front of the park. The figure was completely solid, and I have 3 eyewitnesses that can back up my claim. All right, what do you think about that one, Maxwell? So now we have a child shadow entity, which we have not really seen reported thus far. It seems like nobody's really spotting childlike or child-sized shadow entities. But this is a childlike shadow entity that turned from black to white and then runs up a tree like a cat and jumps over a wall. What do you make of this story, Maxwell? Is this too weird for
That's
someone
really
to make up?
weird.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's really
too,
weird. It turns it to white and shit.
is it too weird for someone to make up?
But how many people reported the same?
He said he has 3 eyewitnesses that can back him, so 4 total witnesses to this event.
Hmm.
Unless he's lying about the witnesses.
Yeah, that's really weird. They should write the article together, sign their name on it.
Maybe they did. I mean, I wonder what. I mean, I'm guessing if they did call the police would be like, "Oh yeah, they were just kids playing." They're not gonna. I don't think they would even bother to get the accounts differently, right? And then see if they matched up. Like, are they gonna bother to
Yeah.
separate all the kids and see if
Well,
this is real or not?
yeah, I don't think the police will write. There's a white the black entity that turned white when as it jumped over a fence or some shit like that. I don't know. That even with four witnesses, they're not gonna write that, which is really interesting. Maybe they should. Maybe the cops should all the time, right? Because imagine all the recorded accounts that would be
Yeah.
recorded. Do you know what
Yeah,
I
if
mean?
they took them
If cops
seriously, oh, that
if
would be
cop
awesome.
no, but like they don't have to take it seriously, but like if they just record or write the report like this is what they saw, and then it would just collect itself throughout uh, the world, and we can do research on it.
Yeah, that would be, yeah, that would, if police were trained to deal with paranormal. I mean, there's so many paranormal accounts. You have to have these private paranormal investigators, whereas if police were trained to do that as well, that would be interesting, right? I mean, that there would be so much more information out there, so many more accounts verified
Yeah.
or
Yes,
dismissed.
yeah. It's kind of weird though. Like, I mean, I get it though, because like it's hard to work like in a real, to dealing with reality, because there will be some hallucinating people, you know. Um,
Yeah, but you know what they should do though? Okay, so you know how there's like a bomb expert technician, there's a canine officer. There
yeah,
should be a paranormal officer. So the ones that have the basics of paranormal and he just tags along to different police. That way it's not like you have to train every single officer to be you just
okay, that's not too bad. Like a paranormal department or like a, I
like an
mean,
like an
what's
officer.
another?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Like a canine officer or like bomb squad or SWAT like
or pretty much like an X Files division of in the police
in a
department.
local, yeah, the local police version of that. That way, some of these things aren't dismissed outright, and there's a lot of research. And if they're taken serious, because okay, even if 99% of them are all
Yeah,
fake, 1% would have so much more validity.
yeah.
Especially because a lot of times the police are first on the scene, so
But even like just collecting the data with all
yeah,
these reports, that would be it would be an interesting research
yeah, it'd be
anyway. You
crazy.
know what I mean? Even if
Yeah,
it's all even if it's all like 99% false, and you know,
yeah,
it
definitely,
would be
definitely.
interesting to see what people are experiencing.
The taxpayers demand that police
Eh.
have a paranormal officer investigating any and all claims on the scene.
Well, if it was, you know, never mind. Don't get me started with privatization.
All right, so here's the next one. This one is bizarre as well. I was about 10 to 12 at the time, and I had moved into an entire different state with my mom and her new husband. I was home alone on the computer. I was sitting in an open area on this futon with all the lights in the house turned off. The only light I had was the one coming from my computer screen and from the running TV. You know when you get that feeling as if someone is staring at you? Well, I turned to the source, which was near the stairs, and I just saw this dark human figure. It was necessarily transparent, but I guess you could classify it as that. It was just staring there, looking at me, with one hand on the banister. I grabbed my laptop and ran to my room, repeatedly calling my parents.
So you know what's interesting here is some of these shadow entities, we actually went over them in one of the first episodes. The shadow entity is not completely black and opaque, but it's actually a little bit translucent, but not like a ghost with features. It's just translucent blackness. So you could see a little bit behind it. Now, what does that tell you, Maxwell? I mean, we have sightings all across the board here on the spectrum. It seems like we're not dealing with only one entity because one entity would be consistent. So if shadow people can also be translucent or partially translucent and not completely opaque, what does that mean?
Hmm. Yeah,
It means,
yeah,
yeah, that's all you got?
yeah. I don't know what to think about it. I don't know.
In the previous account, the black shadow figure turned completely white. So it's like modulating its existence. It's just really bizarre. That doesn't make any sense. So it's either the absence of all light or the inclusion of all light. It's really weird.
The white transmutation is an immature behavior on the shadow person. So it's like a he hasn't outgrown that whiteness yet. So he's learning. He's learning.
Well, the white, it seemed to turn white when it was running away. So maybe it got spooked by.
They have to the shadow person has to control its fear, so it doesn't turn white. So like I don't know. maybe the shadow people have this, you know, they learn to control their fear so they don't turn white. So
That's very interesting.
this one hasn't learned how to control the fear yet.
If they're interdimensional travelers and they have some kind of an energy source, how far or how long they remain in a dimension could also possibly have something to do with how black or translucent they appear, maybe. Or it could just be the strength of the entity in general. It might cease to exist. So if it's a non-strong shadow person, it might be partially translucent, as opposed to a very strong energy shadow person. All right, the next one. I'm parked in the woods, standing with friends by my truck. Something starts rolling down the hill, but it gets closer, and we see it's actually something running on all fours. Thinking it's a bear and a general feeling of discomfort, we jump in the truck and I'm heading off down a dirt mountain 4x4 road, and I'm about a mile away and I hit my brakes. Looking in my mirror, the brake lights reveal that this thing is still right behind us, now on two legs. Now it's white, not brown. I gun it and it gets back down on four legs and keeps up to about 40. Off and on mountain road Jeep trail, and it stops when I finally hit pavement. I blew a tire and drove another 5 miles on the rim until I was far enough away to not feel threatened anymore. We never figured out what the hell it was, but it scared the bejesus out of us. One friend sat in the truck clutching a shotgun and wouldn't even get out so we could change the tire. All right, so first thing, right off the bat, this encounter seems real because the level of detail, like to think up that you blew a tire and drove on the rim, either this is a really good writer with a good imagination or this really happened. In terms of their perception of it happened, even if it was just a bear. It seems like this was a real story. We have again, this thing is turning white. What is it with these, and is this a shadow animal? This doesn't seem like a shadow humanoid. Or is it Shadow Dogman? We actually did Shadow Bigfoot. If you haven't checked out that episode, check out Shadow Sasquatch. Is Bigfoot a shadow entity? That's a very interesting podcast where Maxwell brings to the table quite a few astute points and theories in his usual fashion.
Were they any good?
Yeah, it was a good podcast. Okay, so what do you
I
think
mean,
of this?
were my theories good?
Well, all your theories are good, always, right? All right, so they think this is a bear, so they get in the truck and they drive away, and then a mile later, they see that it's on two legs now, like Dogman style, and that it's actually white and not brown. So they saw it before, and they thought it was a bear because they saw it running on all fours at the beginning before they drove away. Now it's white and standing on two legs. So I don't know. I don't know if this shit even belongs in a shadow entity because this isn't necessarily a shadow entity. It could be a skinwalker, some kind of shapeshifter. They don't necessarily say it was a shadow entity. But it is interesting that if it did start off brown and turned white, that's kind of weird. It could be a shadow entity, I guess. I don't know. That's one of the most bizarre stories I've seen as well. What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
All right. This is the last encounter of the podcast. So hopefully even Maxwell can summon his focus to pay attention. All right, you ready, Maxwell?
Yeah.
When I was in 7th grade, I was standing at the bus stop early in the morning, still dark outside. The bus stop was somewhat under a street lamp. It would cast your shadow onto the house in front of the stop. I still to this day can't explain what I saw. I was standing there, normally the only person at this particular stop, when I see the shadow of a person walking towards me. I didn't think anything about it, but it was a school bus stop after all. All of a sudden, while I am watching this shadow of this person approach me, the shadow just stopped walking. Curious, I looked around for the signs of someone, saw absolutely nobody. I turn back to look at the shadow when it then drops to all four legs and takes off running full sprint right past me, then just disappears without a trace. I have told this story to many people. Nobody seems to believe me. Has anyone else had an experience like this?
So it looks like we have to subclassify shadow entity encounters with some kind of shadow creatures. Or is this a shadow werewolf? Is that what the other creature was? Because we have these accounts, there's multiple accounts now of a humanoid shadow entity dropping to all fours and running.
That's really interesting. Did he explain like it was a very biomechanically on all fours efficient like a cat, or
Well, in the other account, remember where it went up, it turned white and ran up the tree like a cat? That was very efficient. I'm assuming it must be because they're saying full sprint on all fours. So it has to be somewhat efficient to be moving incredibly quickly. So I don't think it was a clumsy humanoid
so
type.
the shadow legs were completely visible, or at least, yeah.
Well, it
I
said this person said it was humanoid, and it dropped to all fours and took off running full sprint. So
okay.
it's kind of like in those creepy movies where a ghost or something runs on its hands. Not like in real life, like you can't run that fast on hands and legs,
Yeah, that's crazy.
but
That would
they can.
that sounds creepy as hell. Huh.
Yeah. So yeah, so this is a new subclassification of shadow people that just run on all fours super fast. It's really, really bizarre. Like I really don't know what to make of it. We do have those skinwalker legends, and we'll be getting into those in a dedicated podcast. But it seems like there's a lot of overlap. I mean, we got ghosts, shadow people, possibly interdimensional, possibly skinwalkers, the Hat Man. I mean, these are all just really, really bizarre. So what do you think, Maxwell?
It's interesting to get all these reports that are consistently similar.
Yeah, and also the anomalies as well, where shadow people are translucent as opposed to completely opaque or blacker than pitch black. But we do need to subclassify some of these sightings because shadow people seem to be a very, very widespread phenomena with a lot of diverse anomalies and intricacies in these sightings. They're not all exactly the same. So yeah, there's plenty more to discover. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And like our Facebook page, make sure you're subscribed. If you like this video, like the video, feel free to share it across social media platforms like our Facebook page. You can also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And this is Shadow People, Part 6, Encounters 4. We are going to go deep into even more creepy, spooky, and just downright terrifying accounts and encounters that will leave Maxwell unable to sleep for days. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like our Facebook page. You can also catch us on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. And any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, just drop them in the comments section and feel free to share this podcast across social media platforms. So, are you still reeling from our last Shadow People podcast?
Well, the less time I have thinking about it, the less scared I get. So
So you got your night light on right now? You got your teddy bear close by? All right, so let's get into some encounters. So this individual has had 3 sleep paralysis events in their life. This is their account. I saw a cat-sized shadow creature at the base of my bed, and it slowly crawled up onto my sheets and finally up to my chest. I felt uncomfortable. Another time, I saw a shadow man walking around my room, disappearing behind my open door. This was the scariest one I've had so far. This one was the best. I saw a couple of surreal looking penguins walking around my bedroom. It was amusing and funny. So if this person's not on drugs, what are these penguins? Are these astral traveling penguins? Do penguins astral travel, Maxwell?
I have no idea, but I'd rather see a penguin than a man.
Surreal looking penguins. What does surreal mean? I mean they're like ultra bright, ultra vibrant, or just they don't seem. This person didn't describe them as shadow creatures. Although that cat-sized shadow creature was kind of creepy. Have you ever owned a cat, Maxwell?
No, but I like cats and
Yeah.
dogs.
Cats climb onto you. I mean, depending on what kind of cat you have, cats can climb onto you quite often, and you can feel obviously, or a cat or a dog or a pet. If they climb onto your chest, you can clearly feel the weight. So, what do you think of this person's account? Was this a shadow creature cat, or were they in some kind of a daze or haze or hallucinogenic experience, and it really wasn't there? Or did some neighbor's cat come in and really sit on their chest?
I don't know. Disowned cat.
What?
A lost cat.
I mean, that is kind of strange, though, for it to just interact with a human like that. Usually, if the cat, I mean, I don't know. And then, of course, the Shadow Man that they said was the scariest experience. All the Shadow Man did was walk around the room and then disappear behind the door. So it didn't seem like this shadow creature stared at them or had this ominous, terrifying presence. I mean, this almost seems like an astral traveler. If you haven't checked out our other Shadow People podcasts, the first 5 in the series, check those out. We go over scientific analysis of edge of the eye phenomena, different explanations from ghosts to interdimensional travelers to astral projection, and quite a few other theories. So if you haven't checked those out, check them out. We will be referring to some of their content on this episode and episodes moving forward. So did you find this person credible with the penguins too? I mean, these are 3 experiences that they've had. The cat, shadow man, and random penguins.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, I believe most people, so I don't know. I mean, he doesn't say he was on drugs, and
Well, it doesn't say he wasn't, right?
yeah, so
All right, so let's move on. So this is someone who also has a variety of experiences. In our previous podcast, we went over benevolent shadow people to an extent. And it seems like some people have experience with both benevolent and malevolent creatures, shadow creatures. So this is this individual's account. I have a few different sleep paralysis demons and one sort of sleep paralysis guardian angel. The demon ones are the usual shadow figure standing over me or my bedroom door. The worst one was while I was lying on my side with my back to the door, and it felt like someone got into bed behind me, under the covers, and put their arm around my waist. Then it felt like they were cuddling into me, and I could feel breath on my neck. It felt like they cuddled me for about half an hour. All this time, I'm trying not to show that I'm panicking because it feels like I'm getting cuddled by a skeleton with claws. It was only about the second, maybe third time I've had sleep paralysis, so I nearly had a heart attack when this thing feels like it's moving in closer to kiss me behind the ear. Worst of all, it whispered, "Not yet. You're not ready yet. I'll come back when you are." To me, it sounded disappointed and excited. It felt like it was silently telling me that it was coming back when I was about to die. Scared the expletive out of me. That's one of the creepiest shadow encounters I think we've ever gone over in this podcast series. What do you think, Maxwell?
Yeah, that's messed up. And no one ever talked to them, so this is the first one that talked. So that's kind of fucked up.
Well, actually, you keep bringing this up, but we've gone over quite a few encounters where they did talk a little bit, couple words here and there. You keep forgetting with your
Yeah.
slightly
But this,
imperfect
yeah,
memory.
but this one's talking about his death, like you're not ready and shit. Man, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just not yet. You're not ready yet. I'll come back when you are. I mean, it's not like they were writing. It wasn't that much. But no, if this is sleep paralysis, so you can't move, and there's a skeleton shadow creature hugging you from behind and breathing on your neck. Ooh, that's
Yeah, it's
bad,
messed up.
man. That's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, it's creepy.
All right, so now they go on to talk about their sleep paralysis guardian angel. My sleep paralysis guardian angel was a weird experience. I'd been getting sleep paralysis on and off for about 18 months by this point, so I could usually tell straight away when it was happening. At first, I thought it was the usual demon things beside my bed, but when I looked properly, I realized I could clearly see a man kneeling next to my bed, smiling at me. It wasn't a creepy smile, more like a parent coming in to check on their kid. He looked like he was dressed in a 50s style suit and hat. He didn't say anything, although I got the sense he was letting me know everything was all right and he'd look after me. So, how much stock do you put in the intuition of people sensing these entities are not there to do them harm, but to protect them? Do you think that's a genuine feeling, or are these entities able to project this as sort of some kind of mind control brainwashing, where there really are the demons leeching energy, but they mask it by pretending they're benevolent entities? Is that too mind shocking?
I never thought of the deceptive, benevolent thing. That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, that's super creepy.
So it's like, that's messed up. Because if I encountered like a shadow person and they talked all benevolent and like kind,
Well,
now I would think differently, man. Like, man, trying to like pull one over on me, man.
Well, actually, so if we're going to be really, really logical and not fall for any kind of false dichotomies or black and white fallacies at all, we would have to say there's good shadow people, bad shadow people. Then there's bad shadow people pretending to be good. So then there might also be good shadow people pretending to be bad just for kicks, right? and then the
Yeah,
neutral, and then
I
the
guess.
neutral, and then the neutral ones who are just kind of roaming and they don't want to help you or hurt you. They're just kind of minding their own business.
Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, this is pretty creepy. But do you think the intuition is true? So I mean, because in some of these situations, if there really are an evil shadow entity and they're pretending to be good, but then your intuition tells you that they're bad, or they're being an honest shadow entity and they're telling you that, or whatever, they seem a comforting, benevolent presence, and it is true, your intuition would tell you that. Like, do you? How much stock do you put in? Do you think this individual's perceptions were accurate with both
Um,
the shadow entity demonic presence and then also the angelic presence?
yeah, I think it was accurate.
All right, so you know what else jumped out at me here, which I thought was really, really creepy? At first, I thought it was the usual demon things beside my bed. So this smiling man. So like,
Usual.
yeah. So this individual apparently is haunted by these demon things. Now they're the usual demon things beside my bed. But upon further inspection, it was actually a kneeling man who might have been a guardian angel.
That's funny.
Yeah, aren't you glad you aren't these people that experience this all the time? Unless they're all lying. But all right, so let's move on. This one includes many horrible things. Before I learned to cope with it, I've seen quite a few awful things. Horror films don't really do anything for me anymore because I've already seen the most terrifying things I already could. Here's a few things I remember off the top of my head. A little girl in the corner of my room staring at me. Then, without notice, she shrieks and runs up and starts choking me. A large dark figure, kind of a human silhouette, emerging from the foot of my bed and staring down at me. See, these accounts are kind of weird. Emerging from the foot of the bed, like it just manifests at the foot of the bed. It doesn't come from anywhere. What do you make of that?
Um, well, it's okay, 'cause I thought, I I always figured shadow people came from shadows, so it doesn't have to come from the door or anything.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, we never really discussed this actually. I mean, we're 6 episodes in. Where exactly do they manifest from? Because we did talk rips in the space-time continuum, interdimensional travel, but we never really discussed poof, they appear. It's
I always thought. I mean, I probably never said it, but I always thought they manifested from shadows, coming out of shadows. So the more shadows there are in a room, the more shadow people can manifest.
Yeah, so it would usually be in dark corners or in closets, or they just wander from another room where there were more shadows. But this person is basically saying it just emerged from the foot of the bed. I mean, wouldn't there be more shadows in the corners? Why would there be shadows right at the foot? If the bed, usually the foot of the bed is pointing closer to the middle of the room, right?
Yeah, I mean, if she was laying down, maybe there was shadows that came
I guess
from.
maybe under the bed, and then it moved up over from the foot of the bed.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, another one. Something banging and scraping on my bedroom door. I keep it locked at night because I have had ones where it opens by itself. Edit. No, the door isn't open when I wake up. It opens in the dream. That's weird. Maybe it was just a draft. My bedroom door opening by itself, followed by dark figures coming into my room. See, that's pretty creepy. I don't know. Did we ever have an account where the door is closed, it suddenly opens, and a whole bunch of dark figures just march in line? Like, how bizarre is that? That's just weird. That's freaky stuff.
Wait, he said that's what happened.
Yes.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So,
Wait, how many shadow people came out?
it just said followed by dark figures, plural. Doesn't say how many. Remember that one account where there were several dozen just in the room? That was weird. That was a weird one from our previous episodes. But yeah, and then also the earliest one I can remember is with my mother in the room. She's sitting on my bed and her face morphs into a demon like thing. Wow, that might be even creepier than all these other ones.
Yeah,
That's just bizarre. And many others. The worst thing is when you try to fight or call for help, your voice doesn't work and your body will not respond. You just feel helpless. I need to stop trying to remember these things. I'm getting chills. So this individual seems to be plagued with supernatural experiences, hauntings, demonic entities because they seem to be just all over the place. And also, that description kind of goes with not just horror movies, but a lot of accounts of the paranormal where, yeah, your voice doesn't work, your body's paralyzed, and you just can't do anything. Do you think that comes directly from your own fear, where you get deer in the headlight syndrome? Or do you think it's these entities paralyzing you so there's nothing you can do, so you're even more scared, so they have even more negative energy to feed off of to sustain themselves, if that's what they are?
possible. I mean, it could also be mental illness and hallucinations. Kind of yeah, that kind of mental illness.
Okay, this one is really bizarre. My first and only time I seen someone transform was from dream to reality. I was dreaming. It was this pleasant dream of a person you like very much, a crush. Then I realized I was dreaming, so I turned it into a lucid dream. And all of a sudden, I opened my eyes, and the face aged like in Indiana Jones movie where he drinks from the wrong grail. It also turned dark, and from lush, vivid environment around her, it turned black. Dark, it was my room in darkness, and above me, this aged old face of a woman, similar to the picture showed. I guess they're talking about old hag syndrome here. And the top of it, I couldn't move. I felt pressure on my chest, and it was aging before me. So, normally, old hag syndrome would have to do a dedicated podcast on that because that's possibly not a shadow entity. Some people describe seeing the face clearly, it's like a witch. But this person's account is that it transformed from some. It's almost like The Shining, right? Where the woman turns into the old lady.
Yeah, I haven't seen The Shining in full. I've only seen parts of it.
Wow, that is just unacceptable, Maxwell. Unacceptable.
Yeah,
For
supposedly
someone who
Shining,
loves
Shining is like one of those classic
For
horror
someone
films.
who loves movies and talks about movies as much as you do, I'm very shocked you have not seen The Shining.
I'm not into horror as much though. Like, yeah, I don't know.
It's more of a psychological thriller, I would say, but yeah.
Yeah, I've seen so many parts of it. I feel like I've seen it, and I've also seen a lot of reviews on it, like analysis of the movie. They always refer to it whenever there's a new movie coming out, like horror films. They always refer to it.
Yeah, I mean it's a staple of all cinema, not just genre. I mean it's a big one. Yeah, I've seen most of Kubrick's films. I'm assuming you haven't. I mean, he does a lot of different things. Okay, around 3 years ago, I was sitting with my dog on my screened-in porch like I did every night. It was around 11 to 12 p.m. I lived out in the middle of the woods on the outskirts of town. Oh, that's not sounding good. As I was sitting there at my table, I heard this blood curdling scream, and not just an ordinary scared type scream. It literally sounded like something was being eaten alive, but evil. It sounded like it was kind of far off, maybe a football field or two away. It wasn't even 10 seconds later, my dog got low and started growling, facing towards the front yard with his hair standing up. So, of course, it made me stand up so I could see what he was growling at. I looked out to the yard. Mind you, I got a porch light on, so I have plenty of lighting from 8 to 10 feet in front of the porch. And all I see is a shadow on the ground, but it's kind of throwing me off a little because I'm a small framed girl and this shadow was bigger than me. It was as if a man was standing there. Not even 4 seconds after I looked at the shadow, the terrifying scream came again. Only this time, the sound came from just a few feet in front of me. And then the shadow started moving towards the porch steps. Me and my dog hauled inside as fast as we could and locked the door. I never been so scared and drained of blood in my life. I still can't wrap my head around what I witnessed. It brings tears to my eyes every time I think of it. That's kind of weird. I'm assuming it was 11 p.m. to midnight because she put 11 to 12 p.m. So every night. Yeah, so it's 11 p.m. to midnight. So that's kind of weird. So crazy blood curdling screams and then a shadow entity moving towards the porch while she's sitting on it with her dog. What do you think, Maxwell? What do you make of that one? That's kind of weird.
Yeah. Mm.
All right, here's another one. When I was about 9 years old, I experienced the most daunting things of my life. My family and I lived in a very old home built in 1935. The home just looked like trouble. It was 2 stories high and looked like an old church in a way. It had stained glass windows halfway up the stairway. Anyway, my older cousin was staying with us for a while until she found herself a house for both her and her newborn baby girl. Dad offered to let her use me and my sister's room and that me and my sister would top and tail on the single bed in his room next to his bed. One night, while we were top and tailing, I woke up during the night. I was half asleep when I turned over and saw a black silhouette standing beside my dad while he was sleeping. Because I was half asleep, I immediately thought it was my sister and told her to get in bed. I then realized my sister was asleep in bed already. My heart started racing as my vision of this thing became clearer and clearer. It was a silhouette of a lady. She was completely in black with long, curly black hair. She looked drenched in water, but she wasn't dripping at all. That's a new one. A shadow entity, dark silhouette that looks wet, but not dripping. She just stood there next to my dad. My heart was pounding so hard I turned over and forced myself to sleep. I'm not sure that would be my first response. The next day, no one believed. All my siblings thought I was nuts. Until 8 years later, when my dad rushed into my room in our new home and asked me what I saw in the old house. I repeated exactly what I saw, and my dad said, "The child of the family who live in that house now has just been attacked." The kid described it as a black lady. The parents woke during the night and heard him screaming in his room. They tried to open the door, but it would not open. The kid began swearing at the entity, telling her to leave him alone. The family moved out the next morning and immediately took the child to a priest. It took 8 years for my family to believe me. That's kind of weird. I mean, this almost sounds like a ghost haunting, but what doesn't make any sense that it's just standing around hanging out, but then with all these years later, the kid's just screaming at the entity and the door locks itself. I mean, what doesn't make any sense. What did she do? She went back to sleep. So, well, that's kind of interesting because if these are demonic ghost type entities that feed off your fear, if you just ignore them, they have nothing to feed off of, so they can't do anything, right?
Yeah.
So maybe going back to sleep is the best option.
Yeah, I think you're better off. Just sleep, ignore it, and
Unless
then they
you get
can't.
attacked and killed and it's a different type of shadow entity. You got to kind of know what you're dealing with, I guess. I don't know. What do you make of that story? You find it credible?
Um, I remember like a little bit of it. But the church-looking house and the glass-stained windows is kind of, I don't know, kind of fits.
Well, what do you think about this other child being attacked 8 years later? So this entity only shows up every 8 years, or does it always show up and most people just don't notice or don't report it?
Wow, same place, huh?
So that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the story.
Yeah, it's well, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Having experienced by a few people in the same place, um, it
I mean, it's
it
classic.
gives it more credibility.
Well, it's the classic signs of a haunting. What's weird is it was kind of a black shadow creature that appeared to be wet but not dripping. Is that some kind of Yeah, that's new.
Well, they had the shadow people had a pool in their uh in their place.
Yeah, but they weren't dripping, which I mean that's kind of creepy too. Because does that mean the water texture, if it's interdimensional or whatnot, it can't drip? If they're wet from another dimension, I don't know.
they're they're coming from a swimming pool, and then they just came out and visited our universe.
All right, here's another one. I have had many experiences with shadow people. I moved into a newly built house that they built, and within weeks of living there, I used to see dark human shadows walking around my house. My office was opposite my bedroom, and every time I heard my printer go off, making the noise like it's cleaning, I would look down the hall and see a dark shadow step from the office into my bedroom. I used to see many shadows walk from one side of my living room wall and walk straight through the kitchen wall nearly every night. Our dog was fast asleep on my lap, then all of a sudden sits bolt upright and watches something go from one end of the room to another. I used to watch her head move like something walking across the room. Wow, that's really creepy. You watch your dog move its head as if it's tracking something with its eyes, but there's nothing there. That's weird.
Yeah.
When our grown kids used to come and stay, they often used to say that they saw something move around the house. I did sage the house many times, and that calmed it a little. We have now sold and moved many years later, but unfortunately, my husband just mentioned to me last night that he has seen two white human shaped shadows in our living room last night. Uh-oh. We got these white shadow entities again. We've mentioned that there was a couple of encounters that we talked about in the previous podcast where they were pure white, which is pretty weird. He saw them in the reflection of the mirror that is behind the TV. He watched them for a while, then they disappeared. I know that we have been having some family troubles and some difficult times lately, and I am beginning to wonder if they appear in times of stress to comfort, as I had suffered with anxiety when living in the new building and had them there too. Or I can offer a darker theory that when in times of stress, your or energy forces are weakened so they can kind of exploit you more. Similar with how we discussed drug addicts or heroin addicts being susceptible to paranormal activity or demonic visitations because they're weakened in whatever way their life force is weakened. Yeah, so what do you make of this account? It's pretty weird. It's probably not ghosts because they built a new house unless they built it on some kind of burial ground. I mean, it seems like I don't know. What do you make of this?
The white shadow people. I don't know. I mean, it's
Now, forget. Okay, the white shadow people was in their new house. In their old house, it was the woman. Her husband saw the white shadow people. She saw the black shadow people very often. She said she saw them all the time walking around the house.
was she scared or no?
She didn't really say. I mean, you heard what I said. That's all the information that's given.
Huh. That's yeah, I don't know what to make.
The creepiest thing about this one to me is that when the dog was asleep on her lap, and then it would often just sit bolt right up, and then it would track things that couldn't be seen across the room with its head. It's just that's really strange to me. And then also the possible electromagnetic interference with the printer, because the printer is cleaning the printing heads or whatever noise it makes, and that's when she saw the shadow people go darting across the hall or into the office. It's very, very bizarre, but they didn't seem to really attack her in any way. It's more like they were just walking around all the time. You don't know what to make of it, Maxwell? Good thing you're doing a Shadow People podcast series.
Yeah, well, I like the dog that came up to the lap and just walked around. That was kind of cool.
No, that never happened.
Oh,
The
what'd
dog
you?
was asleep on her lap, and then it
Oh,
would bolt awake and track things that weren't there with its head. I said that like 3 times back then.
wait, what do you mean by track things with its head? Like just look around, like the
Yeah,
shadow people,
you know
the
how a
shadow,
dog. Okay,
the
you know how
shadow dog. Just
if you walk in front of a dog, the dog will follow you with its head, right? Because it's watching you.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It tracks you. So that's the same thing it was doing. It was tracking things that weren't there.
So non-existent things that she can see the shape of a dog's head tracking things that's not moving around.
Yeah.
That's weird. Um, I'd rather see that though than a person. That's kind of cool. I like dogs.
Okay, here's another one. I've had one shadow person, and I've seen him 4 times. In my house, I was walking to the bathroom and it was pretty late at night. I look out of the corner of my eye and I see a middle aged man standing there. Even though I saw him for a second, I still remember what he looks like. He had a black t shirt on, long black hair, and was looking down. After I realized I actually saw something, I looked back behind the wall and it was gone. The second time I was walking upstairs to go to bed and he was sitting at the dining room table with his hands in front of him. When I blinked my eyes 2 times, he was gone. Then the third time, I was brushing my teeth until I looked to the side and saw him standing on the stairs staring at me. He didn't have red eyes like I've heard others say, just white skin and the rest black. The last time I saw him was when I was reading a book, then I look up and see him in my frickin' doorway. I turned on my light and he was gone. I don't know whether it's a shadow person or a weird ghost, but whatever, it has a non-threatening sensation. Yes, I feel creeped out, but not like he will attack me or even say something to me, to be honest. If you've experienced this, please say, that way I don't feel like I'm going crazy. So this is more of a neutral entity. Non-threatening vibe, but not necessarily a comforting, benevolent vibe. So this is one of those neutral shadow people. What do you think?
Well, I'd like to encounter a neutral rather than an evil intended shadow person.
All right, here's one from kids. Hello, my name is Jacob. I just had an experience. I'm 11 and my little brother is 6. It was 12:30 a.m. and my brother went hysterical and started saying he saw something and started crying. Then he started crying and I was so scared. He told me it was standing by his bed and it was tall and black. Then I showed him a picture of a shadow person and he said it looked just like that. I am still afraid. Oh man, do you think this is
That's messed up.
now? Do you think that's just the suggestibility of a child, where you show him if he had showed him a picture of something else, would he have said it just looks like that? It looks just like that. Like
Yeah, at that age, they tend to refer to things as similar rather than
no, no, some
things are
kids.
different.
Yeah, but some kids are the opposite end of the spectrum. They'll always say it didn't look like that, even if it did. So it seems like we need to really have a good profile of the specific kid. And then some kids are just plain honest, where they'll be like, yes, it did, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that tells us too much. Here's another one that's kind of interesting. I wish shadow people would stop running at my car. I've had several instances now where ones darted past my rear view or side mirror while I was driving, making me think I'm about to hit someone. It only happened in parking lots and slow speed side streets, and not too often, thank goodness, but it's always slam on the brakes, startling when it happens. I can't not hit the brakes. What if that one time I don't, it's not a shadow? Now that does not sound like fun to be that person. I mean, as I stated in episode 1, I've seen dark figures that could have been shadow, whatever. I mean, I always assumed they were deer. Like when I'm driving during the daytime or even at night, sometimes I see quick shadows out of the corner of my eyes. They never look humanoid. They look more like deer shaped ish. Yeah, pretty much deer is my assumption. Obviously, sometimes I see actual deer, but sometimes I just see quick shadows of deer. Of what I think are deer. I look and I don't see them. I've never had them run at my car though. You've never had any experience like that, have you?
No, just a couple live birds.
Yeah. What about shadow birds? You ever encounter any shadow bird creatures?
Nah.
Hmm. Okay, here's another one. The same thing happened to me as well, maybe 1 or 2 years ago in our house. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a shadow of a person who stood there in the middle of the room. I thought it was my sister because we sleep in the same room and her bed was beside mine. It kept walking towards me, but when I looked at my left, I saw my sister sleeping and discovered that the shadow person walking towards me wasn't her. I couldn't move or speak for some reason and just stayed in bed staring at the shadow person walking towards me. My heart was palpitating so fast, and when it was going to reach beside my bed, it just disappeared. As soon as it did, I went inside the covers and woke my sister up. Worst experience ever. Huh. It's pretty interesting. What do you make of that one?
Completely missed it. Sorry, dude.
That was a short one, too.
Say it real quick.
This person sleeps in the same room with the sister. Then there was a figure walking towards her. She thought it was her sister, but then she looked in her sister's bed and her sister was sleeping there. Then the figure just moved straight towards her, and then right before it got to her bed, it just disappeared.
That's kind of creepy as hell.
Yeah.
It didn't say if it went into her body.
It just
It just
no.
disappeared.
It
It just disappeared.
disappeared right as it was gonna reach the edge of the bed. So it did not reach her.
Maybe the shadow person didn't want to see the possessiveness, so it made itself disappear before the possession.
All right, here's another weird one. You gonna pay attention because this one's a little longer.
Well, maybe after a couple sentences.
Ever since I was a kid, I remember seeing this figure of a man standing in the doorway of my grandparents' old house. This figure was about 7 feet tall, no feet,
7 feet tall, no feet.
and hovered 6 inches above the floor,
Hovered over 6 inches over the floor,
and was almost as wide as the door frame.
as wide as a door frame.
He was all black, hooded, and had red eyes.
Black hooded and red eyes. Wait, that's the first hooded one.
Yeah, I mean, hooded ones are actually spotted a lot, but yeah, I'm not sure we went over specifically ones. Yeah, this one is hooded with red eyes. Not only I saw this thing, but my cousin's brothers and my sister saw him too. To this day, my sister still has nightmares about him. She has dreams like her daughter's head being violently smashed against the wall so she wakes up, actually like sleepwalking, screaming, "No, stop, get away from her," as she's
Damn,
standing
that's
on the
messed up.
bed.
She's actually sleepwalking today.
That's what he's saying, yes.
Damn, that's crazy.
As she's standing on the bed over her daughter. Her daughter is only 2 years old, and that dream happened a week ago. So this is years and years later, because this is when they were kids. Now she's an adult with a 2-year-old daughter. She also has a bunch of other nightmares, and she walks and calls people in her sleep too. Kinda creepy. One night, she actually slept walked out of beds, downstairs, outside, into the car, and drove away. About 40 minutes later, she came home, went back to bed, and has absolutely no recollection of that. Her boyfriend at the time woke up when she woke up and stayed awake till she returned. No idea why he didn't go after her. But yeah, she's choked her boyfriend in her sleep while she was dreaming, thinking she's actually saving him. In parentheses, she's probably possessed. Ha ha. Close parentheses.
Wait, who's saying she's probably possessed?
The
No,
person
but
is recalling this account.
Yeah, but he said she's probably possessed, referring to someone else. So
Referring
who's?
to his sister, we were just
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the sister for like 5 minutes straight. Who else could be referring to?
I lost track after I didn't stop you on the last few sentences.
The sister who sleepwalks and says no, stop, get away from her as she's sleepwalking by her daughter's bed.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Yeah, we're talking, and then she drove away for 40 minutes while sleepwalking. This is all the same. He's talking about his sister. This is all his sister
Damn, she drove away.
for
It's
40 minutes.
crazy.
Yeah, then came back, no recollection. I still
Wait, so she drove away possessed supposedly, and then
or
I
just
just
sleep. I mean,
completely forgot.
she might have not been possessed. It might have just been sleepwalking, sleep driving. I wonder how many people sleep drive at night, and how many of those account for accidents. I still see things move, hear odd sounds, dogs barking at nothing, etc. I currently live with my fiance and her parents temporarily, saving up for a house and the wedding next year. But my fiance's sister actually had a few nightmares, real events about this same being. She said that she was sleeping on the couch in the living room one night and she woke up to a sound, saw the dog staring at something. So she looked, and when she looked to the right of her, about 3 feet away, was this figure. She said she tried to scream, but nothing came out. It was just staring at her, and she stared back and couldn't take her eyes off it. I described it to her, and she immediately got the chills and said that is exactly what she saw. So we're not dealing with small kids anymore now. We're dealing with adults that all describe the same entity. 7 feet tall, no feet, hovering 6 inches above the floor and as wide as a door frame, hooded with red eyes. How could all these people know the same entity? Is this a demon that's simply following this person and his family? Is he haunting the entire family, or just this particular individual and wherever this individual lives? But then also the sister. No thoughts, Maxwell?
Um, what's the question?
I just said the question.
Now, what is it again?
You got to pretend it's the second time whenever I say it the first time.
Yeah, but I'm just say it. I don't remember.
So his sister, his brothers, and some of the cousins all saw this when they were kids. The 7 foot entity, no feet, hovering 6 inches above the floor, wide as a door frame, hooded with red eyes. Remember? That's the
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, what
So,
about it?
well, now he's currently living with his fiance's parents. Okay? Now
Yeah,
his fiance's sister is also seeing the same being at night in a different
uh,
house.
that sucks.
So she said, yeah, she was sleeping on the couch in the living room. She woke up, saw the dog staring at something, and then 3 feet away was this exact figure. So this guy described the figure to ask if this is what she saw. She said she saw exactly that.
I like her method of not describing what you saw, not leading a question, and then actually ask them to describe what it is.
No, I don't know if she asked him to describe. He offered. He just said, was because she probably said, I saw this crazy thing.
Uh,
He probably said, oh, did it look like this? And then she said she immediately got the chills and said that was exactly what she saw.
uh,
So my question before was, is this some kind of weird demon entity that's following this guy and his family? Because why are all these different people? Because it's not even his fiance; it's his fiance's sister who saw this. Unless he's lying about everything.
yeah.
No thoughts?
I don't know. The shadow person's following around.
Okay. Another time, she was in bed sleeping next to her boyfriend and woke up in the middle of the night to the same figure again, standing over her, staring. And again, she stared back and couldn't scream for the life of her. She said it felt so real, but she doesn't know if it was her dream since she couldn't scream. Is it possible all of these people were just dreaming and hallucinating, but why are they dreaming and hallucinating the same being?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, this account is not over. A year ago, my mom was at her house upstate doing laundry in the daytime when she saw this figure. The way she explains it reminds me of Smeagol.
leaning out of the downstairs bedroom and quickly turning its head to the left and stared at her for about 30 seconds. Then after that, it slowly leaned back into the room and vanished. The best part of it was I was on the phone with her when it happened. She explained what she saw as she saw it. That's weird.
She explained it as she saw it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's weird. I think this might be our first live phone encounter where someone was on the phone and describing what they were seeing as they saw it. That's crazy, man. Okay, so this is how this account finishes. The best experience I've ever felt, seen, smelled, heard was at the Yellow House. That's what we called it. One day at work about 3 years ago, our coworker Lori was like, "Hey, I just rented this house out and need some help moving some stuff in. I'm also looking for someone to go halves on it with if you know anyone." My fiance and I looked at each other and said, "Yeah, we're actually looking for a house to rent. We'll help you move in too. Mind if we stay the night tonight to see if we like it?" So she said yes. And after work, we packed up some things and headed over. It was my fiance, her friend, and me. We got to this house, which was set back from the road a little bit, a 2-story yellow house in between a Spanish deli and a dance club. Yeah, just where I want to live. Right then, I was like, I don't know, babe. With all this active stuff around us, let's just try it for tonight, though. She agreed, and we went and started loading the stuff inside. After we were done, we sat around and we were talking for a bit when my dog, Pitbull, and Lori's dog, also a pit bull, one female, one male, following each other in a perfect circle in a dining room, both sniffing the floor. We all looked at each other like, "That's odd," and I said in a sarcastic tone, "Maybe it's a pentagram or a seance ring on the floor," being funny. And my fiance was like, "Shut up, don't say that," and I said, "Okay, fine." Are you still following, Maxwell?
No,
Why not?
I lost track.
So we kept talking for a little longer. After a few hours, it was getting late, 1 a.m., and we all had to work the next day. So my fiance and her friend started heading up the stairs, and I was getting my dog from Lori's room to go upstairs when I heard a scream. I ran to the stairs, and my fiance and her friend were scared to hell. I was like, "What happened? You guys okay?" I looked up to them, and my fiance said the lights went on and off by themselves. The light switch was actually moving up and down, and I saw it happen. I thought that was kind of cool, but said, "Damn, that's scary." So I went.
Wait, so she saw the light, physical light switch go up and down?
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
weird. I don't remember an account like that. Usually the lights just go crazy, but nobody talks about watching the light switch. So
That's
this guy, I thought that was kind of cool, but said, "Damn, that's scary." So I went down and got my dog. She went upstairs, and Lori asked me to shut and lock her door, which is right at the bottom of the stairs across the hall. So I shut and locked her door, and shut and locked the door behind me that led up to the stairs, and walked to the room we stayed in, all three of us, and my dog on an air mattress. Kaylee wanted to go out on the roof to smoke. That's his fiance's friend. The window led to a flat part of the roof, and before she got on the roof to smoke, Lori called us and said, "Hey, are you guys smoking?" I was like, "No." Kay was about to. "Why?" She said, "Well, there's a really weird smoky smell down here coming out of the wall." So I went down, and Lori had the door open, and sure enough, there was the smell. It was an oil burner smell. I used to work on that kind of stuff, so I went into the basement in the middle of the night by myself and checked the boiler. The boiler was on the other side of the house. It was a partial basement, and it was burning perfect with no smell at all. It was impossible the way it was for the smell to get to that side of the house. So I was like, that's odd. So I went back up, told Lori, and she was creeped out. So again, with a sarcastic voice, I said, "Maybe it's a poltergeist because they bring a smell before they start doing expletive." Yeah, I should have shut my mouth. So she was creeped out, shut and locked her door, and I did the same to the door at the bottom of the stairs. Went up, told the girls what happened. They were creeped out, and we laid down. As we were laying there, about 5 minutes passed. Then we heard footsteps. Little ones running up the stairs, then big ones running up the stairs. Little ones running down the stairs, big ones running down the stairs. I called Lori on the cell and was like, "Are you guys running downstairs?" She said, "No, I haven't moved from my bed. My dog is next to me too. I thought it was you guys running." And I was like, "No, we're all in bed." So a few minutes passed and they kept running, and my fiance and her friend were petrified. So I opened the door, ran down the stairs, yelling, "Get out!" As I ran, the door at the bottom of the stairs and Lori's door both flew open at the exact same time. I saw Lori in bed with the covers over her head, scared, and I was like, "This is crazy. We gotta work tomorrow. LOL." Lori was like, "This is weird, man." So we talked for a couple minutes, went back upstairs, locked the doors, and laid down. Everything was quiet as we lay there on the bed, the street lights glare coming through the windows, and not a peep in the house. So about 10 minutes passed, had my eyes closed, but I felt a presence. So I opened my eyes, and this black shadow raised up slowly and took all the light out of the room. That's kind of weird. So this black shadow,
So complete darkness.
so the black shadow raises up and takes the light as if it sucked
Yeah.
light like a vacuum. That's new.
Or covered the light source and completely blacked it. Or blackened the whole room. I don't know.
I said quietly as I stared, "Are you guys seeing this?" They said yes. Holy expletive. And it raised and made it pitch black in the room. So I sat up and it vanished. The girls said, "That is so expletive. I want to go home." I was like, "We'll be fine. Just try to sleep." So we all laid back down, and as soon as we did, the shadow came back and rose again, taking all the light from the room. Happened again, and then it stopped. So I finally fell almost fully asleep when I heard Kaylee say, "OMG, what are you doing?" I opened my eyes, and my hand was straight up in the air. And as soon as I opened my eyes, it dropped my hand and it hit my dog. I didn't even feel it pick up my arm. What the heck? So this shadow entity possessed his hand like an Evil Dead?
It's weird. So, wait, she had her eyes closed and then she opened her eyes and her arms was up and it slammed to her dog
The
when she
narrator of
opened
this
it.
whole the narrator of this whole account is a man,
Uh,
if you were paying attention.
okay, well I wasn't, but like, so she opened her eyes,
He
or his
opened his
eyes.
eyes
He opened his eyes and then dropped his hand to the dog
and it hit the
and
dog. And but this guy's saying I didn't even feel it pick up my arm, so he had no
yeah,
feeling in his arm as it was becoming
yeah.
possessed.
So it's like it's weird.
Indeed,
But
it.
but he closed his eyes though, right?
Well, he opened his eyes and his hand was straight up in the air as soon as he opened his eyes.
So his eyes was closed.
Beforehand. Then when he opened it,
Yeah,
it was already up and his hand was dropping. As the night
yeah.
went on, nothing happened until my fiance moved a little dinosaur cut out from the wall and hung it on the door at the bottom of the stairs. She mentioned that to me, so I went down and got it and put it back where it was in the first place, and nothing happened after that. A few days passed and we looked up the house online and couldn't even find it on Google Maps. My fiance said her old friend from school used to live there with her mom, and she told me she was pretty sure the mother killed the daughter and then killed herself in that house.
That's creepy as hell.
I was like, "Well, that explains a lot." Wait, why would the fiance even agree to go sleep in that house then? Unless she found out about it later. But a few weeks later, after Lori was moved out, the day after the event, she never went back. The house had new residents, and I saw the top half of the house where we slept in, they had a fire. The windows
It
were burnt and the yellow paint outside was black from the fire. Lori also said after that that the owners of the house that rented out told her no one ever lasts more than 2 weeks in the house and they don't know why. She tried calling them to get her rent back, but they never answered and their phone wasn't active anymore. But yeah, I could go on and on about all the stuff that has happened to us. Not sure if our family is cursed or what, but I know they're always with us at night. I'm not scared of them, and neither is my family, but it's very odd. Sorry for the long post. I tried to make it book like so you can imagine it better. So many odd things happen to my family. A medium I talked to said we should get some spiritual help from the things. I told her, LOL, I think it's fun. This guy seems a little deranged, huh? He
yeah.
thinks it's funny that his sister's probably possessed because he's talking about, haha, she's probably possessed. And then he's adding LOL to all these accounts. But it seems like he's used to the shadow entity's creature. If this happens your whole life, I guess it would be kind of like business as usual, right? You wouldn't find it that weird if it happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
That was still kind of bizarre, though. Very,
Yeah.
very bizarre.
This is a little off topic, but are real estate agents obligated to tell the history of the house, like murder and stuff like that? I
If
don't
you're
know.
buying the house, I'm not 100% sure if you're renting though. That's interesting too. I know if you're buying it, they are. I'm
Hmm.
not 100% sure what the renting regulations are. Maybe there are different regulations for short-term versus long-term rentals. I don't know. Also, I'm not 100% sure that's a national thing, right? Wouldn't that be a state by state kind of thing?
Yeah.
It seems like that would be a state thing. So,
Hmm.
I'm guessing. So, but yeah.
I hear that a lot. Uh, that experience where like they go to a house and they just like sense weird things and they just leave the house like no matter what. Like
Yeah.
they'll let go of a lease. Like there's 11 months left, and they'll just leave, and um and it's worth it for them. And they always try to like hear from neighbors what happens. Like no one lasts like for like for like a month. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it's
crazy.
pretty creepy. I mean, the other thing that doesn't make any sense, if the fiance knew about all that, why would she stay there? Unless she found out later, I don't know. Or she knew about it but she didn't. I don't know. It's kind of
Yeah. It's
it's
kind of like poltergeist. They can't. They're kind of stuck. So they're trying to find a place to live, and but they can't. So like they kind of stay for a little bit more.
All right, let's get even more creepy. So here's a slender-limbed shadow creature from Texas. So this incident occurred August 2016 in Palacios, Texas, a tiny seaside town located on the Gulf Coast, about 90 minutes south of Houston. Jay, a 56-year-old man, was sitting in a chair in front of his home at about 5:30 a.m., having a cigarette and a cup of coffee. Jay is a level-headed person, doesn't spook easily, and doesn't buy into any of the paranormal hype that's so popular today. He feels there is an explanation for everything, or at least he did. After a few minutes, he began to feel uneasy but couldn't figure out why. There was nothing about the morning to feel uneasy about. It finally dawned on him that he felt like he was being watched. He glanced around, but there was nobody there, and then he saw it. Hanging on the light pole across the street, which was what could only be described as a thing. The thing was black, and its body was about the size of a large dog. It was the arms and legs, if they were arms and legs, that looked as though they belonged to an entirely different creature. They were long and skinny, very long and skinny. So long were the legs that it was standing on the ground, the creature would have been close to 6 feet tall. The arms were as long and skinny as the legs were. It was unlike anything that Jay had ever seen in his life. It turned to look at Jay, or at least he felt it turned to look at him, but there was no face to speak of. But even with the absence of a face, Jay said you could just feel the thing make eye contact with you. After Jay and the creature looked at each other, Jay said that the thing began to behave as though it had messed up by allowing itself to be seen, like Jay had seen something that he wasn't meant to see. At that point, the thing went up the pole using a hand over hand motion with its feet flat against the pole. Its limbs weren't wrapped around the pole, it simply walked up the side. When it got up to about 3/4 of the way up the pole, it simply wasn't there anymore, like it had stepped off into some kind of portal. When it got to be full daylight, Jay and his wife took a walk across the street to see if there was any type of claw marks on the pole from the creature climbing. But to their shock, the pole was made of smooth aluminum. Jay and his wife kept looking for it, but almost a year later, nothing has been seen. So that's pretty weird. So we're going this 6 foot tall shadow creature with super long arms and legs of roughly equal length.
Yeah, I was thinking giraffe, but I guess not. Some kind of alien shadow person.
It was just hanging on a light pole across the street. Can you imagine? You just look up the street, it's hanging by a light pole.
Wait, how many witnesses was this?
Just
Just
one.
one?
Yep.
Hmm.
5:30 a.m.
I find it more engaging when there's like 3 or 4 people, like
Yeah, it's more
because
credible.
it feels so much more real. Like even just listening to, even if they just said it.
Well, I think you can't write it off as quick because if they're all having the same exact hallucination, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, yeah, because it's like now if it is true, now it's like, well, it's not a hallucination. It's not a drug, unless they were all drugged up. But but even if they were all drugged up, they can't see the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, here's another one from Texas. Shadow creature lurks in Abilene, Texas. This story is in relation to the slender-limbed shadow creature. That's the account we just went over. I have been seeing this creature for about 7 months now. I have seen it about 10 times over this period. When I see it, it is only there for a split second. I will make eye contact with the creature, and when I blink, it will vanish. It's always been darkish when I see it, but usually I am the only one who sees it. I honestly began to think I was going crazy until one night, two pals of mine were riding in a golf cart on the outside of a church camp we work at. Bill was driving, I was in the middle, and James was on the passenger side. As we cruised along, we drove by an old pathway, and I requested that we turn and went down it. My friend Bill turned around and drove down the pathway. It was maybe 8:15, so it was kind of dark around Abilene, Texas. And by the way, this is almost on the entire other side of Texas. From
So that was just random. They just told them to take that path, or
yeah,
they were exploring
guess,
stuff.
I guess, or just cruising, whatever. It was maybe 8:15, so it was kind of dark around Abilene, Texas. Only one light on the cart, so I had my phone in my hand to compensate for the missing light. The shape of the road was kind of like a P. As we went along the long side of the P, to our left is where I saw it. Never seen it this close before. It was the size of a large man and it was as black as night. I said, "What the heck is that?" I had the light from my phone directly on it. Bill immediately turns the cart around and drives off as fast as he can. James is in the cart as well on the far side where we saw the creature. He noticed that I was as pale as a piece of paper. He asked what we saw, and Bill explained it exactly the same as what I saw. James never saw it. So that's an interesting scenario. Two of the three people saw it.
Yeah, it's crazy. So James was like looking the other way or looking at them, but so he just witnessed them
Yeah.
turn white.
I
That's
became
crazy.
curious, so I looked it up. What I typed was man with dog's body demon, and the slender limbed creature showed up. It was almost exactly like what we seen. Although nobody believes us, we know what we saw and will never forget it. So yeah, seems like there are these shadow creatures, not just shadow humanoids, which we've gone over the possibility. If there are shadow humanoids, why wouldn't there be shadow creatures from other dimensions if they are from other dimensions?
Hmm. It's that. It seems like there's more credibility with alien-like forms than humans, because like humans, you can kind of like mistake it for something, or mistake it for some, or like you're more hallucinating. But if you're hallucinating with another person, the same alien-like creature, and you describe it the same way, it's kind of like it's more unusual and more uh, credible, at least from my perspective. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the other things we've discussed on what these shadow creatures or entities could be, if they simply exist all around us and only certain humans have the ability to see on the specific light spectrum. Similarly to, some kind of infrared or some other wavelength that most humans can't see, but for whatever reason, certain humans can. So it's almost like certain colorblind people. I mean, it's almost a luck of the draw genetic lottery type thing. And we discussed that pretty extensively in the previous podcast, but I keep coming back to something like that. Because what if there was a scenario where all three people or were looking at the creature, but only certain people saw it? And once again, I keep bringing this up, the whole digital interference. What if people simply tried to use analog film to film all of these things? Because if there's some kind of an issue with electromagnetic frequency where it can't be captured on digital and it can only be captured on film.
When are you gonna bring up people who had GoPro cameras on their heads seeing shadow people?
Wait, why would I bring that up?
I don't know, because we keep hearing about things that's never been recorded except for like human experience. I don't know. I just thought it would be cool. It would be a cool account.
GoPros? What are you talking about?
I don't know, GoPros on their forehead while they see shadow people.
What makes you think there are accounts like that?
Guessing because you're doing all this research, maybe you'll come across one.
I mean, it's kind of like with ghost hunters. They have their equipment to try to kind of they have their meters or
I actually mentioned it on the first podcast I think we did. There was this video that claimed that it was like the shadow person. This guy had a GoPro camera, but it appeared not a shadow, but like the Predator movie. That cloak thing.
Like
Um,
heat vision.
yeah. Well, the cloak thing, like kind of like it. You'll see like a shimmer.
Yeah. So like a translucent outline.
Yeah. Translucent, that kind of thing. But you see the background still. But it could have been fake, but I don't know. It was done really well. Um, Actually, now that I think about it, I remember saying that it must have been. It was really difficult because the camera moved around a lot to go frame by frame. You really have to be a dedicated what do you call it? What do we call those people? Dedicated
Ghost hunter.
not scammer, but hoaxer. A dedicated hoaxer to go frame by frame for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed another edition of the Mind Shack podcast. We will be back for even more encounters with shadow people in the next episode in the series. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, or your own personal accounts, drop them in the comments section. Make sure you like our Facebook page. You can also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And you are listening to the Shadow People series. This is Shadow People, Part 7. Shadow People vs. Ghosts. Are all shadow people ghosts? We will be examining the difference between ghosts, spirits, and shadow people, and all of the intricacies involved with making these definitions. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get priority in requests for the podcast. You can request topic, case, or podcasters. So, Maxwell, I know the Shadow People series is probably your favorite Mind Shock series, is it not?
Uh, Only in the daytime.
And it is nighttime right now, so it is going to get spooky. So get your nightlight, Maxwell. Get your nightlight. And
Yeah,
probably
I lost my teddy.
you lost your teddy bear?
Yeah, no teddy bear tonight.
Ah, that's terrible. All right, so we've discussed this in the past episodes about edge of the eye phenomena and certain conditions that enable one to be able to see a shadow person or some kind of paranormal entity similar to a shadow person. So do they exist in only certain wavelengths in between dimensions? Are they all around us at all times? I mean, these are all very curious questions. Do you have any new thoughts on shadow people since we last visited this topic?
Not really. I just know it's really reported by a lot of people, and they're not related to each other, and they just see these shadow people. So I believe that there's a consistency of reporting without being knowledgeable about shadow people. Like they don't even know it's called shadow people.
Yeah, yeah. Are you ready for a mind shock? I'm going to unveil a new theory on mind shock today about shadow people.
Okay, what is it?
Okay. Are all shadow people ghosts? And the people that experience these phenomena, the people who witness these phenomena, is their vision not developed enough to make out the details of the ghosts so they only see a shadow? It's almost like you have a certain paranormal vision. So instead of 20/20 vision for normal reality,
they don't have 20/20 visions for paranormal reality, so they can't see the details, whereas other individuals, for whatever reason, their eyesight is good enough to be able to see the details of shadow people, which make it a classic ghost.
So the ones that are seeing shadow people, if they had the right vision, they would see the ghost.
Correct. If they had more developed paranormal vision, let's call it.
Okay, that's interesting.
So let's get technical. So when your brain waves, your brain activity, when you're just about to fall asleep, or when you're just waking up, or when you're in a meditative state, or in an astral projection state, or in a drug induced state, possibly psychedelics or whatnot, you can be more sensitive to reality in this theta brainwave state that occurs in these levels of consciousness that are kind of between fully asleep or fully awake. So, in these states, are you able to have better paranormal sight? So, once again, if you're not in this state and you're in your regular waking state, perhaps your ability to see these entities isn't quite as acute or developed, so you can only see shadow people. And then other people with even poorer, let's call it paranormal vision, they can't see them in any state, but maybe they can see shadow people in a theta brainwave state. And the most developed, they can see super clear ghosts in theta wave and maybe just regular shadow people in waking state. Or if they're super developed paranormal, they can see even perfect ghosts in any kind of state with all the details. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
That's interesting. I'm thinking of these people who are interested in shadow people. They might just go, like, if they're adventurous, they try to experiment and try to meditate, go into these different waves to see the shadow people on at will rather than by chance.
Yeah, and we've discussed astral projection, and are shadow people simply astral travelers? If you haven't checked out that podcast, check it out in the Shadow People series. These are all very important questions, and there do seem to be some commonalities running through alternative brain states and the paranormal. This cannot be denied. There's just way too many coincidences and way too many people experiencing paranormal occurrences in theta brainwave states, or not full consciousness states, and they can be induced, of course, by meditation or psychedelics or whatnot. So the other
What's deeper than theta? I know it's theta and then alpha. Oh, how does it go again? Theta and then delta, right? Or is it? I know gamma is like the highest one. Gamma, beta, I don't know. I gotta look this up. Well, because I know delta is like the sleep, dream, nightmare state or something, and then theta is kind of like above that a little bit. It's like just deep sleep, and then alpha is like between sleep and awake, like about to get up.
So let's go through all of the brainwave states now that you brought it up. So this is from brainworksneurotherapy.com. What are brainwaves? At the root of all our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors is the communication between neurons within our brains. Brainwaves are produced by synchronized electrical pulses from masses of neurons communicating with each other. Brainwaves are detected using sensors placed on the scalp. They are divided into bandwidths to describe their functions, but are best thought of as a continuous spectrum of consciousness, from slow, loud, and functional to fast, subtle, and complex. It is a handy analogy to think of brainwaves as musical notes. The low frequency waves are like a deep, penetrating drum beat, while the higher frequency brainwaves are more like a subtle, high pitched flute. Like a symphony, the higher and lower frequencies link and cohere with each other through harmonics. Our brainwaves change according to what we're doing and feeling. When slower brainwaves are dominant, we can feel tired, slow, sluggish, or dreamy. The higher frequencies are dominant when we feel wired or hyper alert. The descriptions that follow are only broad descriptions. In practice, things are far more complex, and brainwaves reflect different aspects when they occur in different locations in the brain.
Brainwave speed is measured in hertz cycles per second, and they are divided into bands, delineating slow, moderate, and fast waves. So infralow, less than 0.5 hertz. Infralow brainwaves, also known as slow cortical potentials, are thought to be the basic cortical rhythms that underlie our higher brain functions. Very little is known about infralow brainwaves. Their slow nature makes them difficult to detect and accurately measure, so few studies have been done. They appear to take a major role in brain timing and network functions. Then we have delta waves, which are from 0.5 all the way to 3 hertz. Delta brainwaves are slow, loud brainwaves, low frequency, and deeply penetrating like a drumbeat. They are generated in deepest meditation and dreamless sleep. Delta waves suspend external awareness and are the source of empathy. Healing and regeneration are stimulated in this state, and that is why deep restorative sleep is so essential to the healing process. Theta waves are from 3 to 8 hertz. Theta waves occur most often in sleep, but are also dominant in deep meditation. Theta is our gateway to learning, memory, and intuition. In theta, our senses are withdrawn from the external world and focused on signals originating from within. It is the twilight state, which we normally only experience fleetingly as we wake or drift off to sleep. In theta, we are in a dream, vivid imagery, intuition, and information beyond our normal conscious awareness. It's where we hold our stuff, our fears, troubled history, and nightmares. So that's a pretty interesting definition. Alpha waves are 8 to 12 hertz. Alpha brain waves are dominant during quietly flowing thoughts and in some meditative states. Alpha is the power of now, being here in the present. Alpha is the resting state for the brain. Alpha waves aid overall mental coordination, calmness, alertness, mind-body integration, and learning. Beta waves are 12 to 38 hertz. Beta brainwaves dominate our normal waking state of consciousness when attention is directed toward cognitive tasks and the outside world. Beta is a fast activity, present when we are alert, attentive, engaged in problem solving, judgment, decision making, or focused mental clarity. Beta brainwaves are further divided into.
So I have to get into more beta waves.
Oh yeah. Maxwell definitely needs more beta. Beta brainwaves are further divided into 3 bands. Low beta, beta 1, which is 12 to 15 hertz, can be thought of as a fast idle or musing. Beta 2, 15 to 22 hertz, is high engagement or actively figuring something out. High beta, beta 3, is highly complex thought, integrating new experiences, high anxiety or excitement. Continual high frequency processing is not a very efficient way to run the brain, as it takes a tremendous amount of energy. Is that why I feel tired all the time? I'm always trying to figure stuff out. Gamma waves, 38 to 42 hertz. Gamma brainwaves are the fastest brainwaves, high frequency like a flute, and relate to simultaneous processing of information from different brain areas. Gamma brainwaves pass information rapidly and quietly. The most subtle of the brainwave frequencies, the mind has to be quiet to access gamma. Gamma was dismissed as spare brain noise until researchers discovered it was highly active when in states of universal love, altruism, and the higher virtues. Gamma is also above the frequency of neural firing, so how it is generated remains a mystery. It is speculated that gamma rhythms modulate perception and consciousness, and that a greater presence of gamma relates to expanded consciousness and spiritual emergence. So that's pretty interesting. What brainwaves mean to you? Our brainwave profile and our daily experience of the world are inseparable. When our brainwaves are out of balance, there will be corresponding problems in our emotional or neurophysical health. Research has identified brainwave patterns associated with all sorts of emotional and neurological conditions. Over-arousal in certain brain areas is linked with anxiety disorders, sleep problems, nightmares, hypervigilance, impulsive behavior, anger, aggression, agitated depression, chronic nerve pain, and spasticity. Under-arousal in certain brain areas leads to some types of depression, attention deficit, chronic pain, and insomnia. A combination of under-arousal and over-arousal is seen in cases of anxiety, depression, and ADHD. So you need more balance, Maxwell. You need to get balanced. Instability.
So more like gamma. So I'm more like beta 2, beta 3, gamma, right?
Well, it has to be basically balanced everything, because if you're under in some areas or over in other, you need everything balanced to not
Yeah.
have
I heard that, because like if I'm probably I don't know, anything, but like supposedly
I don't know anything,
balanced.
Maxwell.
I'm guessing I'm not
Maxwell.
balanced and shit.
Matt Maxwell, that's a good new mug for you. I don't know anything.
But I'm with my unfocused brain thing. I I don't know. I guess I'm too much into my alpha or some shit. Alpha and theta. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, let me finish this right up on brainworksneurotherapy.com. Altering your brainwaves. By rule of thumb, any process that changes your perception changes your brainwaves. Chemical interventions such as medication or recreational drugs are the most common method to alter brain function. However, brainwave training is our method of choice. Over the long term, traditional Eastern methods, such as meditation and yoga, train your brainwaves into balance. Of the newer methods, brainwave entrainment is an easy, low-cost method to temporarily alter your brainwave state. All right, so anyway, a lot of information here. But going back to this theory that theta waves can enable you to kind of see the paranormal, so what's interesting is from this write-up as well, our senses in theta, our senses are withdrawn from the external world, as in the physical world. They're focused on signals originating from within. So it's a twilight state. So that we can have information beyond our normal conscious awareness. So that's very, very interesting, especially if we look into quantum theory, how everything is connected. If all our consciousnesses are connected to the universe and reality, in this twilight state, perhaps we are able to see ghosts or shadow people. And my next point was actually this. What about training? So just as anything in life, what if you train your senses, whether in a theta state or whatnot, to be able to see more of the paranormal? Perhaps people that train hard, they can kind of, from shadow people, they can move on to seeing ghosts in detail. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
That's interesting. I wonder if the Ghostbusters type people are looking into this and getting themselves to alter their states to see more paranormal stuff.
Well, we see this in ancient civilizations all the time with their so-called mysticism, but they're just explaining reality in their viewpoint. It's not myth and legend. It's simply what they believe is true. And then in this so-called scientism revisionism, where basically it's all written off as myth and legend, but if it is really true reality, whether quantum or otherwise, they're simply stating what they believe to be reality. So to kind of, I mean, it's a bit egotistical to label it myth and legend as if stating modern society has the monopoly on true reality through limited science. Because again, in a couple hundred years, our time period now will probably be looked at as the Dark Ages. All our technology will be seen as inaccurate. A lot of the scientific theories, if not most of them, if not all of them, will be viewed as completely false or at least incomplete. There'll be entirely new, more accurate models, new, more accurate scientific theories, new, more accurate physics, biology, everything. I mean, in a couple hundred years, how dumb is our modern society going to look? But what's kind of funny is that our modern society kind of labels
the ancient civilizations, or if you believe in mud flood theory, if you haven't checked out our Altered History podcast series, check that out. They might not have been that ancient, but regardless, some of these older traditions of civilizations, so-called primitives or Native Americans, they might have been very advanced. We don't know, but they had a different view of reality. So these so-called shamans or walkers between worlds, there's a lot of underlying themes that run through all of these civilizations where there's some kind of a veil, an occulted veil, where if you can see beyond it, you can see more of the truth of the universe. So whether you want to label it as dimensions or whatnot, the paranormal, if it exists and you can see it better in certain states, who's to say the more experience you get with it, the better you're able to see it? So if certain people can see shadow people earlier in life, are they going to develop into seeing ghosts? And again, not to fall for black and white fallacies. Ghosts and shadow people might not be the same thing. There could be many different types of entities. Ghosts, shadow people, demons, these could all be completely different entities. However, within this spectrum, certain shadow people could also be ghosts, and people might see them as shadow people. And when their focus or their paranormal vision is better, they might be able to see them as more clearly defined ghosts. Does that make sense, Maxwell? What do you think of that theory?
It's okay. I lost the last part.
Maxwell,
Just like the last two sentences.
I basically just rephrased my theory from before, whereas not to fall for black and white fallacies, because shadow people might be different from ghosts, but a certain amount of shadow people might also be ghosts that just require better vision to make out the details of the shadows.
Oh, okay.
And there could also be separate entities that are just shadow people or astral travelers or that fall into all these other categories.
Gotcha.
So what do you think of this theory?
It's good. No one's thought of it, I guess.
I mean, there's bits and pieces of various things that I've said. Just in general, obviously, certain people can be more in tune to the paranormal world around us, because if there's infinite entities around us at all times, I mean, I bring this up all times. I mean, you could have a couple of demons just chilling with you, having their arms around you, and you don't even know it, right? Because you can't see them.
Yeah, that's messed up.
I know. It's very dark. You could also have benevolent shadow people just hanging out in the corner of your room as well, just hanging out. I mean, in our
as long as they don't bother me and shit, like.
Well, maybe they're stuck.
As long as they don't like I don't know, like move a knife towards my face or something.
Well, what if they're leeching your spiritual energy without you even knowing it and causing your ADD, and that's just a symptom of them leeching off your energy without you even knowing it?
I might have to find some spiritual guru or something. Just spray some something.
Perform an
on my head.
exorcism. You know what's real?
Yeah.
You know what's super creepy? I mean, this isn't directly relevant to shadow people. Maybe it is, but I'm gonna say it right now anyway because this is MINDSHOCK. These are some really creepy cases, but you know how like people can have a kink in their neck or their shoulder for like a year or two or whatever, or even just a couple weeks. I've read a few accounts where they go to some kind of spiritualist, and the spiritualist can see a demon clawing, like some kind of demonic creature that just fixated themselves.
That's messed up as hell. Wait,
And-
they actually said that?
Yes,
Like,
and then they perform.
but like, you met these people?
No, I didn't meet them in person. I saw documentaries and I read accounts online.
That's
there's
that's
interviews.
crazy.
Yeah, there's interviews with them. So this is what they state, whether they're lying or not, whatever. This is what they stated on camera and in various interviews. They stated they saw this creature, they exorcised the creature, and immediately the subject, sometimes they didn't even tell the subject what they saw because it was too creepy. They were just like, let me just try this. And then after the fact, they told them, and they were really shocked because it got rid of it immediately. And their kink or crink was completely gone. And the spiritualist saw some kind of just demonic creature that just latched onto them and dug their claws into that one spot that was causing them pain that they thought was just some bizarre muscle cramp or something. How messed up is that?
Yeah, that's messed up. Now I'm gonna look at weird shit that goes on my body.
That's mind shocking. So, I mean, shadow entities could be responsible for various ailments. And even, we've talked about this before, are people crazy? Is it fallacious to write off shadow people witnesses that seem completely crazy or insane, because what if these shadow people encounters cause them to be crazy and insane? Wouldn't you expect that? In our Crazy People in the Paranormal podcast, we really dissect all these different paranormal situations where these witnesses are written off as crazy, delusional psychotics. But shouldn't they be? If their account is true, how would they remain sane? So it seems so fallacious to write. I mean, it obviously, if they were insane before, then yes, they could be making it all up or delusional. But if they were sane and then this really happened to them, obviously they would end up insane. I mean, that's very reasonable to assume they would end up completely insane, paranoid, and delusional, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah. But regarding these theta brainwave states, to kind of round out this podcast, if you can develop your vision and shadow people are really just poorly focused ghosts, then one of these mysteries can be partially solved. Because once again, not to fall for black and white fallacies, there could also be other shadow entities. And once again, we have white shadow people, we have gray shadow people. I mean, there seems to be a spectrum of shadow people. So there could be good ones, bad ones, neutral ones, interdimensional travelers, astral travelers, and then also ghosts who are just out of focus and appear as shadow people. So, any questions, comments, theories of your own, leave them in the comments section. And feel free to discuss the topic further, as shadow people might be one of the most undiscussed, underdiscussed paranormal phenomenon that deserve more attention, as it seems there are many, many sightings and encounters around the world, and they are continuing with increasing frequency. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and make sure your device also allows those notifications to come through so you can check out our podcasts when we post them. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms like our Facebook page. You could also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get a priority in requesting topics and or cases and or podcasters for said case or podcast subject. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And this is the Shadow People series, Episode 8, Encounters Part 5, where we are going over even more encounters with shadow people. Everything from mundane, everyday sightings to more sinister, haunting, and demonic-like presences being reported by many people all over the world. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and make sure your device allows those notifications to come through so you can be notified whenever we drop a new podcast. You could also like our Facebook page and check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get priority for requesting cases or topics and podcasters to cover them. So Maxwell, you got your nightlight, you got your teddy bear. You're in for some more thrills and chills in dissecting these shadow people cases. Are you ready?
Okay.
Oh, you don't sound ready.
It was kind of like, I have to put things together. I have to charge my phone and stuff.
Okay, so this is a quick write-up on Token Rock about shadow people, and we've discussed different theories for what shadow people are, why they do what they do, and what some of these sightings or encounters could possibly be. If you haven't checked out our previous episodes in this series, check those out. We run the gauntlet of various scientific and paranormal explanations. Are they simply just hallucinations? Or are they interdimensional travelers, or astral travelers, or yet other possibilities like aliens, ghosts, and other various entities? So, on Token Rock, quick description: accounts of shadow people or shadow beings have been reported by millions of individuals all over the world. I don't know where they got the number millions. Do you buy this, Maxwell? Do you think millions of people have seen shadow people? Or are they estimating, based on the amount of people that did report it, which could be thousands or tens of thousands, that they're just extrapolating by saying, okay, well, if this percentage reported it, there must be even more who experienced it, even though it states that millions reported it. But I don't know. I'm doubting that number. I don't know if there's millions of reports.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less. Um, but that makes sense though, because not a lot of people would report. I mean, I'm guessing because they don't want to be seen as crazy, especially as their status goes up. That if their status is higher in society, they wouldn't talk about it.
Like, you mean like a doctor or a lawyer? By the way, I saw some shadow people last night.
Yeah,
Or a
yeah.
politician.
Well,
What
even lower than that, even like school teachers, like that's still like a status because you're an educator.
I've had school teachers talk about ghost experiences. Well, you think shadow people are a bridge too far? I mean, that's similar to ghosts.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
All right, so millions of individuals all over the world with evidence of these beings appearing before human witnesses throughout history. An increase of reported sightings over the last decade have brought the mysterious occurrences to mainstream consciousness. So, what are shadow people? Both children and adults observe these beings as fast, dark movements in their peripheral vision. Some have seen them from a distance, while others have had face to face encounters. Most often, they are seen as dark human shaped silhouettes, usually male, but generally lacking any other characteristics of gender. Shadow beings are said to move extremely fast and travel through solid matter. They typically have no discernible features, such as mouths, noses, or eyes, and their forms are usually described as somewhat thin or smoke like. While some people distinctly see a shadow human form, others have described shapeless, wispy black blobs and swirling columns of dark smoke. Some are seen only from the waist up, others clearly have legs that are seen fleeing from their observers. In many cases, witnesses describe the sense of being watched and discovering the shadow person observing them. Once noticed, the shadow person seems to flee quite rapidly, sometimes traveling through walls or closed doors and bushes. Sometimes they simply fade into the dark recesses of the night. It is believed that these shadow people are some sort of other dimensional beings whose dimension of origin occasionally overlaps with ours, which is said to explain their ethereal appearance and fleeting nature. Reports of shadow people are in many respects different from accounts of ghosts. Ghosts are said to be the disembodied spirits of deceased people and are usually said to take on the appearance and characteristics of human beings. Orbs of light, ectoplasm, and glowing mists have also been associated with ghost sightings, none of which is common with the occurrence of shadow people. Although many accounts describe shadow beings as having human-like form, they are generally not described as resembling actual individuals, living or deceased. It is not believed that shadow people ever communicate verbally with witnesses. Obviously, we have gone through shadow people accounts that run contrary to this Token Rock write-up, where they do have glowing red eyes or other types of eyes. And there have been numerous shadow people encounters where people have reported the shadow person speaking to them or making some kind of sounds or noises. Could we be catching a glimpse of our multidimensional neighbors as the fabric of our realities meld? Who knows? Maybe they're seeing us as indescribable shadow beings too. And we actually have covered that multiple times in different shadow people episodes. But do you have a preference right now on what you believe most of these shadow people sightings are? Do you believe they're just ghosts, interdimensional travelers, astral travelers, or something else, demons or whatnot?
I have no preference. I
No
just
preferred theory?
no.
All right, let's get into these accounts. Okay. At night, I see a woman figure crouching with her head tilted sideways, staring at me from the top of my closet. She doesn't move except to tilt her head further. No fleeing. That's when my husband is beside me. When I'm alone in bed, I see her at the foot of my bed, just half over her head, and her fingers on the edge of my covers. How would you like that to be your daily experience, Maxwell?
That's so creepy the way she described that. That's I mean, the tilting of the head in the closet, and then she just tilts down. Oh man, that's more creepy than like the whole thing just coming down. I don't know.
Well,
It just tilts while he looks at her.
yeah, that's very creepy. But here's the most interesting part of this account. When her husband is in bed with her, it seems like the shadow individual is too scared to come closer and only watches from the closet. But when she's alone in bed, the shadow being is at the foot of her bed.
I kind of missed that.
Okay, well here's
That
the last
distinction.
part. Okay, here's the last part. When I'm alone in bed, I see her at the foot of my bed, just half of her head and her fingers on the edge of my covers.
No, man, I meant like I didn't. I missed the last time that you said it. That's why I was kind of like, that's even more creepy when
Yes, yes.
when when the shadow person is just waiting for you to be alone. So that like that would be scary to be alone. Like it's like she would be gripping on her husband's arm or something.
Also, I don't remember other accounts that describe the shadow people as having their own fingers on the edge of the covers. Usually they're just watching.
Yeah, that's messed up. The fingers on the bed. That's weird.
Very creepy, and that's all there
That's
is of that
that's real
account.
detail too. To for her to report the fingers on the bed. Like
Well, she basically said it seems like she's saying at night, as in general. So this seems to be ongoing. She didn't say once. She
yeah,
started off at night as if it's an every night occurrence.
but that's what I mean. Like the it's weird. Like it it offers it delivers more credibility. I think like when she reports that kind of detail, it's not like, oh, I saw the shadow person, this shadow outlined by the foot of my bed. Like she describes the fingers too, which I don't know.
Yeah, that's a creepy account. All right, let's move on to the next one. I see shadow people all the time and even gray smoke like figures every once in a while. But just a couple weeks ago, something gently grabbed the back of my arm as if they were trying to get my attention, but when I turned around, there was no one there. I wonder if these could be either angels or aliens walking among us. And we discussed this theory before where if an alien might be able to project their consciousness kind of like a drone to gather information, or even interdimensional beings if they don't necessarily want to risk being so like that's their version of robots or something. They could just project consciousness that wouldn't be left behind as evidence of what they're doing.
Yeah,
So that could be what that is. But in this account, he's basically saying he sees shadow people all the time, and then rarely he sees gray smoke like figures. So there seems to be a very distinct difference between these entities that he's viewing. And now he's saying something actually grabbed the back of his arm to try to get his attention. So not to fall for black and white fallacies, but the grabbing of the arm, that could be either a ghost or something unrelated to the shadow people if shadow people are not ghosts. So there's a lot of different possibilities here, but he doesn't really expand further. It seems like this is an ongoing thing. He sees shadow people all the time. In our previous shadow people episode, we discussed the possibility of paranormal vision and it being developed. So if certain people have constant experiences, they might be better able to see beyond the veil of this world and the world beyond the veil of physical reality that we know about. All right, let's move on. Attending a wedding in Missouri, I stayed with an old friend I hadn't seen in years. Couple days after arriving, my friend was called to work, so I was alone in her house. But being alone has never bothered me. So I made myself useful and prepared dinner while listening to music. I took a short break to sit down and catch a smoke. While sitting there, I kept seeing a dark shadow about 7 to 8 feet tall out of my right eye. And just as I'd turned to look or think about what I was seeing, it was gone. I shrugged it off to being tired. But just as I looked up towards a large mirror looking across the room, I seen something resembling more of a human-like color shape dart across the room so fast it was a blur. But I've had things appear to make its presence known to me on a few occasions throughout my 40 years living, and I'm sure it won't be my last. So that's kind of interesting. So they're basically saying there was a reoccurring 7 to 8 feet tall figure. Then when he looked towards a large mirror, it darted across the room. What do you make of that?
It darted across the room.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
That's kind of creepy.
These shadow people have nothing to do but to just run back and forth across rooms.
Yeah, I don't know what their purpose is. So
So they're just messing with the observers. All right,
yeah.
let's check out the next one. I have a different type of human shape. We called it the Flash because at first it would only let us see him out of the corner of our eye, and it would always be standing behind a doorway of a dark room. It was bright, but you could not see any features, just a human shape. It was the shape of a man with no discernible feature or hair. When we would look at it, it would quickly dash to the side out of view. That is why we called it the Flash. As time went by, it would let us get a better look at him before flashing out of sight. A hesitation, if you will. Has anybody seen this form of apparition? That's kind of interesting. So he's saying it's bright but with no features. So I guess that would be more of a white type shadow person. Someone responded to his question if anybody else has seen this. Yes, when I was younger, I saw in plain sight a solid dark black figure whom looked exactly like my father following him out of the bathroom when we were living in an apartment building. My father later bought us a home, but the entire time I lived in that apartment building, doors armed with deadbolts would lock on their own. These are rooms that are on the 7th floor and only have one door to enter and leave the room. I would have had to break the doors down to get in, only to find the room, my room, empty and the manual deadbolt latch set to closed position. Bathroom toilets would be flushed in the middle of the night when both my parents were in my view. Dishes would break on the floor as I slept as if thrown. The entire time I lived in that building, I always get scared until we moved out. I feel that this solid figure has passed on to me and visits me at night, as I have seen him when screaming my way out of sleep, where my body feels tied down. I think I scared this figure away, but I warn you, don't let it touch you. And what do you think of that picture of those deadbolts, Maxwell?
Oh, I thought nothing of it when you sent it to me before.
So those are the ones that kept opening or closing, rather. They kept closing randomly. This sounds like a haunting situation. I'm not sure this is shadow people related. What do you think?
Yeah, it's probably people trying to steal stuff.
What?
Wait, what did you say?
I said this sounds like a haunting.
Oh yeah.
Nobody's talking about people trying to steal stuff. He's talking about like toilets being flushed when all the people that were in the apartment were in the room with him. So who's flushing the toilets? He's talking about dishes breaking in the middle of the night
Okay.
and deadbolts being activated from inside when there's nobody there.
Oh shit.
So it seems like a haunting situation, not a shadow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's directly related to shadow people. What do you think?
Well, depends if shadow people are ghosts.
Yes, it does. All right, let's go on to the next one. This seems to be a one-off. I saw a sheer white figure years ago at my house. Ran past my sliding door outside. I could see shoulder shape and long legs running. My daughter and I saw it at the same time. Okay, so there's a second witness corroborating this. Earlier that day, my daughter was sitting and felt someone grab the end of her foot and move it back and forth. That's kind of weird. I've never heard about a situation where some kind of entity grabbed someone's foot and just moved it back and forth randomly. Were they like a
Yeah.
chiropractor in their past life if this was a ghost or something?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
But basically, from this account, this only happened one day. So in this one day, someone earlier in the day, the daughter had her foot grabbed and moved back and forth, and then later in the day, they saw a sheer white figure. So this could be either a white shadow person or a ghost, but this seems to be the only encounter this woman has ever had. What do you make of that?
Um, I think nothing of it.
Good thing you're doing a podcast on shadow people.
Well, yeah.
Some of these more mundane, innocuous encounters, they seem to be more credible because why would anybody make that up? I mean, it's so random and, Are you really going to take the time out of your day to submit your experience where someone's foot got moved back and forth and just a figure darted? I mean, that's it. That's all they got. Like, that's not that scary. That's not that substantial, but they took the time out of their day to share this experience. Do you believe this experience is legitimate, Maxwell?
I'm sure they've experienced it like that. It could be a perception problem too. It could be they just perceived it differently. But if they see it as that, then it's an honest reporting.
So her daughter, the only time ever she had someone move her foot back and forth that was invisible to her, and then it never happened again. So can it really be a medical condition? Because if she's only had it happen once ever for a couple seconds or however long, and then never again, can you say there's something wrong with her foot or her senses or her brain where she's feeling sensations that don't exist or something like that, or she's having muscle spasms? If that happened once ever and never again, and that just happened to be the same day where they saw some white figure darting past, I mean, is that all? I don't know. What do you make of that? You have no thoughts at all?
I don't know. She's just reporting what she experienced, and I'm okay with it.
But can you write that off as a medical condition or a hallucination? I mean, normally any kind of medical problems like these, they're recurring. So, for example, if someone has some kind of issue where they always feel like they're being touched or they feel cold or hot, things like that can be explained by a medical condition. Not that it's also not a ghost. Obviously, we're not going to fall for black and white fallacies. Obviously, they could have a medical condition, but they could also, if shadow people are real or ghosts are real, they could still be experiencing paranormal situations because obviously no if shadow people or ghosts or whatever interdimensional travelers are bothering people, they're not going to know whether someone has a medical condition or not. They're going to bother random people. So again, I'm just saying that seems kind of unusual. What are the explanations for that?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what other explanations there are for that.
So you got nothing. All right. Here's another one. I saw a shadow person 2 months ago. He tapped me on my shoulder. I did not see his face. He was solid, about 5'10". Went marching down my friend's garden. Could see his arms, fingers, legs. Seemed like a young man. So that's pretty random. So basically, no real features. Seemed like a young man, so I guess they're guessing from the way that he moved. He moved maybe agile or smoothly as opposed to like an old man. I don't know. What do you got there, Maxwell? What do you got?
I got nothing.
Good thing you're doing a podcast on shadow people. All right, next one. Over the past 3 weeks, I have encountered a shadow man on several occasions. I have encountered him in the hallway where I live. I have also encountered him at work where I am inside an underground water storage tank. That sounds creepy. I can sense him when he is near. He allows me to gaze upon his form. There seems to be an air of curiosity on his part. He sometimes comes within 5 feet of me,
standing somewhat behind and to either side of me. He stands over 7 feet tall with no real discernible features to speak of. So this is also a little bit of a unique case. So normally people either they see it at one location, usually their house. This guy's saying he sees him in his hallway multiple times, and then he also at work, and he works in an underground water storage tank. And he senses that this being is curious as well. But it apparently does not approach him face on, always behind or to the side. What do you think?
I don't know. They're all creepy.
But that is kind of unusual, right? Because this shadow person seems to be following him to work, I guess. Because he sees him.
He thinks it's the same one.
Yes, he's relatively sure. Yes,
That's cool.
unless they're twins. If these shadow people are twins, one of them's at work, one of them's at home.
Oh man.
We gotta cover. We gotta
We
cover
got-
all the
yeah,
scenarios. We have
We
to
got
cover all the
twins,
scenarios
We
on
got
my show.
twins. We got families. We got interdimensional families. We got interdimensional regular people that shows up as shadow people.
This is MindShock. All right. Next one. I was on Bridge Street, which is a dead-end dirt road that runs along the Mississippi River in my hometown. This street has no outlet, with woods on one side and the railroad tracks and river on the other. I had walked to the end of the road and was walking back to the downtown area, feeling very uncomfortable in my surroundings. I looked down the road and from the woods saw two shapes like tall men walk out. They walked across the road and down the bank near an old propane tank. I thought, oh great, thinking they were two men up to no good. I had pepper spray and flipped it on, ready to fight. Well, when I got close to the tank, no one was there. There's no place to hide, and no one was walking on the tracks. I got cold chills as I realized they had appeared as silhouettes, two-dimensional, no color to them at all. They did not appear to see me, for which I am grateful. I am 100% convinced I witnessed two shadow people while walking on this old road. What do you make of that one?
I missed a lot of that.
Maximum Army. These two shadow forms were walking down a street with no outlet, and they walked up to a propane tank. When this woman walked to the same tank, they disappeared. There was nobody there, and there was nowhere for them to go. So they just vanished into thin air, and she described them as two-dimensional shadow forms.
Damn.
Tall men.
Wait. Was she chasing them or something? Was she like following them?
She was
following
walking back to the downtown area. That's all she said about it. So they walked across the road down the bank of the river near an old propane tank. So I guess she had to walk through there. She had pepper spray with her, so she prepared the pepper spray because she thought they might attack her. But when she walked up to the tank, they were gone. And there was
them?
nowhere for them to go. There was train tracks and nobody was walking down the tracks, and there was nowhere else to go. So they just basically disappeared around the propane tank.
Maybe they're living in a propane tank or something.
They
Or
inside a
maybe
propane
maybe they're maybe if you take account of all these shadow people accounts reports, maybe there's a propane tank nearby and propane is like their food or something.
That's a pretty funny theory. Maxwell Powers with his propane theory regarding shadow people. All right, here's another one. When I was about 11, I woke up to get some water. When I opened the door to my room at the very end of the hallway and stepped out, I saw a hulking black mass with a humanoid shape and huge light blue glowing eyes. I had to walk at least 3 steps towards it to get to my mother's room. It didn't move at all and just stayed standing at the opposite end of the hall. So this is quite a common one where we see people either getting up in the middle of the night or there's just a humanoid shape, a black mass. She's describing glowing blue eyes, which I believe is quite rare. Usually it's glowing red, possibly white, but I'm not sure how many sightings are of glowing blue eyes. But what do you think about that?
That's scary too, because like that kind of reminds me of like the Game of Thrones, the ice people or dead people, whatever they're called.
I'm
Those
not familiar. I'm one of the only people who doesn't watch Game of Thrones, Maxwell. I'm not
uh,
familiar with Game of Thrones.
well, they're like the Walking Dead type people. I forgot what they're called, but they all have blue eyes and they turn everything into ice and shit. So that's still creepy as hell. Blue. I don't know. I think I'd be scared more of. Well, red has that evil association to it, and blue has that ocean blue angel type thing going on.
Yeah, so these hulking masses are quite common. We've gone over quite a few shadow people accounts where it was just some kind of a mass or void. So quite interesting. Here's the next one. The boyfriend and I were on vacation in Tulum, Mexico, at a resort called the Cien Can at Grand Tulum by Oasis, which was bought out by Sunscape starting June 1st, 2019. That's a lot of details. Anyway, we were given a room of 2311 and the AC didn't work, so we were given another room, 2101, which happened to be the first room and right next to the beach bar pool. On like the third night of our stay, the boyfriend and I were watching. It's funny, she keeps referring to him as the boyfriend. Why didn't she just say my boyfriend? The boyfriend and I were watching TV on our cell phone, and he was fast asleep, as that is why he watches TV at night, to go to sleep quickly. But I am the opposite. I can't go to sleep watching TV. So as his eyes were shut, I was still watching, not drunk, not falling asleep or just waking, and not even buzzed. I watched a shadow man with no features walk from the right side of the bed where the boyfriend lay, and he then walked to the end of the bed and stood, then just disappeared. It wasn't just a second, it was more like 20 seconds of this experience. I literally watched this shadow move across the room with no explanation. I couldn't believe my eyes at first until we got home, and last night, after being home 3 nights, my cat hissed at something, but really it was nothing. He stared blankly into the air and like at a door, but nothing was there, and the other cat started acting weird as well. The boyfriend isn't a believer in a lot of things, so him telling me that the cat was hissing and acting weird, but there wasn't anything there is notable. My cats don't hiss randomly like that ever unless there is a dog within view. I fear that either the being is attached to me or that has followed me home, or now I am more susceptible to otherworldly entities. Okay, so I don't really see the connection between the cats hissing and the shadow person, because cats could be hissing at a million different things. She's not stating that her or the boyfriend saw anything. Because if the cats didn't see anything, they didn't see anything. So the cats might not be related to this at all. So I don't know. What do you make of that?
Well, the whole thing's weird. And referring to the boyfriend, like the boyfriend, like it has this weird vibe to the whole story, as if she's telling a fictional story. Like the boyfriend, the monster, the like it's
Well, I don't know.
referring
People refer to their significant other that way. Like some people
like
talk
the
about.
husband. Yeah, I like with a sense of humor, like the
Well,
husband, the wife, or
well,
whatever.
actually, I haven't really heard it too much with the male. Like, you know, the wife and the girlfriend seem to be quite popular, especially the wife, or the old ball and chain, as some people put it. It's like, well, no, I got to go to this place with the wife.
Well, I've seen. Yeah, but this is kind of weird. Like she's used it like 5 times, but like I've seen people use it like, oh yeah, I have to get the girlfriend out first, or so, or I don't know, or the yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm just
Anyway,
saying.
I don't know
I
why.
normally hear people say that referencing the female, not the male. But I don't really remember women talking to men or other women. Are they going to say, "Oh yeah, I got to do that"? I got to do this for the husband. Usually they say my husband, whereas sometimes men will say, "Oh, I got to get this for the girlfriend or the wife or whatever." It's
Or I've heard hubby, like, but not the hubby. It's just hubby, like
yeah,
husband, like show.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know. Anyway, let's. But I just found it weird. Like she used it like that. So in a sense, like she's kind of like saying it like a. So she's detached from the story, as if writing outside of herself, like
Or
not from her.
maybe she just always refers to her boyfriend as the boyfriend, and that's just something
Yeah,
she
yeah,
personally does. So it's
yeah.
not.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's
I
probably
guess,
what it
but
is. It's probably what it is.
which is kind of messed up because like calling the like you're calling someone like that as the boyfriend, like she pretty much puts him in a role, like a
Yes,
role play.
yes.
that's so that's so insulting and offensive. Like I don't know. I mean, you can do it once in a while, but like if that's it's like
Right,
a
who
role.
cares? Who cares about that?
Anyway.
But yeah, so the shadow person at a resort. I mean, I don't know if we've heard that too often because normally it's at the person's house. Would a shadow person? I mean, I guess a shadow person could haunt a resort, but how old is the resort? If it's a relatively newish resort, I mean, unless it was built on top of a burial ground. But anyway, all right, let's move on to the next one. I woke up at 3:34 a.m. and there was shadow at the end of my bed watching me. It has on full white from its head to upper body. The face area was black. I felt no fear. That's kind of interesting. So basically white except for the face being black or covered with shadows. So was this a type of white robe or was it kind of a white glowing white form? Because normally it's either all white or all black or all gray. This one is white with the face blacked out. So that's a little unusual as well. And distinctly, this person is saying that they felt no fear at all. So, one of the staples of shadow people, especially evil, malevolent entities, are you feel extreme fear and distress. This individual said she did not feel any of that. So, any thoughts on that?
No.
Maxwell Powers. All right, so next one. These are very real. I do not know what it wants or why it has sought me. It has followed me or appeared to me for the past 3.5 to 4 years. At first, I thought it was death. And we've discussed that as well, whether or not shadow people could be the manifestation of the Grim Reaper. So we've discussed that. But what does it wait for? It appears at any place I may go, but never has it followed me up close or into my home. I have never seen it while inside looking out, but often see it/them the moment I step out into the darkness. I see it in the light of the moon, the bright of the day, 2 blocks away, watching, following me. I have seen it manifest in the aisle of a grocery store where I was alone, and often I see it leap from one tree to another, high above the ground, as I watch the moon or stars. As I stood in my garden during a hellacious thunderstorm, it ran by directly in front of me, 15 feet away, a black humanish form in full sprint. These are very much real. That's all I can speak of it, and this is true. It's almost poetic the way he wrote this. But yeah, this individual is saying he sees it everywhere except inside his house. And he never sees it from inside his house looking outside his house. He only sees it while he's outside or in other areas like the grocery store. What do you make of this, Maxwell?
We have an extroverted shadow person. I don't know. Maybe the shadow person was like an outdoors person or something. If that was the ghost.
Yeah, but it also manifested in the grocery store in an aisle. So it's an outdoors person that likes shopping at a grocery store.
Yeah. See, he's got to pack up for the outdoors.
This person seemed to think that it was death. At first, I thought it was death, but what does it wait for? Very creepy stuff.
Like death for him or death
Like
like
the Grim Reaper.
oh, okay. So like he was gonna die, and then that shadow person's waiting for him.
Or possibly, if someone has extrasensory perception, they might be able to witness the Grim Reaper coming for other people. It's not necessarily coming for him, right?
Yeah, but were there reports of like people like, like they think they're close to death, and that's when they see shadow people and then come out of the death situation.
Some reports, yes, but that could be coincidental, right? Because other people who are not close to death all see shadow
I
people.
guess.
So a lot of that we really can't.
Or they don't really know they're close to death, and but the shadow person knows that like they predict the future and the car's about to hit them, so they're kind of just waiting.
Final Destination starring shadow people by Maxwell
Yeah.
Powers. That would make a good. That would make a good movie.
Oh man, that's messed up.
All right, here's the next one. My husband and I were laying in bed talking, and we saw a dark, black, plain as day silhouette walking past in the mirror. It was like a Benjamin Franklin type of silhouette. So I guess they're saying something from an old time period by Ben Franklin, unless they're saying it looks exactly like Ben Franklin. In which case, is Ben Franklin now manifesting as a shadow person? Or is it?
That's funny. So they probably imagine like the whole wardrobe and everything that they used to wear back then.
Yeah,
The scarf and shit. I don't know how they wore scarves in the summer and shit.
spectacles and those types of old style
And
suits.
they
and
wore
hairstyles.
jackets in the summer and shit. I don't know how the hell they did that. So it was like a rule or something.
They were just super formal.
Yeah, and wigs and freaking jackets like at like 100 degrees and shit.
Unless all of that's all made up. Mud flood.
That's true. That's true. It could have been just like, huh.
They're
It's
trying
weird
to they're
though.
trying to see
But
who
it's yeah, it's really consistent. Maybe they had a rule like if you're gonna draw a historical like illustration, it has to be dressed and no, you can't show anyone like with their shirts off and shit.
Yeah, that's funny. I saw a shadow person running across the highway during the day, and all I saw was from the waist down it had long legs and was running across with a long stride. Not sure what to think of seeing one during the day. So I think this is our first sighting of a shadow person running across a highway during the daytime.
Yeah,
She's not,
that's messed up. I wonder if the whole like they were witnessed by hundreds of people or
well,
a dozen
she
people.
didn't mention if there was anybody on the highway. She
That
said it was
sucked.
during the day though, but she doesn't say whether it was a busy highway or not. But yeah, that would be interesting if there were a ton of witnesses. That'd be very cool.
Yeah, I mean the most witnesses that you reported was like a whole family, right? Like the whole family
Yeah, I think
witnessed one.
five, maybe. No, there was one. There was one point. I think there was one sighting at a park or something. I think 5 or 6 people might have seen it. Maybe even 7
Damn.
witnesses, something like that.
Damn.
I don't know if we have any cases where there were 10 or 20 or something in front of a big crowd because that would be pretty interesting. But all right, here's another one. I used to see them a lot when I was 17. I had no idea they were a thing. I don't remember how I found out about them. Sometimes they get active, and recently they were inactive until now. I wonder why the change. I see shadow people, but I see shadow creatures too. I've seen a giant, elongated shadow creature crawling out of a building wall. It terrified me. I then see a shadow person lingering at my boyfriend's house, not the boyfriend's, my boyfriend's house. Could be a girl. I know dad's ghost who lives with him. A shadowy hand that dropped from the ceiling in front of me, giving me a fright, then a shadow that darted from the ground to the surface, then disappeared on the tennis court. So this individual knows it could be a girl I know's dad's ghost who lives with him. So she's saying that the the girl's dad's ghost with lives at at her boyfriend's house. All right, that's a little confusing, but yeah, so basically this individual is seeing shadow creatures as well, which if there are shadow humanoids, why wouldn't there be shadow creatures? So that's an interesting point that we've discussed in the past numerous times as well. What do you make of this account? I mean, she also said she saw a shadowy hand that dropped from the ceiling in front of her. Just a
Yeah,
hand.
that was really interesting. Like a hand that comes up from this, like down from the ceiling and then up from the ground and shit, and then goes to the parking lot. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but not as creepy as the one by the bed though.
That's your pick for the the creepiest.
Oh yeah, that's messed up because like she put fingers on it and shit, like staring at you by your feet. That's messed up. I mean, like this one's reporting like it moved like from the ceiling to the ground to the counter and like the ground to the counter, and then they fucking left, and then that's fine. But if it just stays there, like if she said something like, "Oh, it sat on the table and just stared at me," that would be messed up.
All right, let's see what else we got here. While walking the dog on the canal last night, I saw very clearly an image that at first I thought was a really large black cat, but then realized it was not far, too large, and this black shadow image went straight through the fence. It was smoke-like and very dense. It moved quickly. Has anyone else encountered anything like this? Someone responded, "Yes, I've seen a black cloud in my house, like floating, and it was shortly after my fiance passed. And I told it I wasn't scared. This morning I seen like shadows in my house, and I always feel like something is sitting on the edge of my bed. And then started shortly after my dad passed, and it usually is when I'm alone. I don't see the black cloud anymore, just one time." So black clouds that possibly are cats or shadowy creatures that move directly through fences. That's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
Moving through fences. Funny. Okay. No other thoughts, Maxwell?
Nah, I'm good.
10-year-old girl sees shadow outside. It seems to follow her, except when she goes into her home, but everywhere else it has followed her. School, the bus, the store, etc. I believe she had said it looks like the size of a boy. What is going on and why? So here's something interesting. We're seeing now multiple accounts of people saying this shadow individual, this shadow person, does not enter their personal home. It follows them everywhere else, but it won't enter their home. So this is kind of like a vampire that needs to be invited.
Yeah, that's funny. It's a respectful shadow person.
Oh man.
The shadow person was like from a classy environment.
It was raised right.
Yeah, it was raised right, and like the other ones, like from the hood and shit.
All right. I used to be into witchcraft, and one early evening at my dad's house, I had an old mirror my dad was working. So into the mirror, I watched my face looking into my eyes, watching as I stared into the mirror. I began to see me with three eyes. I was not afraid. I watched myself and soon, very soon, saw myself with one eye in the middle of my forehead. Then finally saw myself with no eyes at all. This is when I became very frightened. I left the mirror and just thought, "Dear God, was that real? I never did that ever again." So I don't know if that's exactly a shadow person story, but we've gone over this theory, which is a creepy one. What if the shadow forms are just physical energy manifestation of our darkest thoughts and they're being created by humans? We went over this on our first episodes of Shadow People. Remember that? It was so creepy.
I don't remember, but
Max Alarmy.
must have been interesting though.
Yeah. So this same individual also had this story. I was in my bedroom and looking at my window, I saw three round grayish faces looking downwards onto my bedroom floor. This was late in the afternoon. I was terrified and hoped these faces wouldn't look up or they would see me. I don't know when they faded. Later, I tried sleeping, and as I felt my sheets being slowly pulled, I just thought it was my imagination until there was a whisper into my ears saying, "You are going to die soon, but you won't know when." And then the same whisper said into my ears, "You're going to die within the next hour, but you won't know how." I have seen shadow people one evening of where I used to work, and only happened one night. Old lady walking with an umbrella with a large dog following. I could tell the dog was wagging its tail too. Some days when I would be mowing grass, I would see two eyes, floating eyes, orange golden, no body or face watching me. Frightening. I used to try to do magic witchcraft and I thought I would die after the whispers. I was home alone and gone to my mom's room and I prayed to God. I woke up the next morning crying for I was still alive. So these shadow entities seem to convince her that she would die. That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, that's messed up. Wait, well, how do they convey that belief?
She just heard a whisper in her ears saying, "You're going to die soon, but you won't know when. And then you're going to die within the next hour, but you won't know how."
That's messed up. I wonder if she wondered if like she's already dead as she was walking around.
She did not state that. So, but she said she woke up crying because she was so happy that she was alive.
Oh damn. The the good shadow people came in and beat up the bad shadow people.
Well, that sounds like a good movie. All right, check this one out. This one's kind of bizarre. I have had many rare seeings. However, there was a half monkey, half boy who would follow me around and jump tree to tree while I lay in the back seat of the car and jump tree to tree following my mom's side on the right side. Mostly the left is my weak side. He knows everything about me, creepily, stuff never spoken. He finds ways to communicate and give people around him the love he tries to give me, but only as in the best friendship ever. Ha ha. It's crazy. It's almost like Curious George. You're a blessing in disguise. Okay, so this is littered with typos and grammatical problems, but that's kind of creepy. We got a half monkey, half boy shadow person. And this isn't the only sighting where they're saying this shadow form is jumping tree to tree. Are there shadow monkeys all over the place? What's going on, Maxwell?
Could be. Yeah, that's more fun seeing monkey shadow people than people staring at your feet at your bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll watch monkey shadow people all day. Just they'll come in that house and shit.
So yeah, there's plenty more to discover. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And like our Facebook page, make sure you're subscribed. If you like this video, like the video, feel free to share it across social media platforms like our Facebook page. You can also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is the Shadow People series, episode 9, Government Experiment. And this is your host, Bruce McGuire, and I am here with the one and only
JR.
And I don't know where the heck you've been or what kind of top secret government ops like you've been involved with. But we're going to pick your brain today on whether or not shadow people or a certain breed of shadow people are actually the result of some kind of government experiment. And if they were, how the experiment and denials and aftermath would all be handled. And if it matches some of the activity we are seeing in the real world around us. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, want to help support MindShock, help us come out with more mind-shocking content with logic and reason at the forefront. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. And, of course, like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, JR, where the heck have you been?
I'm not at liberty to say, Bruce.
What have you been doing?
Well, that could be the subject of debate, maybe in a future podcast.
All right, so, to your knowledge, have there ever been any kind of top secret government experiment with either involving interdimensional entities or possibly engineering the entities themselves? Is it possible that shadow people are government engineered interdimensional entities as part of some kind of top secret experiment?
Well, Bruce, I'm not really, allowed to discuss my involvement, as I'm sure you're aware already. But I will say that the government is heavily involved in, the augmentation, manipulation of genes and, DNA. And,
well, that's all known. That's all known by now. I'm trying to talk about specifically shadow people themselves and the shadow people phenomena, even though it does go back hundreds, if not thousands of years. Is it possible? Similarly, I did a podcast on Is Bigfoot a Government Engineered Experiment, where if Bigfoot is real and they have been around for thousands of years, is it possible that the U.S. government would try to genetically engineer them, clone them, etc., and some of the more modern sightings and encounters could be with the government engineered version? And that's not to say there's not also a naturally occurring version. Similarly, with shadow people, if a certain percentage of shadow people are actual interdimensional entities, that doesn't mean that the government did not experiment and somehow create their own shadow people.
Yeah, well, Bruce, even if, Bigfoot wasn't real or isn't real, the government still stimulated the economy by, making this tripped-up version that it's not real. So the same thing can be applied to shadow people. Ultimately, does interdimensional stuff exist? I don't really, necessarily know anyone that works in, that particular field, although I will say that the government is heavily involved in it for years. Look at where computers were 20 years ago.
No need to be modest. We want some water cooler conversation information about interdimensional experiments. I'm sure you've encountered
moon landing podcast.
I'm sure you've encountered some individuals who at least have, how many degrees of separation are there to these shadow people government programs that you're not willing to discuss? Hypothetically, if you did hear something around the water cooler, there could have been a few degrees of separation. That doesn't mean you can't talk about hypothetically what someone around a hypothetical water cooler would hypothetically say if they knew another hypothetical individual that was involved in a hypothetical experiment.
Bruce, you could collect seashells by the seashore the amount of times you said hypothetical. But, yeah, I will say that, it's been brought to my attention that there may or may not be specific facilities, most notably in, believe it or not, the northern region of, the United States,
You know, a lot of like this government conspiracy supposed stuff, you know, that I'm not like really at liberty to talk about, like exists in the Midwest. But there are other conspiracies that you know, it's more of a regional thing from what I've heard. So yeah, like if you're asking me point blank, like, do I think shadow people exist? I mean, even if you don't call them shadow people, it's been well documented that people see like interdimensional like objects and stuff. So it's kind of like, are we the only people in the whole universe? You know, are we the only organisms? Obviously not. You know, the laws of mathematics are against, you know, they're not being shadow people. Like, maybe even if they're like, okay, let's just put it this way. Even if there are no shadow people on Earth, who's to say that they don't exist in the universe?
Well, if we're talking dimensions and infinite dimensions, I mean, you know, if the dimensions are infinite, I'm not saying they are or they aren't. It's just always amusing to see like coincidence theorists pretend that there couldn't be more dimensions simply because we're not aware of them. Similarly, like the ignorance of all people in the past, like just someone's inability to fathom like how a cell phone would work or how like a video conference call from people all over the world would work. That doesn't mean that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So shadow people obviously theoretically could exist. Now, again, we're just speculating here. And I'm going to throw in one of my theories from the earlier Shadow People episodes. By the way, for all the MindShock listeners out there, we have 8 episodes in this provocative, scintillating, scientifically minded series, the most comprehensive and exhaustive on shadow people in existence at the moment, as well as some of our other topics. MindShock is, of course, the most exhaustive and comprehensive and logical in the examination of the paranormal, the occult, and various true crime cases as well, anything and everything in between. We discuss everything on MindShock. So one of the theories I threw out in the beginning of the series is, what if shadow people are some kind of projection from extraterrestrials because they don't want to get their own hands dirty and risk exposure in our environment? So they have like the shadow people are like their version of some kind of drone that comes down and either abducts people, performs experiments, or just reconnaissance missions, or just evidence collection of the environment or whatever. So shadow people are kind of a type of drone, humanoid drone, controlled by extraterrestrial or possibly other interdimensional beings.
You read a lot of Jules Verne growing up, didn't you, Bruce?
I read a fair bit of everything. By the
So
way, we do need to do a Jules Verne conspiracy, because wasn't he part of some secret society?
I actually don't know. That's a good question.
I believe he was. Like a lot of those old science fiction writers, they all coincidentally were part of these secret societies that somehow had information about future technology.
It wouldn't be surprising. Nothing surprises me anymore. So going back to it, the question becomes then, if your theory is like, you know, right, then why would the shadow people want to come into our dimension at all? You know, like...
Well, a lot of these theories, we have to keep the false dichotomy logical fallacy in mind. Just like with Bigfoot. Bigfoot could, in certain instances, it could be one particular species of Sasquatch or Sasquatchi. Sasquatch. What's the plural of Sasquatch? Sasquatchy? Either way, they could also be possibly some kind of extraterrestrial pet. Like we went over that on some of the Bigfoot podcasts on whether or not Bigfoot is some kind of extraterrestrial pet, or that they use Earth as some kind of a prison colony for some of these misbehaving beasts in their zoos. If Sasquatch misbehaves in their zoos, they just drop them off on Earth. What do you think of that theory, JR? All right, JR. So, like, if the government was responsible for this shadow people psychological operation, experiments, or otherwise, do you see this ever being admitted in the future, like at all?
Probably not, but there's actual, like, probable evidence that it's a real agency.
So do you think the shadow people have their own like the shadow people projects, like they're their own division, or they have they have their own entire agency? Like, is it like a branch off of like what? Can you give us any further information on which agency it would be if it were an
Well, let me ask you a question, Bruce. Have you ever filed taxes?
agency?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, doesn't it strike you as an interesting organization that the IRS is able to just, like, magically get everything that, like, you could be, like, like, completely locked and loaded and, like, like Ruby Ridge style, okay? But, like, you don't pay your taxes, they come after you with, like, everything that you have.
Is this the biggest reveal yet by the normally highly guarded JR, who you still won't tell us which agency you're with, but or if you're just a janitor for the Park Service, which is some people's theories. But are you saying that shadow people are some kind of government experiment to hunt down delinquent tax filers?
Well, I'm not really, like, allowed to give, like, 100% confirmation on that, Bruce. But, like, let's just say that, like, I find it very convenient that, like, they seem to be able to do that in conjunction with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, to do that, like, very easily. All these other agencies need, like, warrants and all this other stuff. The IRS just comes after you. Like, they just send you a letter telling you that, hey, look, you owe this money, and here are your options. And, like, but, like, step by step, those options get pulled off the table until, like, they own your identity and soul.
All right, hold on a second. Let's deconstruct this. So, are the shadow people some kind of designed technology beings by the government themselves, or did the U.S. government, possibly the IRS, subcontract hunting down delinquent via shadow people stalking from actual interdimensional or extraterrestrial entities? And they subcontracted that so those entities are actually working for the IRS.
Well, it's possible, but I think that they're probably just, like, like special IRS investigators. I mean, think about it, Bruce. Think about it. Really think about it. What agency owns you from birth? There's the Social Security Administration, which is linked to the IRS. Okay, even the FBI, like, that you could go your entire life and not interact with them. They might have a file on you, everyone's got an FBI file, blah, blah, blah. But, like, at the end of the day, even, like, the prisoners get their fucking wages garnished by everyone pays the IRS.
You get some shocking revelations from JR. So you're saying, so is this your leading theory on what shadow people are? So these are either interdimensional entities subcontracted by the IRS to hunt down delinquents or those that owe taxes, or just haunt them to the point that they have no choice but to pay what they're due, unless or these shadow people just continue to haunt them. Or again, are they homegrown talent by the government? Where these
Well, either way, your tax dollars are funding the operation.
Well, the MindShock listeners want to know, though, the curious ones, the ones that aren't even in the U.S., like, is the U.S. government responsible for manufacturing shadow people entities in a lab somewhere?
I'm not going to go into specifics, Bruce. I've already talked too much about, like, the IRS and their connection.
All right. Or is it a false dichotomy logical fallacy? Does the IRS breed their own shadow people and also subcontract out to interdimensional entities looking for employment?
Well, personally, I think they subcontract out to the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, but, like, I could be wrong there.
Well, where does the NSA fit into all of this? Like, do they just not have the budget of the IRS to subcontract?
Well, their mission is to find the people that try to, like, get away from the IRS.
And they provide that information to the IRS for the shadow people operations?
Probably. I mean, when you think about it, like, what does the NSA do except, like, track down, like, what you really do for a living and then, like, report it, like, and then, like, the IRS has access to their databases.
All right, well, there you have it, MindShock listeners. I believe this is the most information JR has ever revealed
about government operations, and it is mind-shocking indeed. You're, of course, listening to the Mind Shock podcast, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we explore all theories with logic and reason at the forefront, even the theories that the IRS is subcontracting out stalking of tax delinquents to interdimensional shadow people entities.
And for
Any
the
final
skeptics out there, think about any U.S. American that isn't beholden to the IRS. It doesn't exist. Even children that make over a certain amount of money have to pay their taxes.
There you have it. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the Mind Shock podcast in the Shadow People series. If you find the podcast interesting and informative, want to help support Mind Shock, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to like and share the podcast. Help spread logic and reason and warnings about IRS shadow people out there. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do give priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing out.
And JR Tatty out.
Catch you guys next time.